The day began for Louis XIV, not with silence or privacy, but with a crowd. Imagine opening your eyes in the morning and realizing 50 pairs of eyes are already on you, waiting for your first yawn, your first scratch, your first groggy movement under the sheets. That was the king's reality. The ritual was called the lever, and it was less of a wake-up routine than a theatrical production. Ministers, courtiers, nobles of varying rank pressed to be admitted into the royal bedchamber to witness what should have been the most private moment of any man's life. And the irony is, they weren't there to serve him breakfast in bed. They were there to watch him sit up, stretch, and be helped out of bed like it was the climax of a grand play. Some people wait for Beyoncé tickets. At Versailles, they waited for a glimpse of the king putting on his slippers. The room itself was staged like a theater. Curtains parted, not to reveal a stage, but the royal body lying beneath embroidered sheets. The symbolism was deliberate. Louis was not just a man, but the Sun King, and his rising from bed was a metaphor for the sun itself rising over France. It's almost poetic, until you realize it meant he never woke up alone. You think your roommate barging in without knocking is intrusive? Louis lived with that multiplied by 100 every single morning for decades, and the crowd wasn't just family or trusted aides. Nobles fought tooth and nail to be admitted, because the closer you were to the king's body, the closer you were to his power. Standing near his chamber pot might have been humiliating, but it was also a shortcut to influence. If these walls could speak, they would ask you to keep their story alive. So let your voice join theirs by subscribing and sharing what Versailles whispered to you tonight. What strikes us today is how every bodily function of the king became political currency. Imagine being a duke and bragging at dinner, "Ah, yes, this morning I had the honor of handing His Majesty his undershirt." Ridiculous, yet true. Small tasks, holding his sleeve, fetching a handkerchief, were symbols of closeness. A king's sweat became more valuable than a noble's pedigree. Even the order of who touched him first, second, or last was carefully choreographed, because to misstep in this ritual was not simply a breach of etiquette, but an insult to the entire hierarchy. Power in Versailles was measured in inches from the royal pillow, and it wasn't only the morning. The day was punctuated with stage ceremonies where intimacy and spectacle blurred. The king ate in front of spectators who whispered about how much bread he consumed, or whether he looked distracted while chewing. A sneeze could be interpreted as divine displeasure, a cough as political omen. Think about it. The man couldn't even pick his nose without it being scrutinized like a royal decree. It makes you reflect on how our own obsession with celebrity culture, paparazzi chasing stars in sweatpants, fans dissecting Instagram posts, isn't so modern after all. Versailles was basically the original reality show, only with powdered wigs instead of influencers. The strangest part is how the nobles accepted this humiliation. Many of them had once lived in castles where they commanded armies and controlled lands. Now, reduced to spectators, they competed for the chance to tie the king's shoelaces. The court transformed power into performance, intimacy into theater, dignity into ritual, and Louis knew exactly what he was doing. By turning his body into a spectacle, he chained the nobility not with swords or laws, but with vanity. He made their ambition depend on his private life. The less privacy he had, the more control he held. It's both genius and grotesque, like weaponizing a morning stretch. Of course, behind the grandeur lay absurdity. Some mornings the king was ill, and the spectacle carried on nonetheless. Imagine trying to hold your stomach while a crowd analyses your complexion, wondering if France itself might be doomed because you look pale. The line between medicine, superstition, and politics blurred. Doctors whispered over his pulse as nobles leaned in, desperate for gossip. What should have been a private consultation became a public show. If you've ever been in a hospital bed with too many relatives hovering, you can multiply that discomfort 100-fold and still not reach the suffocating spectacle of Versailles. But perhaps the most unsettling detail is that all of this was normalized. No one thought it odd that the king's chamber resembled a crowded subway car at rush hour. On the contrary, not being admitted was a source of despair. Nobles bribed and begged for access, as if watching Louis rub his eyes was worth more than governing their estates. And maybe it was. In that theater, one glance from the king could mean a promotion, a marriage, or an invitation to wealth. The man's yawns carried the weight of fate. What makes it both comical and tragic is how little freedom Louis had in return. He was the most powerful man in Europe, yet the least private. His bed was not his own. His waking moments were scripted, his gestures rehearsed. He may have been called the Sun King, but even the sun sets alone. Louis never did. And if the beginning of his day was already this strange, what followed in the hours ahead would blur the line between ceremony and absurdity even further, dragging every corner of human intimacy into the public eye. If the first act of Louis XIV's day was his grand awakening, the second was a scene that still shocks us. The king relieving himself in public. Yes, the most powerful monarch of his age turned his most basic bodily function into another ritual, another stage where courtiers elbowed their way forward just to be near him. The ritual was known simply as la chaise percée, the pierced chair, and it was exactly what it sounds like. A glorified toilet crafted with velvet cushions, golden trimmings, and a hole in the middle leading to a chamber pot. For Louis, there was no such thing as privacy. Even his bowels were political. The absurdity is difficult to overstate. Imagine walking into your office bathroom and finding your boss on a gilded chair, surrounded by colleagues taking notes. That is essentially what Versailles was. Nobles and ministers, some of the most important men in Europe, lined up quietly as if waiting for confession, hoping the king would acknowledge them while he sat upon his throne of porcelain disguise. And this wasn't considered degrading. On the contrary, to be invited into this intimate moment was a privilege, proof that one belonged among the inner circle of power. It makes one wonder what people won't endure when prestige is dangled like a carrot. Louis himself did not seem embarrassed. In fact, he embraced the ritual as part of his role. The logic was simple and terrifying. The king embodied the state, therefore nothing about him was ordinary. If he ate, the nation ate. If he slept, the nation rested. And if he defecated, well, even that could be framed as a metaphor for the health of France. His digestion was a matter of national concern. Courtiers whispered about the consistency of his stool as if it were a dispatch from the front lines of war. Doctors kept records, interpreting every cramp and pause as signs of divine approval or looming disaster. If you've ever had your health results overanalyzed by relatives, imagine that multiplied by an entire aristocracy desperate for clues about their future. Of course, it wasn't only medicine. Politics bled into this ritual too. A noble lucky enough to be in the room could seize the moment to slip a petition into the king's hand, or whisper a plea while others kept their distance. The smell was secondary, the opportunity was priceless. Think of it as a bizarre version of modern lobbying, except instead of fancy dinners or golf courses, the negotiations happened while the king sat on his commode. Some men became famous not for military victories or eloquent speeches, but for being in the right place at the right flush. And the throne itself was symbolic. Covered in velvet, adorned with gilded details, it was designed to mask the indecency of what was happening. But that disguise fooled no one. Everyone knew. They smelled it, they saw it, and they still fought to be there. It tells us something unsettling about human ambition. Dignity is the first casualty when power is on the line. A duke who once commanded thousands of soldiers could be found bowing near the king's chair, hoping a polite nod from Louis would resurrect his fortunes. Versailles was a place where you could lose your honor but gain a pension. What makes the whole scene both grotesque and comic is how normalized it became. Children of the court grew up believing it was natural to watch their monarch defecate. Servants polished the chair like it was a holy relic. Nobles boasted at dinner parties about having been present during the royal function, as though it were equivalent to a military honor. In our time, we share awkward bathroom stories for laughs. In Louis' time, they shared them for prestige. It shows how easily societies can bend reality when status is at stake. The mirrors of Versailles have reflected centuries of ambition and downfall. Let them reflect you as well. Leave your mark in the comments and let this history travel further with your share. There's also a darker layer. By making his most intimate acts public, Louis stripped himself of privacy, but forced everyone else into submission. No one could pretend to be above him, not even in the most human of moments. Watching the king perform nature's duty reminded everyone that he was still flesh and blood, but flesh and blood elevated to ritual. He turned weakness into dominance. What could be more humiliating for a nobleman than to stand silently while the king relieved himself, powerless except to applaud his digestion? Louis weaponized even his bowels, and yet we cannot dismiss the theatricality. This ritual reinforced the idea that the king was the axis of the universe. He was not hiding in a chamber, ashamed of human frailty. He was saying, "I'm so elevated that even this act, the one all men share, becomes sacred when I perform it." It was absurd, yes, but it was also clever. By lowering himself before the eyes of his court, he paradoxically raised himself beyond comparison. The nobles, reduced to spectators, were constantly reminded that their existence depended on his. Even his waist was worth attending. This strange performance lingered in memory long after the moment passed. Gossip about what had transpired circulated through Versailles, exaggerated and embroidered until it became part of the court's daily drama. The intimacy of the king's body fueled a cycle of whispers that kept the entire palace obsessed with him. And that obsession was exactly what Louis wanted. In the theater of power, no detail was too small, no act too private. It leaves us to wonder, if a man could transform the act of sitting on a toilet into a demonstration of absolute authority, what else could he turn into theater? Versailles was not just a palace of mirrors, it was a palace of performances, each more extravagant and unsettling than the last. And as the day unfolded, those performances would expand far beyond bodily functions into perfumes, fashions, and the strange rituals that defined the court's obsession with appearance. Even the way Louis XIV avoided bathing became a spectacle of its own. Bathing for Louis XIV was not a daily necessity, but an event so rare it was almost legendary. The king bathed only a handful of times in his entire life, and when he did, it was newsworthy. In 17th century France, water was not associated with cleanliness, but with danger. Physicians of the time believed that hot water opened the pores, allowing sickness to seep into the body like an invading army. So while commoners sometimes washed in rivers or used simple wooden tubs, the King of France avoided water as though it were poison. He preferred instead to be scrubbed with cloths soaked in alcohol, or dusted with powders meant to keep his skin dry. Imagine replacing your morning shower with a quick splash of brandy and some scented powder, then declaring yourself clean. For Louis, that was not eccentricity, it was medical advice. The irony is that while Louis rarely bathed, he sweated constantly. Versailles was built on marshland, damp and humid, and the king dressed in heavy layers of brocade, lace, and velvet. He changed shirts several times a day, sometimes more than 10, not because he was fussy, but because the stench became unbearable. Laundry was a small empire in itself at Versailles. Servants worked endlessly to wash, starch, and perfume the endless stream of linen that clung to his body. Each fresh shirt was paraded almost like a badge of renewal, as though cleanliness could be achieved one piece of fabric at a time. It is amusing to think that today we obsess over gym clothes that smell after one workout, while Louis dealt with an entire palace full of damp cloth heavy with perfume and sweat. Perfume was his true armor. Louis was drenched in it, from the tips of his wigs to the soles of his shoes. He favored strong scents, ambergris, musk, orange blossom, and layered them until the air around him was thick with fragrance. Visitors to Versailles often wrote that the palace smelled before it was seen, a suffocating cloud of perfume hovering over its halls. But perfume was more than vanity, it was camouflage. With poor plumbing and thousands of bodies crammed into the palace, the smell of Versailles was infamous. Excrement lurked in corners, urine-stained stairwells, chamber pots overflowed in hallways. The only way to survive was to drown it all in scent. Louis's addiction to perfume was not only personal indulgence, but a strategy to keep Versailles tolerable. Yet the excess created its own problem. The palace became a battlefield of competing fragrances, each courtier hoping to mask reality with their own olfactory signature. The king's reluctance to bathe had other consequences. His skin was often covered with sores and rashes, which doctors treated with ointments so foul they clashed with his perfumes. Imagine a cocktail of rosewater, musk, and medicinal tar mixed into the humid air of Versailles. Foreign ambassadors often left dizzy, remarking less on his policies than on the overwhelming smell. But in Louis's world, the body of the king was not judged as ordinary flesh. It was theater, and even his odors became part of the spectacle. His sweat, his ointments, his perfumes, these were not embarrassments, but signs of vitality, symbols to be interpreted. When a man rules by divine right, even his smell can be sacred. The strangeness deepens when we consider that hygiene was not only about the body, but about display. To be seen washing could be dangerous, a sign of weakness or indulgence. Nobles imitated the king's avoidance of water, fearing ridicule if they appeared too fond of bathing. Dirt became fashionable, while perfume became currency. Courtiers spent fortunes on exotic oils and powders imported from the East, sometimes bankrupting themselves just to keep up with the suffocating standards of Versailles. It makes you reflect on our own obsessions with luxury brands, how people today will spend beyond their means for a handbag or a watch. At Versailles, the same desperation revolved around bottles of perfume and bars of soap that were rarely used. Yet Louis's aversion to water created peculiar exceptions. When he finally did bathe, it was treated almost like a coronation. Servants gathered, physicians observed, courtiers whispered, as though the rare immersion in water carried mystical significance. Accounts describe the king stepping gingerly into a massive copper tub, attendants ready with sponges and towels, the whole room silent in awe. And what was ordinary for a peasant became extraordinary for a monarch. One might laugh, but in a way it reveals the absurd logic of absolutism. The less the king did something, the more important it became. By refusing ordinary routines, he elevated them into rituals. And this leads to a darker truth. The obsession with perfume and avoidance of water was not only about health, but about control. By setting the standard, Louis dictated the habits of an entire nation. Fashion, hygiene, even smell were drawn into his orbit. If the king avoided baths, so did his nobles. If the king drenched himself in musk, so did the court. The monarch's pores became the pores of France itself. It's almost comical to imagine the ripple effect. One man's sweaty linen setting trends for thousands. Yet it was deadly serious. To smell like the king was to belong. To smell otherwise was to be excluded. And behind the laughter lies the tragedy of Versailles. A palace so magnificent it dazzled the world, yet so foul it reeked of rot beneath the perfume. The king, exalted as the sun, lived shrouded in powders and oils, terrified of water and consumed by appearances. If even bathing became a spectacle, what hope was there for sincerity in any other part of life? The rituals of Louis XIV remind us how power can transform the ordinary into the grotesque, how fear and vanity can twist even the simplest acts into theater. And if water itself became taboo in his world, what other boundaries between nature and performance were about to be erased within those mirrored halls? Perfume was not just an accessory at Versailles, it was survival. After all, if bathing was feared and plumbing was primitive, there had to be another way to mask the odors that clung to every corridor of the Sun King's palace. Louis XIV turned fragrance into an art form, drowning himself and his courtiers in clouds of scent so dense that visitors sometimes described the air as almost chewable. He wore perfumes heavy with musk, ambergris, and civet, animalic essences so potent that even a drop could linger for days. The king demanded that his gloves be soaked in orange blossom, that his wigs be powdered with violet, and that his rooms be spritzed constantly with concoctions of rose water and herbs. To walk into his presence was to enter an invisible fog of power, a sensory weapon as commanding as his gaze. Yet this love affair with perfume had a comic side. Ambassadors reported leaving Versailles with headaches, dizzy from the competing fragrances. One described the palace as a place where the nose could not rest, assaulted by layers of spice, flour, musk, and sweat. Imagine attending a meeting where every person wore a different cologne, none of them subtle, and the windows stayed firmly shut. Versailles was that meeting, 24 hours a day. Perfume was meant to hide the stench of waste and unwashed bodies, but it often created its own suffocating atmosphere. Still, to refuse it was to risk being noticed, and in Louis's court, to be noticed for the wrong reason could mean social death. Louis himself pushed perfume beyond personal use into politics. He gifted custom fragrances to loyal courtiers, ensuring that his scent lingered on their skin as a reminder of his favor. Wearing a perfume chosen by the king was like wearing a badge of allegiance, an olfactory signal that one was inside the circle of power. Even the gardens of Versailles became scented weapons. They were designed not just for beauty, but to produce raw material for perfumes. Orange trees wheeled indoors in winter, beds of jasmine harvested daily, entire glasshouses built to force exotic flowers to bloom. The air itself was enlisted in the service of absolutism. What makes this both absurd and fascinating is how perfume became a mask for deeper decay. The palace stank of sewage because plumbing was inadequate. People relieved themselves in stairwells behind curtains, even in fireplaces. Chamber pots overflowed, and cleaning crews could never keep up with the tide of filth produced by thousands of residents. The noble response? More perfume. It's as though they thought reality could be erased by drowning it in roses. There's a strange parallel with our own age, where we spray air fresheners in cars and offices instead of opening a window, preferring illusion to honesty. Versailles lived in that illusion every day. Every garden here was replanted after storms tried to erase them. Help this story grow again by giving it a like and inviting others to walk these paths with us. But perfume was not only about covering smells, it was believed to protect health. Doctors insisted that strong scents purified the air, guarding the body against plague and disease. The king's physicians recommended constant inhalation of floral vapors, and courtiers carried pomanders, small balls filled with herbs and spices to ward off contagion. In their minds, to smell good was to be safe. One can almost laugh at the idea of musk as medicine, yet it reveals how deeply fear of illness shaped their habits. And, in a palace where thousands mingled daily, fear was never far away. The excess had consequences. Perfume clung to fabrics, soaked into walls, and mixed with the natural odors of sweat, food, and waste until the very stones of Versailles seemed to exhale fragrance. When carpenters replaced floorboards, they reported the wood reeked of centuries of musk. Visitors joked that one could find the king's scent in the rafters long after he had left the room. Perfume became part of the architecture, an invisible layer binding the palace together. It is both funny and tragic to think of marble and wood infused with civet and ambergris, as though the building itself had learned to sweat alongside its inhabitants. And yet, despite the comic image of everyone drowning in scent, there was seduction in it too. Courtiers perfected the art of scent layering, blending vanilla with rose, musk with lavender, to craft personal signatures. The hallways became arenas of olfactory competition, each noble hoping their fragrance would catch the king's attention. It was not unlike modern branding. Versailles was a place where your smell could be your logo, your reputation hanging in the air before you spoke a word. If today we worry about the perfect Instagram filter, they worried about the perfect blend of amber and violet. What makes the story even more revealing is how perfume blurred into intimacy. Letters between lovers at court sometimes described not kisses or touches, but the lingering smell of skin and hair. Perfume was erotic, a way to mark territory and inflame desire. Louis himself used it as a tool of seduction, arriving at secret trysts already perfumed with blends designed to intoxicate. Scent was memory, possession, conquest. In a world where privacy barely existed, perfume became the most intimate form of expression, and the most dangerous. To smell like the wrong person could spark scandal. To smell like the king could secure your future. But all this raises a question that cannot be ignored. If perfume was the shield against filth, if fragrance was the armor of power, what happened when the mask slipped? What did it mean when the stench of reality broke through the fog of roses and musk? The answer lay in the darker corners of Versailles, where odor was not just inconvenient but unavoidable, and where the limits of perfume were tested against the unrelenting human body. And it is in those corners that the next chapter of Louis XIV's intimate theater unfolded. If perfume was the mask that Versailles wore, clothing was the full costume, and for Louis XIV, costume was everything. The Sun King understood that appearances were not superficial decoration, but the very foundation of his authority. His wardrobe was less about fabric and more about theater, a stage on which power was displayed in silk, lace, and gold. Each morning, after the lever, came the grand habillage, the great dressing ceremony, where dozens of courtiers fought for the privilege of handing the king his stockings, his shirt, or his gloves. It is difficult to overstate how absurd and yet how powerful this ritual was. Imagine the most influential men in your country competing not for a seat in Parliament, but for the chance to hold your underwear. That was the daily reality at Versailles. Louis owned thousands of garments, each meticulously catalogued. And he did not merely wear them, he performed them. His shoes alone were designed to lift him above others, literally. He favored heels painted bright red, so that when he walked across the polished floors, the flash of crimson announced his presence before his voice did. Red was forbidden to anyone else at court. The message was clear. Even from the ankles down, Louis stood apart. This is where fashion and politics fused, where a splash of color could carry the weight of a law. We see echoes of this today in luxury branding, exclusive sneakers or handbags that declare status, but at Versailles, it was codified into the very hierarchy of the realm. The fabrics themselves told stories of conquest and ambition. Silk imported from Lyon, lace from Alençon, and gold thread from Italy created garments that were not only heavy on the shoulders, but heavy with meaning. Each piece demonstrated the wealth of France, the king's ability to command global trade, and the artisanship of his people. Even the colors were political. Blue signified loyalty, white purity, and gold divine radiance. To see Louis in a shimmering suit embroidered with suns was not to see a man, but to behold the embodiment of monarchy. Every button, every ribbon, every jewel was propaganda stitched into cloth. But there was comedy too. These garments were beautiful, yet profoundly impractical. Layers upon layers of fabric trapped heat in the humid Versailles air, making the king sweat through his perfumes. The weight of embroidery sometimes made it difficult to move naturally, and courtiers often described the king gliding more than walking, as if stiffened by his own magnificence. One can imagine him longing for the freedom of a peasant's linen shirt while being sewn into a gown of silver brocade. And yet, to abandon the spectacle, even for a moment, would have been unthinkable. Power, once woven into fabric, could not be unwoven. The ritual of dressing also revealed the strange economy of intimacy. To hand the king his shirt was not just a task, it was access. Courtiers bribed their way into the rotation, hoping that a few seconds at his side might allow them to whisper a request or gain his smile. The king's body became the axis around which careers spun. Some men rose to power not through battlefields or brilliance, but through the simple fortune of fastening his cufflinks at the right moment. It was theater, yes, but it was also deadly serious. In a world where one gesture could determine your future, even folding a sleeve became a matter of destiny. Clothing was also a weapon in the battle of seduction. The king's mistresses were dressed with equal extravagance, their gowns engineered to dazzle at balls and banquets, reflecting light from the chandeliers until their bodies seemed like living jewels. Fashion in Versailles was not modesty, but exposure. Corsets pressed, skirts swelled, necklines plunged. The body was a canvas on which loyalty and desire were painted in silk and satin. And just as perfume blurred the line between intimacy and politics, clothing did the same. A gown might be chosen not for beauty, but for the message it sent. A rival could be humiliated, a lover flattered, a queen overshadowed. Fabric spoke louder than words. And here is the strangest paradox. While clothing created distance, it also created vulnerability. Beneath the gilded layers, Louis's body was frail, prone to illnesses and sores. His finery hid the imperfections, masking weakness with brilliance. But the court knew. They whispered when he winced at a seam too tight, when a shoe rubbed his swollen foot, when sweat soaked his shirt faster than usual. Clothing was both shield and confession, protecting him while betraying him in subtle ways. To live in constant display meant that even the weight of your clothes became a subject of gossip. It is tempting to laugh at the absurdity of men in mountains of lace and wigs the size of small animals, but to do so is to miss the darker truth. The ridiculous was not accidental. It was strategy. By drowning his court in spectacle, Louis ensured they were too busy obsessing over ribbons and jewels to plot rebellion. They competed in fashion, not politics. They measured their lives in inches of silk, not acres of land. The theater of clothing was not vanity, but control. And if he could command what they wore, he could command how they thought. But what happened when the clothing came off? If garments were masks of power, then the removal of those garments revealed something Versailles feared most, the unadorned human body. And nowhere was that fear more exposed than in the moments when the king's flesh failed him, when illness broke through the perfume and gold, and when rituals of beauty gave way to rituals of medicine. In those moments, the performance faltered, and the theater of Versailles revealed cracks far deeper than seams of silk. Illness was the one thing that no gold embroidery, no perfume, no ritual could disguise. For all his glittering magnificence, Louis XIV was still a man of flesh, and that flesh betrayed him often. His body, exposed daily to the gaze of courtiers, became a theater not only of majesty but of vulnerability. Every rash, every swelling, every grimace of pain was noticed, whispered about, and interpreted like an omen. To live as the Sun King was, to live under constant medical surveillance, where even your stomach ache could be treated as a state affair. Imagine having your entire country gossip about your bowel movements, your fevers, your dental problems. It was reality for Louis every single day. His health struggles began early and grew worse with age. Decades of indulgence, lavish feasts, endless wine, sleepless nights of entertainment took their toll. He suffered from gout, rotting teeth, fevers, digestive troubles, and a jaw infection so severe that pus sometimes leaked during conversation. Yet none of this could be hidden. The court, ever hungry for spectacle, made his illnesses part of the performance. Physicians attended him in groups, sometimes as many as 10 at once, debating loudly in his chamber while nobles leaned in at the doorway. These medical consultations were not private but public dramas, staged for an audience who treated the king's body as a barometer of France's future. Versailles has always been a stage, but every stage needs its audience. Stay with us, subscribe, and let the next act unfold with you among its witnesses. Medicine at the time was less science than ritual. Bloodletting, purging, and enemas were the order of the day. Louis endured hundreds of these treatments, often administered with a solemnity that made them seem like ceremonies rather than cures. Picture the scene. The king lying on his bed while a physician proudly displays a bowl of his blood to the watching nobles, declaring that balance has been restored to the royal humors. The absurdity is easy to see now, but at the time it was considered essential, and the courtiers did not flinch. They studied his complexion, whispered about the color of the blood, and carried gossip through the palace corridors faster than the physicians could stitch him back together. Perhaps the most infamous of his medical humiliations was his dental nightmare. Louis lost nearly all his teeth due to untreated infections and sugar consumption, leaving him in constant agony. When surgeons attempted to extract an abscessed tooth, they shattered part of his upper jaw and created a hole that connected his mouth to his nasal cavity. For the rest of his life, he struggled with eating and speaking, sometimes leaking food and drink through his nose. Courtiers, however, did not turn away. They took notes. His suffering became yet another spectacle, whispered about in salons, recorded in journals, exaggerated in foreign reports. The king's very breath, often foul from infection, became a subject of political commentary. And yet Louis never abandoned the theater. Even in illness, he insisted on public rituals. He would allow himself to be seen weak, but never private. His suffering was part of his majesty, a demonstration of endurance and divine favor. If he survived each ordeal, it was proof of God's blessing on his reign. In this way, his very pain became propaganda. The worse his condition, the greater his recovery seemed. Nobles saw him bleed, gag, or limp, and when he returned to preside over a ball or a military council, it seemed miraculous. The man who could command armies could also command his own broken body to perform. What makes these medical rituals even stranger is the way they blended with superstition. Physicians argued over humors, but courtiers whispered about curses. When Louis's health declined, rumors spread of witchcraft, of poisoned powders slipped into his food, of mystical forces at play. Nobles carried amulets, muttered prayers, consulted astrologers, all while pretending to trust the doctors. Versailles was a palace of mirrors, but it was also a palace of shadows where science, religion, and magic collided in the sick room of the king. And in the whispers of poison and spells, one could hear the seeds of paranoia that would later explode in the scandal of the affair of the poisons. For the courtiers, the king's health was more than gossip. It was currency. If he was ill, alliances shifted, succession plans were whispered, rivals maneuvered. A noble might cheer secretly at news of the king's fever, hoping it would create opportunity. Others rushed to his bedside to show loyalty, eager to be seen as faithful even in moments of weakness. The king's body was not his own. It belonged to the nation, the court, and the vultures circling for advantage. His bedchamber was both a sick room and a battlefield. What is remarkable, and even a little darkly comic, is how Louis himself participated in this spectacle. He would allow his sores, his wounds, even his surgeries to be witnessed, as though his endurance was part of his role. Imagine inviting your entire office to watch your root canal, not out of necessity, but out of duty. That was Louis. His body was a stage, and illness was a performance that reinforced his divinity. If he survived, it was God's will. If he suffered, it was France's burden. In either case, he remained the center of attention. And yet, beneath all the ritual and propaganda, the truth was raw and human. He felt the pain. He feared the infections. He endured humiliation with clenched teeth when he had teeth left. He was a man imprisoned not only by power but by performance, trapped in a body that betrayed him while an audience refused to look away. His life reminds us that absolute monarchy demanded absolute exposure, even of agony. The Sun King shone brightly, but the light revealed every flaw, every wound, every drop of blood spilled in the name of medicine. And if his illnesses turned into theater, then the question naturally follows, what about his pleasures? If the body in pain was put on display, what happened when the body sought desire? At Versailles, the line between sickness and seduction blurred, and just as doctors hovered at his bedside, lovers hovered at his door. And it was there, in the secret corridors and hidden chambers, that the most scandalous spectacles of all began to unfold. Desire at Versailles was never a private matter. In fact, it was almost as public as the king's morning toilette. Louis XIV understood that love affairs were not simply passions of the heart, but instruments of control, and he wielded them with the same precision as he did armies. His mistresses were not hidden away in distant houses. They lived within the palace, paraded in its halls, seated beside him at dinners, and recognized almost as extensions of his throne. In the strange world of Versailles, adultery was less a scandal than a spectacle, and each affair unfolded like a carefully staged play where every whisper, every stolen glance, every sudden pregnancy carried political weight. The most famous of these women, the maîtresse en titre, occupied a role somewhere between lover, advisor, and minister. Madame de Montespan, perhaps the most notorious, embodied this perfectly. She dazzled with wit, ruled with sharpness, and used her proximity to the king to build vast networks of patronage. Courtiers groaned when she entered a room because it meant yet another round of favors, appointments, and rivalries rearranged overnight. Yet no one dared ignore her. If Montespan smiled at you, doors opened. If she frowned, careers collapsed. All of this power stemmed not from a crown or a title, but from sharing the king's bed. The intimacy of the bedroom had become indistinguishable from the machinery of the state. What strikes us today is the openness of it all. The Queen, Marie-Thérèse of Spain, was humiliated daily, forced to watch her husband flaunt his mistresses at court. It was protocol that she endure it silently, her role reduced to producing heirs and maintaining dignity while others enjoyed the king's affection. Imagine the psychological torture of walking into a banquet and seeing your husband laugh with the woman the entire palace knows he visited the night before. And yet, the Queen could not object, because to oppose the king's desires was to oppose France itself. This brutal theater of humiliation was normalized, and the courtiers even placed bets on who might be next in the royal favor. The palace itself became an accomplice. Hidden doors, secret staircases, and private apartments allowed Louis to slip from one chamber to another under the cover of night. Servants turned a blind eye, guards conveniently looked away, and soon the walls of Versailles seemed to throb with the echoes of his desires. But nothing remained secret for long. Gossip spread through the galleries faster than candle smoke. Every affair dissected in detail, embroidered with exaggerations, retold until fact and fantasy blurred. The king's body, once again, was public property. His pleasures transformed into political theater. And yet there was tenderness too, or at least the illusion of it. Louis showered his favorites with gifts, jewels, estates, titles, elevating entire families because of a single woman's charm. Some courtiers, in desperation, even offered their daughters to the king, gambling their honor for a chance at power. It reveals the corruption at the heart of Versailles. The body was currency, and no price was too high if it meant climbing closer to the sun. The line between love and ambition evaporated, leaving behind only strategy disguised as romance. There was, however, a dark side that even Louis could not perfume away. Desire, when mixed with power, became dangerous. Madame de Montespan herself was later implicated in the affair of the poisons, accused of dabbling in black masses and love potions to secure the king's affections. The rumors were lurid. Infants sacrificed in rituals, spells whispered over cups of chocolate, priests turned into sorcerers for hire. Whether true or exaggerated, the scandal shook Versailles, exposing the rot beneath the glitter. When love becomes a battlefield, the weapons are not always roses. They are poisons, daggers, and whispers of the devil's hand. But the most unsettling truth is that the king encouraged this chaos. By flaunting his affairs, he kept the nobility distracted, forever plotting around the bedsheets instead of around the throne. The nobles obsessed over who warmed the royal bed rather than who controlled the treasury. It was Machiavellian brilliance disguised as lust. Louis's body became the arena in which France's greatest families fought their quiet wars, using daughters, sisters, and cousins as pawns in an erotic chess game. And for all the laughter and scandal, there was tragedy too. Many of these women, once discarded, lived out their lives in loneliness, exiled to convents or ignored by the court that had once bowed before them. The glitter of Versailles was unforgiving. When beauty faded, so did influence. To be loved by the king was dangerous. One day, you were the sun's reflection. The next, you were a shadow erased from memory. Behind the jewels and lace lay tears, regrets, and forgotten promises. This intertwining of sex and power created a culture, where intimacy was always suspect, where every gesture might conceal a plot. Versailles became a carnival of seduction, manipulation, and betrayal, its mirrored halls reflecting not only splendor, but also the darker truths of human desire. And if lovers could become ministers, and mistresses could wield more influence than generals, then it was only a matter of time before desire spilled into superstition, and the whispers of love gave way to the whispers of sorcery. Superstition was never far from the golden halls of Versailles. Beneath the chandeliers and marble floors, in the shadows of mirrored galleries, the court of Louis XIV pulsed with whispers of charms, curses, and forbidden rituals. Desire had already entangled politics in the form of mistresses and lovers, but when those desires turned desperate, many reached for darker solutions. What was at stake was not merely affection, but power, survival, and influence at the very heart of France. And so, the boundaries between devotion, medicine, and magic began to blur, until it became impossible to know whether a potion was meant to heal or to destroy. This world exploded into the notorious affair of the poisons, a scandal that shook Versailles like thunder. Beginning in the late 1670s, rumors spread that members of the nobility were turning to fortune-tellers, alchemists, and self-proclaimed witches for love potions, fertility charms, and most chilling of all, poisons. These were not desperate peasants seeking luck in love, but duchesses, counts, even ladies-in-waiting. People who lived in gilded rooms by day and crept into secret meetings with sorcerers by night. At the center of it all was Catherine Monvoisin, known as La Voisin, a fortune-teller who supplied half of Paris with potions and powders. Her clients included some of the most powerful women at court, all chasing the same dream, securing or maintaining the king's affection. The recipes themselves were bizarre, sometimes grotesque. Aphrodisiacs made from dried toads, ground bones, or exotic spices were sold alongside deadly poisons brewed from arsenic and belladonna. There were whispers of black masses held in candlelit chambers, with priests turned into blasphemous officiants, sacrificing infants or mixing blood into wine. Whether every rumor was true hardly mattered. The fear of it spread like fire. Even Madame de Montespan, the king's long-standing mistress, was implicated. Accusations claimed she resorted to love potions and dark rituals to keep Louis faithful to her, and though the evidence was never proven in full, the stain of suspicion clung to her name. The idea that the king's bed might have been influenced by sorcery was both scandalous and terrifying. It is here that the comedy and horror of Versailles collide. On one hand, nobles who spent their days in silk and lace were sneaking at night to buy powders from women in tattered shawls, slipping potions into cups of chocolate or wine. Imagine a duchess, dripping in diamonds, secretly carrying a packet of poison tucked into her corset. On the other hand, the accusations spiraled into paranoia, with people executed on mere suspicion, their alleged crimes exaggerated by gossip until every shadow seemed filled with witches. The line between superstition and hysteria grew razor thin, and soon the court was consumed not only with perfumes and love letters, but with fear of unseen forces. The king, who had spent his reign mastering appearances, was suddenly confronted with the possibility that even his power could be manipulated through invisible means. If love and loyalty could be won with powders and spells, what did that say about the divine authority he claimed to embody? It was a dangerous crack in the illusion of absolutism. To protect himself, Louis ordered sweeping investigations. Hundreds were questioned, dozens executed, and Paris was gripped by fear. Yet even as heads rolled, the fascination with magic did not vanish. Instead, it slipped deeper underground, a secret layer of life at court, where charms were worn under gowns and whispered prayers mixed with perfume on the skin. What makes this even more striking is how quickly superstition infected everyday life at Versailles. Courtiers carried talismans or amulets and consulted astrologers before making decisions. Some refused to dine with rivals, fearing their food might be poisoned. Others demanded testers for every dish served at banquets. The palace, built as a symbol of rational order and divine majesty, became a labyrinth of paranoia, where every gesture might conceal a hex. And the irony was delicious. The same nobles who scoffed at peasants' superstitions were themselves buying powders to sprinkle under the king's pillow. But superstition also had a strangely comic edge. For example, it was believed that wearing certain herbs sewn into one's clothing could secure the king's favor, leading to courtiers stuffed like walking spice cabinets, smelling faintly of rosemary and sage. Some carried potion rings, small compartments filled with perfumed powders to be discreetly sniffed at critical moments. Others wrote secret codes into letters, convinced that symbols and numbers could influence destiny. Versailles, which prided itself on elegance, sometimes resembled a carnival of magical thinking. Yet behind the humor lurked deadly consequences, for in a palace where power was everything, even superstition could kill. And so Louis's court found itself in a strange paradox. The most modern palace in Europe, a symbol of rational control and royal order, was haunted by medieval fears of curses and potions. The affair of the poisons exposed the fragility of the Sun King's carefully crafted image. He could command armies and dictate fashion, but he could not silence the whispers that love and loyalty might be won with blood and fire. And once superstition had taken root in the palace, it began to bleed into the very rituals of life and death, touching not just the affairs of lovers, but the most sacred events of the royal household. If magic and poison could seep into the king's bedchamber, what would happen when the queen's chamber was open to the public during childbirth? If sorcery threatened desire, what might it mean for the most vulnerable act of all? The creation of heirs in the glaring eyes of the entire court? At Versailles, even birth itself became a spectacle, one that was no less unsettling than the whispers of witches in the shadows. Childbirth at Versailles was not a private ordeal, but a state performance, and in many ways it was one of the most disturbing customs of Louis XIV's court. Imagine the most intimate and painful moment of a woman's life turned into a public spectacle, with dozens, sometimes hundreds of people watching. That was the fate of queens and royal mothers. When the queen went into labor, her bedchamber was open to courtiers, physicians, ambassadors, and sometimes even curious nobles who had no real business being there. The logic was brutal but simple. The birth of an heir was too important to be hidden behind closed doors. To prove legitimacy, to silence rumors of impostors, the act had to be witnessed by as many eyes as possible. The queen's body became the kingdom's theater. Marie-Thérèse of Spain, the queen of Louis XIV, endured this ordeal multiple times. Accounts describe her lying on a heavily draped bed, sweating under layers of fabric, surrounded by a suffocating crowd. Courtiers jostled for position, not to help, but to see. Gossip buzzed through the room like flies. Was the child strong? Did it look like the king? Was the queen struggling? Each detail became a matter of state, whispered down the corridors within minutes. Some reports even describe people climbing on chairs to peer over others' heads, desperate not to miss the moment when France's future would be pushed into the world. It is both grotesque and fascinating to think of childbirth treated like a public coronation, the screams of labor echoing not in privacy, but in a room packed with spectators. The conditions were hardly ideal for mother or child. The heat, the lack of sanitation, and the constant noise made the chamber a dangerous place. Midwives and physicians often had to work while being elbowed by nobles eager to get a closer look. Mistakes were made, infections spread, and yet no one questioned the system. For the court, seeing was believing, and the health of the queen was secondary to the security of succession. The cruel irony is that while the king feared bathing for fear of illness, the queen was forced to give birth in conditions that made disease almost inevitable. This ritual extended beyond the queen. Even royal mistresses, who bore the king's illegitimate children, sometimes faced a similar, though smaller, audience. Louis himself legitimized many of his bastards, giving them titles and lands, and so their births also carried political weight. In a world where bloodlines were everything, every delivery became a transaction between the body and the throne. One could say the women of Versailles lived with the knowledge that their wombs were not their own. They belonged to the monarchy, and by extension to France. And the hypocrisy was striking. On one hand, the court draped itself in silks, perfumes, and ritual elegance. On the other, it turned childbirth into a spectacle more suited to a marketplace. There were stories of nobles fainting at the sight, of others laughing nervously, of men debating loudly about the future of the child while the queen screamed in agony. It forces us to reflect. If even the queen, the highest woman in the land, was stripped of privacy and dignity, what chance did anyone else have? Versailles did not protect intimacy, it devoured it. There were comic moments too, though laced with cruelty. In one instance, the crowd was so thick that the midwives struggled to reach the queen in time, and courtiers joked that it seemed easier to enter battle than to push through her bedchamber. In another, a noble claimed he could not see well, and asked someone taller to lift him up, as though childbirth were a play at the theater. These absurd anecdotes highlight how normalized the practice had become. To them, it was not barbarity, but tradition. They could cheer, gossip, and faint all they liked, because, in the end, the queen's pain was simply another performance in the endless theater of Versailles. But beneath the comedy lay real tragedy. Many royal women suffered complications, miscarriages, or stillbirths under the gaze of the court. Their grief, instead of being private, was dissected by gossipers and ambassadors. Letters were sent across Europe within hours describing the queen's screams, the child's appearance, the king's reaction. Imagine the weight of knowing your heartbreak would be shared across continents before you even held your baby. For Marie-Thérèse, who endured multiple losses, the cruelty was unbearable, yet she could not protest. To protest would be to deny France its right to transparency. What makes this ritual so unsettling is how it reveals the ultimate truth of Versailles. There was no separation between public and private, between state and body. The king's digestion was political, his lovers were political, and even the queen's womb was political. Every act of intimacy was swallowed by spectacle. In our age, we debate the intrusion of cameras into private lives. At Versailles, the camera was not needed. The eyes of the court were sharper, hungrier, and more merciless. And yet, for all its cruelty, the practice achieved its purpose. The legitimacy of heirs was beyond question, and the monarchy's succession was secured. But at what cost? Dignity was sacrificed, pain was exposed, and the human body became little more than a stage prop. And once childbirth had been transformed into theater, it was inevitable that the same logic would be applied to every aspect of life and death at court. If the Queen's agony could be made into a performance, then the decline of the king himself, the slow march of sickness and mortality, would become the most dramatic show of all. Death was the one performance Louis XIV could not control, yet even in his decline he turned mortality into spectacle. The Sun King, who had ruled for more than 7 decades, found his body betraying him in ways no perfume, no robe of gold, and no ritual could disguise. By the last years of his reign, his legs were swollen with gangrene, his teeth long gone, his face sunken, and his once radiant stride reduced to a slow, painful shuffle. But at Versailles, even suffering was staged. The king's decline became the final act of a theater that had consumed his entire life, and nobles watched his body with the same fascination they once reserved for his triumphs. The illness that eventually claimed him began with a small sore on his leg. Physicians dismissed it at first, but the wound spread, turning black with infection until the smell filled his chambers. Gangrene, they realized, was devouring him alive. Yet rather than retreat into privacy, Louis allowed the court to witness his agony. He held audiences from his bed, summoning ministers and ambassadors, determined to embody control even as his flesh decayed. For a monarch who had made his body the axis of power, showing weakness was dangerous. But Louis knew how to transform weakness into majesty. His endurance became proof of divine favor, his survival from day to day a living miracle. And still, the rituals continued. The lever and the caucho, the morning and evening ceremonies, were maintained even when the king could barely move. Courtiers gathered to watch servants change his bandages, his wounds exposed to the public eye, as if the state itself depended on these macabre displays. Doctors debated loudly in his chamber, performing their authority as much as practicing medicine. Bloodlettings, poultices, and amputations were considered, each decision carried out in front of a horrified audience. The palace that had been perfumed with musk and roses now reeked of decay, and yet the nobles pressed closer, desperate to be seen at the king's side in his final days. What makes this both tragic and darkly comic is how gossip swirled even as the king lay dying. Some courtiers whispered that his illness was punishment from God, others that it was the result of poison or witchcraft still haunting Versailles. Ambassadors sent frantic reports back to their countries, describing the king's condition in excruciating detail: his pulse, his breathing, the color of his sores. His body, once the symbol of eternal vitality, had become a bulletin board for Europe's anxieties. Even in his decline, Louis was never allowed to be merely a man. He remained the stage upon which France projected its fears. Louis himself did not flinch from the role. In his final speeches, he spoke of duty, urging his 5-year-old great-grandson, the future Louis XV, to avoid the mistakes of his reign. He admitted he had loved war too much, spent too much, indulged too much. It was perhaps the only time in his life that sincerity cracked through the performance. Yet even this confession was delivered before an audience, a lesson as carefully choreographed as any ballet performed in the Hall of Mirrors. His deathbed became a pulpit, his last words a script written for posterity. When he finally died in September 1715, after weeks of agony, Versailles erupted in both grief and relief. Some wept sincerely, others rushed to secure their positions under the new king, but the rituals did not end with his last breath. His body was embalmed, his organs removed, and in keeping with custom, they were divided and buried separately. His heart in one church, his entrails in another, his body in Saint Denis. Even in death, Louis was fragmented, dissected into ceremonies, his remains serving as relics of a monarchy that had turned a man into a myth. The Sun King was gone, but the performance lingered. The funeral itself was another stage. Crowds lined the streets to watch his coffin pass, draped in black and gold, carried by horses adorned with plumes. Priests chanted, nobles paraded, and the people, many of whom had suffered famine and war under his rule, whispered among themselves about whether this spectacle was mourning or mockery. Some kissed the ground as the coffin passed, others spat. The man who had built Versailles as a theater of power had succeeded in one last act. His death was as much a performance as his life. Yet the irony is impossible to ignore. Louis had spent his reign crafting an image of eternal grandeur, calling himself the Sun King, comparing his reign to the eternal rising of the sun. But the sun sets, and when it set on Louis XII, it revealed the fragility of a system built entirely on spectacle. Behind the perfumes lay rot, behind the silks lay sores, behind the rituals lay fear. His death was not only the end of a man, but the exposure of a truth Versailles had always tried to hide: that no performance, however dazzling, can hold back the decay of flesh. And if his decline turned into theater, it raised one final question. What would happen to Versailles itself once the curtain fell on the Sun King? Would the palace remain a symbol of glory, or would it become a haunted monument to extravagance, superstition, and excess? As the mirrors reflected the flickering candlelight in the nights after his death, courtiers must have wondered whether they were watching the last act of absolutism, or merely the beginning of another performance in the endless theater of French history. The palace survives because its stories are retold. Add your voice to this living history, comment your thoughts, and together we will carry Versailles into its next chapter. Versailles did not die with Louis XIV. If anything, the palace grew louder after his passing, filled with echoes of his rituals, his scandals, and his unrelenting theater of power. The Sun King's death left behind not only a child monarch, Louis XV, barely 5 years old, but also a court addicted to spectacle, gossip, and the rituals that had defined their existence for decades. Without the commanding presence of the man who had choreographed every detail, the question was simple. What would happen to a world built entirely on performance when the leading actor was gone? The answer came slowly, in fragments. On the one hand, Versailles remained the glittering stage of Europe, a place envoys traveled to in awe, dazzled by the architecture and overwhelmed by the sheer scale of its ceremonies. On the other hand, without Louis XIV's iron will, the rituals began to lose their sharpness. The lever, once a weapon of political control, became routine. Nobles still jostled to hand the king his shirt or slippers, but when the king was a child, the gesture lost its intimidation. What had once been a performance of majesty began to look like parody. Imagine watching actors try to keep a play alive after the star has left the stage. The costumes remain, the lines are spoken, but the magic is gone. Yet the hunger for spectacle did not vanish. If anything, it grew worse. Courtiers who had spent their entire lives competing for Louis XIV's attention could not simply abandon the habits of intrigue. They turned their energies elsewhere, toward the Regency Council, toward the new mistresses of the young king, toward one another. Versailles became a place of restless energy, where gossip filled the void left by the Sun King's commanding presence. Scandal became the currency of survival, and with less control from the throne, the whispers grew louder. Ambassadors reported less on policy and more on who was sleeping with who had lost favor, and who had been humiliated at the card tables. It was during this time that Versailles' reputation as a place of decadence hardened. Foreign visitors described it as dazzling and rotten at once, a palace of marble halls and open sewers, of glittering gowns and starving peasants outside its gates. The contrast was brutal. While nobles gorged themselves on banquets and entertained themselves with endless performances, the French countryside groaned under famine and tax burdens. The court's excesses were no longer balanced by the towering authority of Louis XIV. Instead, they looked increasingly absurd, a parody of power performed for an audience that was growing restless beyond the palace walls. And yet, Versailles remained intoxicating for those inside. The mirrors, the chandeliers, the music, the games, it was a world designed to seduce, to distract, to trap. Many courtiers knew that the rituals were hollow, but they could not escape. To leave Versailles was to abandon influence, to fade into irrelevance. Better to endure humiliation in silk than to vanish in dignity elsewhere. The palace was less a residence than a gilded cage, its inhabitants prisoners of their own desire for proximity to the throne. The rituals that had once been instruments of control had become shackles, binding the nobility to a system they both despised and craved. What makes this transition so compelling is the way Versailles turned from theater into ghost story. The halls were haunted not by spirits, but by memories, every mirror reflecting the shadow of Louis XIV, every ceremony an echo of his design. Nobles still told stories of his lever, of his mistresses, of the time he endured surgery without anesthesia while courtiers looked on. These tales became part of the mythology of Versailles, retold with embellishments, shaping the palace's identity long after the Sun King was buried. In this sense, he never really left. His presence lingered in the rituals, in the perfumes embedded in the walls, in the very air that seemed to remember him. But the cracks were widening. Superstition, once hidden in whispers, began to creep back into everyday life. When crops failed, some said it was because the Sun King had taken the sun with him. When illnesses spread, others murmured that Versailles was cursed, its marble halls saturated not only with perfume, but with the sins of decades of excess. Some courtiers still carried amulets, still consulted astrologers, still feared poison in their wine. The shadow of the affair of the poisons had not disappeared. It had simply slipped into new disguises, shaping the paranoia of a court that had lost its master of order. And this is where the irony sharpened. Louis XIV had built Versailles to control the nobility, to distract them with theater so they could not rebel. In his absence, the theater continued, but without direction, it devolved into chaos. The nobles were still actors, but the script was lost. They improvised with scandals, with gossip, with desperate displays of wealth and fashion. The audience beyond Versailles, the French people, watched with growing anger. What had once seemed glorious began to look grotesque. And though revolution was still decades away, the seeds of discontent were already being watered by the excesses of a palace that had outlived its purpose. The story of Versailles after Louis XIV is not just about continuity, but about the dangerous inertia of rituals. Once habits of power are created, they are difficult to dismantle, even when the reason for them has vanished. Nobles still crowded to watch the king eat, still begged for the chance to hand him a shirt, still measured their worth in the inches of distance between themselves and the throne. But each act carried less meaning, each gesture less awe. The theater was still staged, but the performance had become hollow. And in that hollowness, a new question began to rise. If even the greatest king of Europe could not escape decay, what would happen to the world he had built when the people outside the palace demanded their own stage? It is in that looming shadow, between splendor and collapse, that Versailles' story moves toward its darkest chapter, one where the mirrors would reflect not only silk and gold, but also the fire of torches and the anger of a nation no longer content to watch from outside the gilded gates. By the time the 18th century deepened, Versailles had become less a palace and more a symbol of grandeur, yes, but also of suffocating excess. The rituals that Louis XIV had carefully crafted to bind the nobility had outlived their purpose, yet they continued out of inertia. Nobles still woke before dawn to squeeze into the king's chambers, still bowed as he dressed, still jostled for the privilege of handing him a napkin at dinner. But where once these acts had been infused with awe and fear, they now carried the stale scent of parody. The performance went on, but the audience was restless. Behind the mirrored walls, life seemed eternal. Outside the palace gates, the world was changing. France in the early 18th century was not the same country that had worshipped Louis XIV as the Sun King. Famines had scarred the land, taxes crushed peasants, and wars drained the treasury. Yet Versailles floated above it all, a glittering island where gossip about a mistress's dress seemed more urgent than news of starving villages. Visitors from abroad were dazzled by the spectacle, but also puzzled. How could a nation so troubled continue to pour its soul into ribbons and perfumes? The answer was simple and unsettling. Versailles had become addicted to appearances. To strip them away would mean confronting truths too dangerous to face. This addiction reached absurd levels. Balls, operas, hunts, and masquerades filled the calendar, often held even as coffers ran dry. Courtiers measured their success not by estates governed or battles won, but by how close they could stand to the king at a soiree. Debts mounted as nobles purchased ever more extravagant clothing, perfumes, and jewels to maintain the illusion of splendor. It was a theater of desperation, each player terrified of being forgotten. And in this desperate competition, dignity became the first casualty. There were stories of dukes pawning ancestral treasures just to afford new lace, of ladies reusing perfume bottles filled with watered-down concoction, of courtiers fainting from hunger while trying to look radiant at banquets. Versailles devoured its inhabitants as ruthlessly as it had once devoured their ambitions. Meanwhile, the French people were watching. Pamphlets circulated in Paris mocking the absurdities of court life. Satirists painted nobles as overdressed fools, more concerned with the king's cough than with the hunger in the streets. The palace that was meant to inspire awe now inspired ridicule. The mirrors in the Hall of Mirrors reflected not just light but hypocrisy, and every candlelit ball seemed to cast longer shadows on the suffering outside. The contrast was impossible to ignore, and resentment began to ferment in the same way perfume once masked rot. But Versailles was not only about appearances, it was also about silence. Everyone inside the palace knew the country was struggling, yet few dared to speak it aloud. To criticize the rituals was to risk exile from the only stage that gave their lives meaning. And so they pretended. They applauded as the young Louis XIV held audiences. They cheered at ballets. They whispered about mistresses, all while avoiding the reality that their world was built on crumbling foundations. It is a kind of comedy, almost tragic in its blindness, a society dancing itself to exhaustion, ignoring the fire smoldering at the edges of the stage. Even the monarch himself was trapped. Louis XV, inheriting the throne as a child, grew into a man surrounded by rituals that no longer commanded respect. He enjoyed the pleasures Versailles offered, hunting, mistresses, entertainments, but lacked the authority to reshape the system. Where his great-grandfather had turned rituals into weapons, he let them drift into decadence. His court became notorious for libertinage. His mistresses paraded as openly as those of Louis XIV, but with less political brilliance and more scandal. Madame de Pompadour and later Madame de Barry were powerful, not because they sharpened the machinery of the state, but because they fed the hunger for gossip that had become Versailles' lifeblood. The theater of desire had lost its subtlety and become raw spectacle. And yet, Versailles still seduced. Ambassadors continued to be dazzled, artists were inspired, and Europe still looked to France as the model of taste and elegance. The palace could still overwhelm the senses, its gardens stretching endlessly, its fountains dancing, its halls glittering with light. But even as it dazzled, it deceived. The gold was thinning, the debts piling, the applause sounding hollower with every performance. The nobles danced faster, laughed louder, and sprayed thicker clouds of perfume, all to drown out the growing sense that the world outside was preparing to break down the doors. This is what makes Versailles' story so haunting. It was not simply a palace, but a system of control, a theater where every act of intimacy, every gesture of the king, every scream of childbirth or groan of illness was transformed into ritual, and like all theaters, it relied on the audience's willingness to believe. But by the 18th century, belief was fading. The people outside no longer saw divinity in the king's body or legitimacy in the queen's pain. They saw cruelty, arrogance, and a grotesque parody of human life. The irony is that Versailles, built to magnify power, ended by magnifying its own decay. It had turned the ordinary, waking, eating, dressing, loving, birthing, dying, into performance. But once the curtain began to slip, once the illusion faltered, all that remained was exposure, and exposure in politics is fatal. What had once been brilliance now looked like a mockery. What had once inspired awe now stirred fury. The mirrors that had reflected sunlight now threatened to reflect fire. And that is where the story of Versailles presses forward, not into more rituals of lace and powder, but into revolution. For when the people finally stormed the palace in 1789, they were not simply attacking a building. They were tearing down the theater of absolutism itself, burning away the illusions that had trapped France for more than a century. Versailles was not just a stage for kings, it was the stage on which monarchy itself would stumble, fall, and collapse under the weight of its own performance. When the revolution finally reached Versailles, the illusion shattered in a way that even the most cynical court gossip could not have predicted. For more than a century, the palace had been a gilded theater, where kings performed power and nobles competed for scraps of attention. But by October 1789, the people of France no longer wanted to watch the play. They wanted to storm the stage, seize the actors, and tear down the set itself. What had begun as whispers of hunger and discontent became a roar of anger, and Versailles, the palace that had once represented divine majesty, became the ultimate symbol of arrogance and decay. The March of the Women on Versailles was one of the most striking episodes of that collapse. Thousands of women, many armed with pikes, clubs, and makeshift weapons, walked miles from Paris to demand bread and justice. These were not nobles, perfumed and powdered, but market women, mothers, and workers driven by desperation. The irony could not have been more brutal. While courtiers inside the palace argued about lace and etiquette, the women outside had not eaten for days. Their march was not just a protest, but a living reminder that Versailles, with its fountains and banquets, had severed itself from reality. When the mob broke into the palace, the contrast between illusion and reality became grotesquely clear. They stormed the Hall of Mirrors, that dazzling space where Louis XIV had once declared his majesty to the world, but instead of bowing to chandeliers and gilded ceilings, they smashed furniture, tore down drapes, and shouted for the king and queen. What had once been a temple of awe was now a stage of rage. The mirrors that had reflected the Sun King's splendor now reflected the fury of the people. One witness wrote that the palace seemed to groan as centuries of ritual collapsed in a single night. Marie Antoinette, the queen most associated with Versailles' decadence, barely escaped with her life. She fled through secret passages as intruders stormed her apartments, their blades slicing into the bedding where she had just been sleeping. It was a moment soaked in symbolism. The queen, who had lived as a spectacle of luxury, was nearly consumed by the very people who had been forced to watch from outside the gates. Her survival that night was temporary, but the message was permanent. Versailles could no longer contain its contradictions. The theater was over, the audience had taken control, and yet the strangest part of this upheaval was how quickly the palace itself transformed from stage to ruin. The rooms that had once been suffocating with perfume now stank of smoke and sweat. Nobles who had measured their status by inches of proximity to the king now measured their chances of escape. Servants looted, soldiers hesitated, and the great machinery of ritual ground to a halt. No more lever, no more crochet, no more nobles competing to hand the king his slippers. The theater of power that had once seemed eternal collapsed in days, leaving only silence and rubble in its wake. The departure of the royal family sealed the fate of Versailles. Taken back to Paris as virtual prisoners, Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette left behind the palace that had defined monarchy for generations. Versailles was suddenly hollow, its chambers empty, its rituals abandoned. Visitors described the eerie silence of halls where thousands once crowded to watch the king dress or eat. The palace remained magnificent, but without actors, the stage was meaningless. It stood as a haunted monument, a reminder of a performance that had ended not with applause, but with fury. What makes this chapter so powerful is how it exposes the fragility of spectacle. For decades, Versailles had dazzled Europe with its fountains, gardens, and ballets. Foreign ambassadors bowed before its rituals, artists painted its splendor, and courtiers gave their lives to serve in its orbit. Yet when the people decided they no longer believed in the performance, the entire edifice crumbled. No amount of perfume, lace, or ceremony could hold back the hunger of a nation. The palace, that had turned life into theater, now revealed the truth that all theater fears. Once the audience walks away, the illusion dies. But Versailles did not vanish. It remained standing, empty yet loaded with meaning, its mirrors still gleaming, its gardens still sprawling. It became a museum of memory even before it was officially declared one. Writers, revolutionaries, and later tourists wandered its halls, marveling at the absurdity of a system that had collapsed under its own weight. To walk through Versailles after the revolution was to walk through a mausoleum of absolutism, a place where ghosts of ritual still seemed to hover in the air. The Sun King's morning toilette, the Queen's public childbirth, the King's bloody surgeries, all of them seemed embedded in the walls, whispers of a world that had been swept away. And here lies the final irony. Versailles, built to immortalize power, ended up immortalizing its downfall. It became not a triumphal monument, but a cautionary tale, a warning about the dangers of turning human life into endless theater. Every mirror reflects not only the brilliance of chandeliers, but also the shadows of hunger, superstition, humiliation, and rage. Every corridor tells a story not of eternal splendor, but of fragile illusions. And as centuries passed, Versailles came to stand less as a symbol of divine right than as a reminder of how quickly the stage of power can collapse when the audience demands reality. Yet, even in ruin, Versailles had one last act to play. For the palace that had once consumed France's wealth and patience would eventually be reborn, not as the theater of kings, but as the theater of history itself, a place where generations would come to stare at the grandeur and grotesquerie of absolutism and ask themselves whether they, too, were merely spectators in another kind of performance. After the revolution, Versailles no longer pulsed with the rhythm of daily rituals, the shuffle of courtiers fighting for proximity, or the suffocating fog of perfume. Instead, the palace stood hollow, its silence louder than any fanfare. The mirrors still gleamed, the gardens still sprawled, but the machinery of spectacle had been dismantled. The Sun King's great theater was now nothing more than an abandoned stage, and yet this stage was too potent to be forgotten. Even stripped of kings and queens, Versailles continued to exert a strange power over those who walked its halls, as if the ghosts of its rituals refused to leave. The early years of the Republic treated Versailles with suspicion. It was, after all, the most visible symbol of the very monarchy the Revolution had sought to destroy. Some revolutionaries wanted to dismantle it stone by stone, sell its treasures, and erase it from memory. Indeed, many of its furnishings were auctioned off, scattered across Europe like fragments of a fallen star. Gilded chairs, jeweled clocks, embroidered tapestries, objects that once defined proximity to the king were now in the homes of bankers and merchants. Yet for all the attempts to erase Versailles, the building remained. Its walls, too massive, too magnificent, stood defiantly, silently asking whether France could ever truly sever itself from its past. Napoleon, with his instinct for symbolism, understood this. Though he preferred the Tuileries and Fontainebleau as residences, he recognized that Versailles carried an aura that could not be ignored. He used the palace as a stage when it suited him, drawing upon its legacy of grandeur to legitimize his own rule. Where Louis XIV had been the sun, Napoleon cast himself as the meteor blazing across Europe. Both understood that power needed theater, and Versailles remained the greatest theater of them all. The irony was sharp. The revolution had tried to bury Versailles, but in doing so it had only magnified its allure as the ultimate backdrop of authority. As the 19th century unfolded, Versailles shifted again, this time toward memory. It became less a palace of politics than a monument of history. Under Louis Philippe, it was transformed into a museum dedicated to all the glories of France. Walls that once vibrated with gossip about mistresses and poisoned chocolates now carried paintings of battles and generals. The same galleries that once echoed with the whispers of childbirth and the groans of illness were filled with canvases depicting heroism and sacrifice. Versailles, in this new guise, became a patriotic shrine. Yet, even in this transformation, the ghosts of its past were never far away. Visitors could still sense the echo of silk dragging across the marble, the lingering scent of musk embedded in the walls, the uneasy contrast between grandeur and decay. And then, in 1871, Versailles once more became a theater of power when the German Empire was proclaimed in the Hall of Mirrors. The symbolism was deliberate and devastating. Bismarck and the German princes chose the very heart of French absolutism to humiliate a defeated France. Where Louis XIV had once strutted, declaring himself the sun, Wilhelm I was crowned emperor, with German troops occupying the gardens outside. The mirrors reflected not French glory, but French humiliation. The palace that had embodied the apex of absolutism now bore witness to the fragility of nations. It was as if Versailles itself, tired of hosting monarchs, had turned into a stage for irony. But Versailles was not finished with political drama. In 1919, nearly half a century after the German proclamation, the Hall of Mirrors became the site of the Treaty of Versailles, ending the First World War. Again, the symbolism was undeniable. This time, France sought revenge, using the same room to dictate peace terms to a defeated Germany. The mirrors reflected not monarchs, but diplomats, not mistresses, but men in stiff suits, scribbling signatures that would shape the 20th century. And yet, the atmosphere was still theatrical, still heavy with the ghosts of the past. The treaty may have been modern, but the stage was centuries old. This constant recycling of Versailles as a stage for triumph, humiliation, and memory reveals something profound about its essence. It was never merely a palace. It was a machine of spectacle. Whether filled with perfumed courtiers, armed revolutionaries, conquering Germans, or somber diplomats, the building absorbed each performance and added it to its mythology. The rituals of Louis XIV may have died, but the structure he left behind was too seductive, too symbolic to fade into irrelevance. Versailles became a canvas upon which each generation projected its own fears, ambitions, and illusions. Even in the 20th century, as tourists replaced courtiers, the palace continued to perform. Millions flocked to see the gilded rooms, to walk the gardens where nobles once whispered, to stand in the hall of mirrors and feel the weight of centuries pressing down. They came seeking beauty, but they also came seeking stories. And Versailles gave them stories in abundance. Tales of mistresses mixing potions, of queens giving birth before crowds, of kings refusing to bathe, of revolutions and treaties. The palace did not simply display its architecture, it narrated its own mythology, one scandal and one spectacle at a time. What makes Versailles enduring is not just its marble and gold, but its contradictions. It is a place where elegance masked filth, where perfume covered rot, where intimacy became politics, and where theater replaced truth. To walk through its corridors is to feel both awe and unease, admiration and disgust. It is to confront the fragility of power and the absurdity of human vanity, magnified on the grandest stage imaginable. Versailles holds up a mirror, not just to the courtiers who once strutted across its floors, but to us. We too live in societies obsessed with appearances, with performances broadcast not in marble halls, but across glowing screens. Versailles whispers that the line between theater and life is always thinner than we think. And so the palace endures, not as the home of a king, but as the stage of history itself. It has hosted births and deaths, coronations and humiliations, revolutions and treaties. Each act has been layered atop the last, until the walls themselves seem saturated with performance. Versailles may no longer dictate fashion or politics, but it still commands imagination. The sun has long since set, yet the mirrors continue to reflect, daring us to ask whether we are still the audience, or whether we too have stepped onto the stage. By the 20th century, Versailles was no longer the home of kings, but the home of ghosts. The rituals of Louis XIV had dissolved into history, the revolution had stripped away its court, and treaties had inscribed their ink upon its mirrors. Yet the palace lived on, not as a dwelling, but as a monument, a museum, and above all, as a warning disguised in beauty. Visitors came not only to marvel at its chandeliers and gardens, but to feel the strange weight of centuries pressing through the air. Versailles had become a paradox, a place of dazzling splendor that told a story of collapse. Every gilded door and polished floor reminded its audience of the fragility of power, and in this new role, the palace became more powerful than ever. The opening of Versailles as a museum in the 19th century had already shifted its function, but in the 20th century it transformed into a stage of global memory. Tourists flocked by the thousands, their footsteps echoing where nobles once whispered, their cameras capturing what courtiers once died to glimpse. But the irony was sharp. The same rooms where access had been the rarest privilege were now open to anyone with a ticket. What once defined exclusivity became a commodity. The Hall of Mirrors, once a sanctuary for royal propaganda, turned into a corridor of selfies, each flash of a camera mimicking the flicker of candlelight from centuries earlier. Versailles was no longer just a monument to the monarchy. It was a mirror for modern society's own obsession with spectacle. And still, the palace refused to settle into quiet retirement. The 20th century proved that Versailles could reinvent itself again and again as a backdrop for history. Heads of state met in its salons, artists staged concerts in its gardens, filmmakers used it as a setting for dramas about decadence. It became a universal symbol of both beauty and arrogance, a shorthand for excess, vanity, and the dangerous allure of appearances. When politicians posed in its halls, they knew they were borrowing not only marble and gold, but centuries of symbolism. Versailles had become a prop, and like all props, it spoke louder than words. Yet beneath the spectacle, the darker truths of its past lingered. Tour guides recounted not just the brilliance of Louis XIV, but the filth behind the perfumes, the humiliations of childbirth before crowds, the grotesque rituals of bloodletting. Visitors gasped, half horrified and half amused, as they learned that the most elegant palace in Europe had once smelled like a sewer masked with roses. They discovered that kings feared water more than war, that mistresses turned to witchcraft to hold their lovers' gaze, that nobles fought not on battlefields, but over who could hand the king his shirt. Versailles, in its role as a museum, performed again, not the theater of absolutism, but the theater of cautionary tales. It showed how power, when obsessed with appearances, can collapse under its own illusions. And here is where the story of Versailles takes on an almost prophetic quality. The palace, in its new life as a museum, offered more than entertainment for tourists. It held up a mirror to the modern world. We, too, are surrounded by rituals of display, celebrity culture, political pageantry, social media feeds that transform daily life into performance. Our perfumes are hashtags, our gowns are brand names, our mirrors are screens. The rituals may look different, but the obsession with spectacle is the same. Versailles whispers a warning. When a society values performance over substance, it risks repeating the same cycle of admiration, disillusionment, and collapse. And yet, there is beauty in this ruin. To walk through the gardens of Versailles today is to feel both awe and melancholy. The fountains still dance, the statues still gleam, the trees still line the grand avenues, but the silence is deafening. Where once the air trembled with music and gossip, now it trembles with memory. One can almost hear the echo of silk rustling, the laughter of courtiers, the gasp of ambassadors as they entered the Hall of Mirrors. The palace is alive with echoes, reminding us that theater never truly ends. It only changes castes. The greatest irony is that Versailles, which once embodied the arrogance of absolutism, now survives because of democracy. Maintained by public funds, visited by millions of ordinary people each year, it thrives not because of kings, but because of citizens. The very people once excluded from its rituals now keep it alive. Versailles has become a palace for everyone, a stage where the audience has finally taken control. But in this transformation lies another paradox. By preserving the illusions of the past, we risk forgetting their consequences. Tourists marvel at the chandeliers, but sometimes forget the hunger outside the palace gates, the suffering that funded the fountains, the revolutions born from resentment. And this is why Versailles continues to matter. It is not only a monument to what was, but a mirror of what is and what could be. It asks us difficult questions. How much of our own world is theater? How much of what we admire is illusion? And how fragile is the stage we perform on today? The palace whispers answers in silence, its marble floors creaking under modern shoes, its mirrors reflecting not only chandeliers but smartphones, its gardens echoing not with the laughter of nobles but with the chatter of tourists from every corner of the globe. But if Versailles has taught anything across centuries, it is that spectacle is never harmless. It dazzles, it seduces, but it also distracts, blinds, and imprisons. The palace remains beautiful, but its beauty is haunted. It invites us to admire, but also to reflect. For just as Louis XIV believed the sun could never set on his theater, so too do many today believe their illusions will last forever. Yet the mirrors at Versailles tell another story. No matter how dazzling the performance, the curtain always falls. And when it does, the audience is left to face what was hidden all along. Você disse, quero que você aprofunde a parte 16, natural e detalhada, com aproximadamente 6.000 caracteres. Lembre-se de que o texto precisa ser em inglês e que cada tópico deve terminar de forma envolvente, gerando expectativa para o próximo. Use insights adicionais e storytelling envolvente para criar uma narrativa fluida que mantenha o público preso do início ao fim. Traga exemplos práticos e curiosidades que despertem interesse e faça com que cada frase leve o espectador a querer saber o que vem a seguir. O ChatGPT disse, "By the 21st century, Versailles had long ceased to be merely the fossil of absolutism. It had become something larger, stranger, and perhaps more powerful than it had ever been under Louis XIV, a living paradox where memory, tourism, and modern spectacle intertwined. To walk through its halls today is to participate in yet another performance, one staged not by kings or courtiers, but by millions of visitors who reenact, consciously or not, the rituals of fascination that once defined the court." Versailles has shifted from palace to museum, from theater of power to theater of history, yet the underlying rhythm remains the same. People come to look, to admire, to gossip, to interpret, and in doing so, they keep alive the very machinery of spectacle the revolution thought it had destroyed. The sheer scale of modern tourism has transformed Versailles into a stage of global proportions. More than 7 million visitors file through its gates every year, making it one of the most visited sites in Europe. They line up for hours to glimpse the Hall of Mirrors, to photograph the Golden Gates, to wander the gardens designed to glorify the Sun King. In the process, they recreate the same hunger for access that once drove nobles to fight for a place at Louis XIV's morning toilette. Only now the struggle is not for influence, but for the perfect snapshot, the fleeting proof of having been there. In a strange way, the king's rituals have been democratized. Everyone can play the role of courtier for a few minutes, shuffling shoulder to shoulder in crowded galleries, straining for a glimpse of splendor. Technology has added a new layer to this theater. Smartphones glow in the Hall of Mirrors like modern chandeliers, their screens capturing and multiplying reflections, just as the original mirrors once did. Social media has turned Versailles into a global stage, its images shared across continents within seconds. Where ambassadors once wrote letters describing the perfumes and gowns of court, now influencers broadcast Versailles in real time to millions of followers. The palace has become a backdrop for fashion shoots, music videos, and political photo ops. It is not hard to imagine Louis XIV, master of propaganda, nodding with approval at how his palace continues to project power centuries after his death. The stage has not only survived, it has expanded. And yet, beneath the glitter of tourism lies a darker truth. The maintenance of Versailles is a colossal effort, requiring armies of conservators, restorers, and gardeners to keep its illusion intact. Roofs must be repaired, marble scrubbed, paintings restored, fountains kept flowing. The costs run into hundreds of millions of euros, funded partly by the very visitors who crowd its halls. Every ticket, every souvenir, every guided tour becomes part of a new economy of spectacle, one that mirrors the old court's obsession with appearance. Versailles consumes resources as greedily today as it did under Louis XIV. Only now its currency is not taxation of peasants, but the wallets of tourists. The palace, like a voracious actor, still demands to be fed. What fascinates scholars is how Versailles has also become a political stage in the modern era. French presidents have used it to host international summits, to impress foreign leaders, to borrow the aura of grandeur that still clings to its marble. The palace has welcomed monarchs, popes, and presidents, each event staged with deliberate symbolism. When world leaders meet under the painted ceilings of the Hall of Mirrors, they tap into centuries of memory. Treaties signed, empires born, revolutions whispered. Versailles lends gravity to the present by draping it in the weight of the past. Power still needs spectacle, and Versailles remains its perfect costume. Yet even as it dazzles, Versailles unsettles. For visitors who know its history, the beauty of its chandeliers is inseparable from the knowledge of the misery that paid for them. The fountains sparkle, but behind them echo the groans of peasants who carried stones, the sweat of soldiers forced into labor, the taxes that starved villages to keep water flowing for the king's garden. The gilded gates shine, but they also recall the rage of revolutionaries who tore them down. To admire Versailles fully is to live in contradiction, to be seduced by its splendor while haunted by the injustices it represents. The palace, like a mirror, reflects both wonder and warning. This duality explains why Versailles continues to fascinate. It is not just beautiful, it is unsettling. It invites admiration, but demands reflection. Tourists laugh at the absurd rituals, nobles fighting to hold a slipper, queens giving birth before a crowd, but then realize how easily spectacle can dominate human lives, how quickly theater can replace truth. In that realization lies Versailles' enduring lesson. No society is immune to the seduction of appearances. What happened in marble halls with powdered wigs can just as easily happen on digital screens with polished filters. The machinery is the same, only the costumes have changed. And so Versailles persists, not as a relic frozen in time, but as a living stage where past and present collide. Its halls echo with the footsteps of millions. Its mirrors capture not just kings, but tourists, influencers, and presidents. It is both museum and metaphor, warning and wonder. The Sun King is long gone, but his theater of power has outlasted him, adapting to each new age, feeding on each new form of spectacle. To leave Versailles today is to leave with more than photographs. It is to carry a question, whispered by the palace itself. How much of our own world is still just performed? Question lingers, heavy as the scent of musk once was, because the story of Versailles is never really finished. The palace endures, waiting for the next act, ready to dazzle, ready to haunt. And if history has shown us anything, it is that the curtain at Versailles never truly falls. It only rises again, reflecting new faces, new illusions, and new audiences eager to believe in the show. To speak of Versailles in the 21st century is to speak of a paradox. A palace that was built to glorify absolute monarchy now thrives in an age that celebrates democracy, transparency, and equality. Yet the allure of Versailles has only grown stronger. Millions continue to flock to its gates each year, and not merely to admire the gilded halls or the vast gardens. They come because Versailles is not just a monument of the past. It is a mirror of the present, a reminder that the hunger for spectacle is timeless. In many ways, the palace has found new life in our own obsession with performance, turning into something far more modern than Louis XIV could have imagined. The digital revolution has transformed Versailles into a global phenomenon. Once, only courtiers and diplomats could glimpse the Sun King's rituals. Now, a teenager in Tokyo or Sao Paulo can wander through the Hall of Mirrors virtually, their smartphone screen glowing with centuries of history. Online exhibitions, high-definition live streams of concerts, and interactive tours allow people to step into the theater of Versailles without leaving their homes. The irony is profound. The palace built to exclude is now available to all, yet the act of gazing remains the same. Where nobles once craned their necks to see the king rise from bed, modern audiences tilt their devices to catch the shimmer of chandeliers. The medium has changed, but the hunger for access endures. And with access comes reinvention. Versailles has become not just a museum, but a brand. Its image appears on perfume bottles, fashion campaigns, films, and even video games. Designers borrow its silhouettes, pop stars film music videos in its gardens, and luxury companies stage runway shows in its galleries. The palace has become shorthand for extravagance, instantly recognizable as the ultimate backdrop for desire. When Beyoncé and Jay-Z filmed their video in the Louvre, it was hailed as revolutionary, but Versailles had been lending itself to reinventions like this for decades. In a strange way, the kings of old were not so different from today's celebrities. They too understood that to maintain power, one must keep the spotlight burning. But Versailles, in the present, is not only about glamour, it is also about tension. For every tourist dazzled by the gold, there is another unsettled by the memory of hunger outside the palace gates, the taxes that bled the countryside dry, the revolution sparked by resentment. Guides tell stories of nobles relieving themselves in stairwells, of queens forced to give birth before an audience, of witches selling potions to desperate mistresses. Visitors laugh nervously, half appalled and half enthralled, as they realize that Versailles is not simply beautiful, it is grotesque. The grandeur and the rot coexist, inseparable, like two sides of the same mirror. That tension is what keeps Versailles alive. It refuses to let us admire without questioning, to marvel without remembering. The palace has also become a stage for modern politics. French presidents invite foreign leaders to dine under its ceilings, knowing that the symbolism is irresistible. The message is always the same. France is still powerful, still dazzling, still able to command the gaze of the world. In 2017, Emmanuel Macron hosted Vladimir Putin at Versailles, not in a sterile government building, but in the palace of the Sun King. The choice was deliberate. Just as Louis XIV had used spectacle to dominate his nobles, modern leaders use Versailles to project authority on the global stage. The palace continues to do what it was built to do, make power visible. Yet the most fascinating transformation of Versailles may be the way it now functions as a collective memory. Where once it embodied the arrogance of monarchy, it now embodies the fragility of all systems built on spectacle. Visitors leave the Hall of Mirrors not only dazzled, but reflective. They see in its history the danger of confusing theater with truth, ritual with substance, appearance with reality. And this is where Versailles whispers most clearly to our own age. In a world where social media turns daily life into performance, where politics often resembles reality television, and where influence is measured in likes and followers, Versailles feels eerily familiar. The wigs and silks are gone, replaced by filters and screens, but the machinery of illusion is alive and well. To wander its gardens today is to feel both awe and unease. The fountains still sparkle, but they also remind us of the peasants who paid for them with hunger. The chandeliers still gleam, but they also recall the blood that spilled when the people finally had enough. Versailles seduces us, but it also warns us. It shows that every performance has a cost, every illusion a breaking point. Louis XIV believed his theater of power would last forever, but the revolution proved otherwise. And if his palace speaks to us today, it is because it suggests that our own spectacles, no matter how modern, may one day meet the same fate. That is why Versailles remains more than a monument. It is a question posed in stone and glass. How much of our world is performance? And how long can performance endure before reality storms the gates? The palace does not answer. It only reflects. Its mirrors show not only the faces of kings and queens long gone, but the faces of tourists, leaders, and citizens of the 21st century. And in those reflections, we are forced to ask whether we are the audience or the actors, whether we control the stage or whether the stage already controls us. Versailles endures because it is never finished. It continues to evolve, to haunt, to provoke. It is not simply the ruin of a monarchy, but the rehearsal of modern life. And as long as we remain captivated by appearances, be they gilded halls or glowing screens, the palace will remain alive, whispering through its corridors that the show always goes on until the day the curtain falls. Versailles. In the 21st century no longer belongs to kings, nor even solely to France. It belongs to the world. Its grandeur has transcended national borders, becoming a universal language of excess, beauty, and caution. The palace, once a fortress of exclusivity, is now a stage where millions perform their own encounters with history. Tourists from every continent shuffle through the gilded rooms, each step echoing over marble once polished by courtiers' heels. Yet what makes Versailles fascinating today is not only its architecture or gardens, but the way it continues to reinvent itself, absorbing new meanings while never shedding the old. To visit Versailles is to step into a palimpsest, a manuscript written and rewritten across centuries, where every layer of history remains faintly visible beneath the next. Modern Versailles thrives on contradiction. On one hand, it is a museum carefully curated to preserve the rituals of absolutism, the painted ceilings, the mirrored galleries, the extravagant salons that still whisper of wigs and silk. On the other, it is a space of reinvention, where contemporary art exhibitions coexist with 17th century opulence. Artists like Jeff Koons and Anish Kapoor have installed provocative works among the gilded halls, forcing visitors to confront the clash between past and present. For some, it is shocking. For others, exhilarating. But the experiment works because Versailles itself has always been about shock and spectacle. Louis XIV used architecture and ritual to dazzle his subjects. Today, curators use modern art to jolt visitors out of passive admiration, reminding them that the palace is not frozen in amber but alive with dialogue. Technology has only deepened this transformation. Virtual reality tours, interactive displays, and digital reconstructions allow visitors to experience Versailles as it once was. One can don a headset and witness the king's lever, hear the rustle of courtiers' silks, and watch sunlight strike freshly polished mirrors. In this sense, Versailles has returned to its original purpose, theater. Only now the actors are digital, the audience global. The palace has embraced the tools of the modern age to continue the performance that began in the 17th century. It is both educational and seductive, an illusion that makes history tangible while raising the question, are we learning the truth, or are we once again being dazzled by appearances? And Versailles is not merely a museum of monarchy, it has become a laboratory of identity for France itself. The French state uses the palace as a stage for diplomacy, hosting summits and galas that echo with centuries of symbolism. A state dinner under the painted ceilings of the Hall of Mirrors carries weight that no modern conference center could match. The message is subtle but powerful. France's grandeur may have changed form, but it endures. When presidents invite foreign leaders to Versailles, they borrow the aura of absolutism to cloak modern politics. It is theater once more, but with a different cast. The palace becomes a prop, and in its presence, even the most ordinary handshake or speech takes on the shimmer of history. But Versailles also carries with it the burden of memory. Guides speak openly about the contradictions, the magnificence of the palace built on the misery of the people, the fountains funded by crushing taxes, the perfumes that masked sewage, the balls that unfolded while peasants starved. Visitors leave with mixed emotions, admiration for the beauty, unease at the injustice, fascination at the absurdities of ritual. It is this duality that makes Versailles compelling. To admire it without critique would be to miss its lesson. To condemn it without awe would be to miss its brilliance. The palace forces us to hold both reactions at once, a tension that mirrors the complexity of human societies across time. The modern visitor often finds themselves struck not by the gold or the grandeur, but by the humanity behind it all. The tiny beds where monarchs slept, the cramped apartments of courtiers, the drafts that slipped through gilded windows. These details remind us that beneath the wigs and jewels were fragile bodies, plagued by illness, fear, and ambition. It is easy to laugh at the absurdities. Nobles fighting to hand the king his shirt, mistresses consulting witches, queens forced to give birth before hundreds. But in that laughter lies recognition. We, too, construct performances around power. We, too, live in systems where appearances often outweigh reality. Versailles unsettles us not because it is alien, but because it is familiar. This familiarity has made Versailles a global symbol, inspiring replicas and imitations from Russia's Peterhof to Germany's Herrenchiemsee, from casinos in Las Vegas to theme parks in China. Each copy seeks to capture the same mixture of awe and control, the same intoxicating theater of appearances. Yet none can quite replicate the aura of the original, for Versailles is not only a building, but a memory, saturated with centuries of human drama. It is haunted by the laughter of courtiers, the whispers of intrigue, the groans of childbirth, the roar of revolutionaries. No imitation can bottle those echoes. And so Versailles stands, at once eternal and fragile. Eternal because its mirrors continue to reflect every new generation, adapting to new forms of spectacle. Fragile because its very survival depends on the willingness of people to preserve it, to invest time, money, and care into a palace that no longer serves its original function. The irony is sharp. Built as a fortress of monarchy, Versailles now survives only because of the fascination of the people it once excluded. In a sense, the audience has inherited the stage. What makes this final transformation so captivating is the way Versailles has become a metaphor not just for France, but for the modern world. We, too, live in a theater of appearances, addicted to images, performances, and curated realities. Versailles reminds us that spectacle can inspire, but also corrupt. It can dazzle, but also blind. To walk through its gardens today is to confront not just the past, but the present, to see how little has changed in our obsession with being seen. The palace that once mirrored the vanity of kings now mirrors the vanity of all humanity. And perhaps that is why Versailles continues to captivate. It is not simply a relic, but a living parable, a story told in marble and gold, perfume and shadow. It asks questions that remain as urgent now as they were 3 centuries ago. How much of our power is real, and how much is theater? How long can appearances sustain authority before reality breaks through? The palace does not answer. It only reflects. Its mirrors wait patiently, daring us to see ourselves in them and to wonder whether we, too, are actors in a play whose ending we cannot yet see. By the time Versailles entered the late modern era, it had evolved into something far more complex than Louis XIV could ever have imagined. It was no longer merely a palace, nor just a museum, nor even solely a political stage. It had become a layered symbol, a living contradiction that carried within it centuries of splendor, scandal, collapse, and reinvention. To stand in its courtyards in the 21st century is to feel time folding over itself, as if every echo of history still lingers in the air, pressing against the present. Versailles is not simply visited, it is experienced, absorbed, performed again and again with every step taken across its marble floors. And what captivates us most today is how this monument of monarchy has become a monument of humanity itself. Visitors arriving at Versailles often describe the first impression as overwhelming. The Golden Gates, reconstructed in the early 2000s, after having been destroyed during the Revolution, gleam under the sunlight like the very promise of a fairy tale. Yet the gates also whisper of violence, of the mob that once tore them down in fury. Already, before one even steps inside, Versailles delivers its first paradox: beauty built on rage, magnificence resurrected from ashes. Tourists pose for photographs in front of the gates, smiling widely. Yet behind them looms a reminder of how fragile all that gold truly is. Inside, the Hall of Mirrors remains the crown jewel, a place where the line between past and present dissolves. Crowds shuffle slowly through the gallery, their footsteps echoing against marble, their reflections fractured into hundreds of ghostly doubles. It was here that Louis XIV paraded his glory, here that Wilhelm III humiliated France, here that the Treaty of Versailles reshaped the 20th century. Today, it is here that children wave their hands at the mirrors, trying to count how many versions of themselves appear. A chamber that once defined absolute power now hosts 1,000 private performances every day, each camera flash and echo of the chandeliers that once lit ambassadors' eyes. The stage is eternal, but the actors keep changing. The gardens offer another kind of theater. Once designed to extend the king's power into nature itself, they now serve as a playground for families, students, and dreamers. Couples picnic on lawns where nobles once schemed. Tourists rent boats to row across the Grand Canal where pageants once unfolded, and joggers trace the same paths where courtiers once displayed their silks. The fountains, still choreographed to music during summer shows, remind visitors that Versailles was always about choreography, of water, of people, of appearances, and as the jets of water rise and fall, one cannot help but see them as a metaphor for Versailles itself, a constant cycle of display, collapse, and renewal. Yet the palace is not just a site of leisure, it is a site of labor. Few visitors consider the thousands of workers who maintain it, conservators delicately restoring frescoes, gardeners pruning trees into perfect geometry, engineers ensuring the ancient hydraulic system still feeds the fountains. The daily upkeep of Versailles is itself a ritual, a modern echo of the endless work once required to sustain the Sun King's court. In a sense, the palace has never stopped consuming energy. Only the type of devotion has changed, from nobles fighting for proximity to the king, to modern staff dedicating their lives to preserving his stage. The performance endures, but the roles have shifted. And this continuity is what makes Versailles so unsettling. For all the changes, the essence remains the same. It is still a place where appearances dominate. Tourists flock to capture the perfect photograph. Politicians still stage dinners beneath painted ceilings. Brands still borrow its imagery to sell perfume and fashion. Versailles no longer dictates taste from above, yet it continues to shape how we think about luxury, beauty, and power. The court may be gone, but the courtly instinct lives on in every selfie framed by a chandelier, every gala staged in its halls, every advertisement drenched in its imagery. In our desire to consume Versailles, we become participants in its endless theater, but Versailles is more than a spectacle. It is a warning disguised as beauty. To walk through its halls is to feel awe, but also unease. The splendor dazzles, but the stories darken it. The queen giving birth before hundreds of eyes, the king refusing to bathe, the nobles reduced to servants, the people starving outside the gates. Every gilded frame hides a shadow. Every mirror reflects not just light, but hypocrisy. The palace demands admiration, but it also demands reflection. And perhaps this is why it continues to resonate. It does not allow us to escape history, it forces us to confront it. In this sense, Versailles has become a mirror for our own age. Just as courtiers once obsessed over their proximity to the king, we obsess over our proximity to fame, wealth, and influence. Just as they dressed in lace and jewels to project power, we curate our online selves with filters and brands. Just as Louis XIV turned life into performance, we turn our lives into feeds and reels. Versailles whispers that we are not as far from the 17th century as we like to think. The wigs are gone, the rituals transformed, but the hunger for spectacle remains. And so, Versailles endures not only because it is beautiful, but because it is relevant. It asks us uncomfortable questions. How much of what we admire is real, and how much is illusion? How long can appearances hold before reality crashes through the gates? And if even the Sun King, the master of spectacle, could not sustain his performance forever, What does that say about our own? These questions hover in the silence of its halls, in the flicker of its chandeliers, in the shimmer of its gardens at sunset. The story of Versailles is not finished because the palace itself is never finished. It continues to reinvent, to haunt, to seduce. Its mirrors do not simply reflect the past, they reflect us, and as long as we remain captivated by appearances, Versailles will remain alive, whispering its eternal warning that every performance, no matter how dazzling, has its breaking point. And the moment the audience demands truth, the curtain falls. By the time we arrive at the 20th and 21st centuries, Versailles is no longer a palace of kings, nor simply a museum of memory. It is a stage where the past and present meet, a place where history itself is performed daily. What makes this stage so fascinating is not just its grandeur, but its ability to hold contradictions. Versailles is at once a celebration of beauty and a monument to inequality, a symbol of France's cultural pride and a reminder of its darkest excesses. To explore it in our own age is to confront the strange truth that the palace has never stopped performing, only changed its audience. Tourism is the clearest example of this. Today, more than 7 million visitors push through its gilded gates every year, making Versailles one of the most visited sites in the world. They come for the Hall of Mirrors, the endless gardens, the chandeliers dripping with light. Yet what they do, in their eagerness to capture these sights on cameras and phones, is reenact the hunger for access that once drove the nobles of Louis XIV's court. Back then, courtiers jostled for the chance to watch the king wake or dine. Now, tourists crowd for the perfect photograph of his former bedchamber. The rituals have changed form, but not substance. Versailles remains a theater of proximity, and people still fight, politely now, with elbows and cameras, to take part in the show. The gardens themselves remain a central act of this theater. Designed to display man's domination over nature, they were once the pride of Louis XIV, who believed that controlling water and trees demonstrated the same power as controlling armies. Today, visitors rent rowboats on the Grand Canal or stroll through mazes of hedges once trimmed with military precision. But behind the beauty lies staggering work. Over 200,000 trees are still pruned, shaped, and maintained each year, echoing the labor of thousands of gardeners who once served the king. The fountains, which seem to bubble effortlessly, are fed by an ancient hydraulic system that engineers struggle to keep alive. The result is a spectacle that feels timeless, though it is sustained by constant modern effort. Versailles, like any performance, only dazzles because of the invisible work backstage. But Versailles has also embraced new kinds of theater. The theater of global diplomacy, the palace, once a backdrop for treaties and humiliations, has been revived as a political stage. French presidents have hosted summits and banquets there, deliberately borrowing the aura of Louis XIV's grandeur to impress foreign leaders. In 2017, Emmanuel Macron invited Vladimir Putin to Versailles, sending a clear message that France still knew how to dazzle. Just as the Sun King used ritual to control nobles, modern presidents use the palace to project national power. Versailles proves that symbols never lose their potency. They simply wait for new actors to step into the light. Yet what gives Versailles its haunting resonance is not only its beauty, but its memory. Guides today are careful to tell the darker stories. The stench masked by perfume, the queen forced to give birth in public, the nobles reduced to servants, the people starving beyond the gilded gates. Visitors often gasp, half laughing, half horrified, as they realize how grotesque life could be behind the glitter. And in those stories lies the enduring warning of Versailles. Spectacle can blind a society, but it cannot erase reality. The palace seduces us with its gold, only to unsettle us with its shadows. That tension keeps visitors returning, not only to admire, but to reflect. This is why Versailles remains more than a tourist attraction. It has become a metaphor for modern life. Our world, too, is filled with performances. Political rallies, staged like concerts, celebrities curating their lives for social media, even ordinary people crafting online identities that shimmer brighter than reality. When we scroll through polished feeds or watch carefully staged press conferences, we are not far from the courtiers watching Louis XIV dress. Versailles whispers that performance has always been part of human power, and it dares us to ask how much of what we see today is truth and how much is theater. At the same time, Versailles has embraced reinvention. Contemporary art installations have filled its halls with works by artists like Jeff Koons or Anish Kapoor, challenging visitors to see the palace in new ways. Some are outraged, claiming modern art desecrates the sacred halls. Others are thrilled by the juxtaposition. But the experiment fits perfectly. Versailles was always about shock and spectacle, always about stretching the imagination of what was possible. If Louis XIII had the technology of the 21st century, would he not have filled his gardens with neon, his halls with digital projections? The palace has never been frozen in time. It was born to evolve. And that is perhaps the greatest lesson Versailles offers today: survival through reinvention. The Sun King's rituals are gone, but the palace still performs. The monarchy has fallen, but Versailles still draws crowds. The revolution stripped it bare, but the world rebuilt its gates. It has witnessed treaties, humiliations, art exhibitions, concerts, films, and state dinners. Each act has been layered upon the last, until the building itself seems saturated with performances, as if the marble has absorbed centuries of applause and screams alike. Versailles is not only a monument to absolutism, but a monument to the persistence of spectacle itself. And so the story of Versailles does not end. It cannot end. It continues to dazzle, to disturb, to remind us that appearances, no matter how glorious, are always fragile. To leave the palace today is to carry with you more than photographs. It is to carry questions. How long can any society sustain itself on spectacle alone? What illusions are we building now, and what will future generations see when they look back at our golden gates? Versailles lingers in the mind not as an answer, but as a mirror. And as long as we keep gazing into it, we will be forced to confront what it shows. Not only the faces of kings and queens long gone, but our own reflections staring back. To speak of Versailles in a 21st century context is to realize that its story is not finished, but endlessly rewritten. The palace may no longer house monarchs, yet it continues to project authority and fascination far beyond France's borders. Its significance has migrated from the realm of kings to the realm of ideas. Versailles is no longer just about Louis XIV or the Revolution. It has become a living metaphor for power itself, how it dazzles, how it seduces, how it collapses under the weight of its own illusions. And in that sense, Versailles is more relevant now than ever. One of the most striking aspects of modern Versailles is how it has transformed into a stage of global imagination. Artists, filmmakers, musicians, and fashion houses repeatedly return to it as a backdrop for reinvention. Sofia Coppola's Marie Antoinette reimagined the doomed queen as a pop icon with pastel wigs and new wave music. Fashion designers parade their collections through its gardens, borrowing the aura of opulence to sell modern dreams. Musicians record videos in its halls, as if to claim kinship with centuries of spectacle. The palace, which once dictated style to Europe, now lends its image to an entire planet. And yet, this very ubiquity raises an unsettling question. When does homage become parody, and when does spectacle become hollow imitation? For scholars and historians, Versailles offers another layer of fascination. Archaeological projects continue to unearth forgotten details of daily life. Sewage systems that reveal the hidden filth beneath the perfumes, discarded trinkets that tell stories of courtiers long erased from memory. Digitization projects recreate rooms as they once were, showing visitors how the palace smelled, sounded, and looked in its prime. These reconstructions highlight a paradox. The more technology restores Versailles' past, the more we see its present as illusion. To walk through the real palace today is to see both the marble in front of you and the digital ghosts layered upon it, as though Versailles is forever caught between reality and reenactment. But the palace is not only a playground for art and research, it remains an arena of politics. French leaders carefully choose when to summon Versailles back into service. Presidents hold state dinners in the Hall of Mirrors, aware that every photograph resonates with centuries of symbolism. The choice of venue is deliberate. It says that France, even in a democratic age, still commands the aura of monarchy when it wishes to. The very building that once represented the arrogance of kings is now wielded by Republicans as a tool of soft power. Versailles proves that architecture can outlive ideology, bending itself to new purposes without losing its potency. And yet, no amount of modern reinvention can silence the darker echoes. Guides recount stories of the queen's public childbirths, of mistresses dabbling in sorcery, of nobles clawing for the privilege of passing the king his shirt. Tourists laugh, shake their heads, or grimace, but all are struck by the grotesque contrast between splendor and humiliation. It is impossible to admire Versailles without also confronting its absurdities. This tension is precisely what makes the palace unforgettable. It dazzles with chandeliers while whispering of chamber pots, seduces with fountains while recalling famine. To stand in its halls is to feel both admiration and unease, a cocktail of emotions that no other monument quite delivers. And this duality speaks directly to our own age. We live, too, in a world of performances. Politicians staging rallies like concerts, influencers curating digital lives as carefully as courtiers curated their wigs. Our palaces are not made of marble and gold, but of pixels and screens, yet the mechanics are the same. Appearances dominate, rituals distract, and behind the curtain lies a reality that is often far less glamorous. Versailles becomes, in this sense, less a relic than a prophecy. It warns us that every spectacle has a cost, that illusions can sustain power only so long before reality breaks down the gates. The global fascination with Versailles also reveals how much humanity longs for stories of both triumph and downfall. People do not visit only to admire beauty. They visit to feel the weight of history pressing through the mirrors. They want to imagine the Sun King striding down the hall of mirrors, but also the revolutionaries storming through the gates. They crave both the splendor and the collapse, because together they form a complete story. Versailles is not just a monument to monarchy. It is a monument to the cycle of human ambition, hubris, and reckoning. And so Versailles endures, not merely as a museum, but as a living parable. Its gardens bloom as they always have, its fountains rise and fall, its mirrors reflect new generations of faces. But each visitor leaves with more than photographs. They leave with questions. How much of what I saw was real, and how much was performance? How different are we, truly, from those who once filled these halls with gossip and perfume? And how long can our own societies sustain their illusions before reality storms in, as it once did here? These questions linger long after the visit ends. Perhaps that is why Versailles continues to thrive. It does not simply impress, it unsettles. It demands that we look not only at its gold, but at our own reflections within its glass. And in that reflection, we see not only the faces of kings and queens long gone, but the outlines of our own fragile performances, shimmering brightly until the day the curtain falls. Versailles today is both a sanctuary of memory and a playground of reinvention, a place where past and present intermingle so seamlessly that it feels less like a museum and more like a living organism. Its gilded halls and endless gardens no longer house monarchs, but they still hold power, the kind of power that lives in symbols, in stories, in spectacle. To wander through Versailles is to enter a world where every corridor whispers not only of what has been, but also of what still might be, as though the palace itself refuses to surrender to time. And this refusal, this persistence of grandeur against all odds, is what makes Versailles so intoxicating in the 21st century. One of the most fascinating aspects of modern Versailles is its role as a cultural stage. Where Louis XIV once orchestrated ballets to assert his dominance, the palace now hosts concerts, art installations, and theatrical productions that reimagine its legacy. Imagine watching contemporary dancers move beneath the painted ceilings of the Hall of Mirrors, their movements echoing centuries of ritual but infused with new meaning. Or consider an exhibition of modern sculpture placed in the gardens, a deliberate clash of eras that forces visitors to reconsider their relationship between past excess and present creativity. These events prove that Versailles is not frozen. It is still performing, still drawing audiences, still capable of awe. The show has changed, but the theater remains. Technology has amplified this transformation. Digital reconstructions allow visitors to witness the palace as it appeared in its prime, with virtual flames flickering in fireplaces, music echoing in salons, and courtiers drifting across polished marble. Augmented reality apps superimpose lost decorations onto bare walls, letting the past shimmer briefly before dissolving back into the present. This blending of real and virtual mirrors, the very essence of Versailles, a place built on illusion, where appearances mattered more than truth. Tourists today may laugh at the wigs and perfumes of old, but in scrolling through Instagram posts tagged at Versailles, we recreate the same hunger for display that once defined the court. The palace continues to feed on vanity, only now the mirrors are digital, yet beyond the spectacle, Versailles remains deeply tied to memory and identity. For France, it is a national symbol of resilience and pride. It embodies the heights of cultural achievement, the dangers of arrogance, and the capacity for reinvention. School children learn of its role in history, from the Sun King's rituals to the Revolution's fury, from German proclamations to peace treaties. Each generation inherits a different Versailles. For some, it is the pinnacle of French art. For others, a monument to oppression. For still others, a cautionary tale. This multiplicity ensures that the palace never fades into irrelevance. It belongs to everyone, but it also means something different to everyone who sees it. Tourists, too, leave with more than photographs. Many describe a strange duality, being dazzled by chandeliers while imagining the stench of chamber pots, admiring the fountains while recalling the hunger that built them, marveling at the Queen's bedchamber while remembering the humiliation of public childbirth. Versailles does not allow for pure admiration. It insists on discomfort. It demands that you hold beauty and horror in the same breath, and perhaps this is why it endures so powerfully. We do not seek Versailles because it is perfect. We seek it because it is human, magnificent and grotesque, sacred and absurd, triumphant and tragic all at once. And Versailles does not merely reflect the past, it critiques the present. In an age where celebrity culture and political theater dominate, where social media turns daily life into performance, Versailles feels eerily familiar. Courtiers once fought to be seen by the king. Today, influencers fight to be seen by algorithms. The rituals have changed, but the instincts remain. We may no longer sprinkle rosewater to mask filth, but we do filter our images to mask imperfection. Versailles reminds us that the obsession with appearances is not a relic of monarchy, but a constant feature of human society. To laugh at the absurdities of Louis XIV's court is to laugh at ourselves. Yet there is also hope in this recognition. Versailles, despite its excesses, has survived famine, revolution, occupation, and neglect. It has adapted, reinvented, and found new roles for itself. It proves that even the most fragile illusions can be reborn as lessons. that beauty can outlast the structures that first created it. When visitors gaze into the Hall of Mirrors today, they see not only their reflections, but the resilience of history itself. The palace tells us that no performance is eternal, but that even collapse can be transformed into memory, into art, into warning. And that may be the final gift of Versailles, not just its splendor or its scandal, but its ability to endure as a mirror. It reflects kings and courtiers, revolutions and treaties, tourists and presidents, past illusions and present performances. It asks questions we cannot easily answer. How long can a society sustain itself on appearances? How do we balance admiration with truth, spectacle with substance? And when our own golden gates are tested, will they survive the storm? Versailles leaves us unsettled because it refuses closure. It insists on being both dazzling and disturbing, both eternal and fragile. To leave its gardens is to carry those contradictions with you, to feel that the palace is not finished speaking. And perhaps it never will. For as long as we are captivated by appearances, Versailles will remain alive, an endless theater waiting for the next act, ready to reflect not only the ghosts of its past, but the illusions of our own present. By the time Versailles reaches the present moment, it has ceased to be merely a palace and has become a paradoxical mirror in which humanity sees both its vanity and its vulnerability. To step inside today is not just to admire art, gardens, and gilded ceilings. It is to confront a centuries-old conversation about the cost of appearances, the seduction of spectacle, and the fragility of power. The irony is that Versailles, once built to exclude nearly everyone, is now one of the most visited sights on Earth. The gates that once opened only for princes and ambassadors now swing wide for millions of strangers each year. Yet the rituals of access remain strangely familiar. People still queue for hours, still jostle for position, still measure their success by how close they get to the center of the spectacle. The experience of modern visitors is, in many ways, an unintentional reenactment of court life. Tourists elbow for space in the Hall of Mirrors much as nobles once elbowed for a glimpse of Louis XIV. Cameras click in rapid succession, each photograph an offering to the digital gods of memory, not unlike the bows and curtsies once offered to the Sun King himself. Selfies are staged with chandeliers as backdrops, Instagram feeds overflow with filtered reflections, and TikTok dances are performed in marble corridors that once echoed with minuets. The palace has been democratized, but it is still a stage. The actors are new, the costumes casual, but the hunger to be seen, to immortalize oneself within the spectacle, remains unchanged. This performance extends to the gardens as well. Visitors stroll through geometric alleys, rent boats to row along the Grand Canal, or sit in the shade of trimmed lime trees. Few realize that these same spaces once demanded the labor of thousands, from gardeners forced into exhausting routines, to engineers maintaining the massive waterworks that fed the fountains. Today, families eat ice cream where nobles once whispered intrigues, and children chase pigeons where generals once sought the king's favor. The context is different, but the choreography of movement, always designed, always intentional, remains. Even in leisure, Versailles dictates the pace, reminding us that no step within its grounds is truly free of its history. Yet Versailles is not only a site of recreation, it is a site of confrontation. Guides tell stories of filth masked by perfume, of childbirth witnessed by hundreds, of nobles transformed into sycophants by ritual. Listeners laugh, but the laughter is uneasy. These tales puncture the glitter, exposing the grotesque realities that glitter once concealed. Visitors may leave dazzled by chandeliers, but they also leave disturbed by what those chandeliers represent. A system that valued appearances so highly it was willing to humiliate, to exploit, even to starve its own people. Versailles forces us to admire and recoil in the same breath, holding both emotions at once until the contradiction lingers uncomfortably in the mind. This tension makes Versailles uniquely relevant in the 21st century. We, too, live in a world obsessed with appearances. Politicians stage events with the precision of theater, celebrities curate images with filters and stylists, and even ordinary people construct digital selves that shimmer brighter than reality. Versailles whispers across centuries, "You are not so different." The powdered wigs may be gone, but the machinery of illusion is alive and well. To mock the absurd rituals of Louis XIV's court is to risk mocking our own feeds, our own press conferences, our own desperate hunger to be seen. The palace unsettles because it reveals the timelessness of vanity, and Versailles is not finished shaping narratives. In recent decades, it has hosted contemporary art exhibitions that deliberately clash with its opulence. Giant balloon animals by Jeff Koons, mirrored sculptures by Anish Kapoor, neon lights flickering in gilded salons. These installations provoke outrage in some and delight in others, but they force a confrontation. What happens when modern excess meets ancient excess? The dialogue between past and present proves that Versailles is not just a relic. It is still a stage, still capable of sparking debate, still able to shock. Louis XIV would likely have approved. He always understood that power thrives on spectacle and controversy. And yet, beneath the glamour and reinvention, Versailles remains fragile. The palace demands constant maintenance. Frescoes fade, gold leaf peels, fountains corrode, and marble cracks under the weight of millions of feet. Conservators work tirelessly, often invisibly, to preserve what time and tourists threaten to erase. The upkeep costs are astronomical, and every euro spent is a reminder that Versailles is not eternal. It is a performance sustained by labor and money, just as it always was. The palace dazzles precisely because someone, somewhere, is paying the price. That truth connects today's visitors to the peasants of the 17th century who bore the financial burden of Versailles' creation. The stage remains dazzling, but the backstage remains costly. And so Versailles endures as a contradiction, magnificent yet grotesque, eternal yet fragile, admired yet unsettling. It refuses to let us leave unscarred. We step in expecting to be amazed, and we are. But we also leave with a weight, a whisper that says, this could happen again. Power still dresses itself in gold, still surrounds itself with rituals, still masks its flaws with perfume. Only the perfumes are now digital, the rituals virtual, the mirrors made of screens. Versailles warns us that every spectacle, no matter how glittering, carries within it the seeds of collapse. This is why Versailles matters in our time. It is not only a monument to kings, but a mirror for humanity. Reflecting our past and our present at once, it challenges us to ask uncomfortable questions. How much of our world is theater? How much of our power is illusion? And how long can we sustain these illusions before reality forces its way through the gates? The palace does not answer. It never has. It only reflects light, faces, and truths we would rather not see. And in that reflection lies the reason why Versailles, centuries after its court fell silent, still holds us captive, still refuses to let us look away. To speak of Versailles in its most profound sense is to see it not merely as a palace, but as a meditation on illusion itself. Every hall, every mirror, every fountain is a reminder that power is never just about armies, laws, or gold. It is about appearances, about the ability to make others believe. Louis XIV understood this better than anyone. He turned Versailles into a machine of spectacle, one that ran not on gears, but on rituals, not on fuel, but on obsession. And though centuries have passed, the palace still radiates this truth. To enter its gates today is to step into a lesson, one that warns us how seductive illusions can be and how dangerous it is to confuse them with reality. The Hall of Mirrors embodies this idea perfectly. Built to dazzle, it was never just about reflecting sunlight or multiplying chandeliers. It was about multiplying the king himself. Every reflection was a performance of infinity, suggesting that Louis XIV was omnipresent, eternal, impossible to escape. Courtiers saw him once, then again and again, stretching endlessly across the glass. Yet the mirrors also captured their own reflections, reminding them, however subtly, that their place existed only in relation to his. The hall still stuns modern visitors, but its deeper function was psychological. It trained people to believe that the king was larger than life, while they themselves were but fragments. It is no accident that treaties were signed there centuries later. The room itself still carries the aura of inevitability. The gardens extend this illusion onto nature itself. André Lenotre, the landscape architect, crafted them not as a retreat, but as a theater of control. Trees were pruned into rigid lines, fountains spurted on command, and canals cut through the land with geometric precision. Nature, chaotic by design, was bent into obedience. Walking through those avenues today, one might admire their beauty without realizing the violence behind it, the endless labor of gardeners, the hidden machinery pumping water from distant rivers, the peasants' taxes funding it all. The illusion is seamless. It looks as though the sun itself had arranged the trees. But, like all illusions, it is fragile and requires constant effort to sustain. Without the invisible work of hundreds, the performance would collapse into wilderness. Even the rituals of the court reveal how much of Versailles was theater disguised as governance. The king's morning routine, the lever, was less about hygiene than about hierarchy. Nobles competed for the privilege of holding a shirt, a glove, or even a basin of water. To an outsider, it might have looked absurd, grown men fighting to pass clothing to another man, but in the context of Versailles, it was deadly serious. Proximity to the king meant access to favors, lands, and influence. Every gesture became a currency, every glance a transaction. The palace had turned life itself into performance, and in doing so, it blurred the line between power and play. Even now, tourists laugh at the absurdity, but if they look closely, they may realize that our own offices, parliaments, and digital spaces are not so different. The most unsettling illusions, however, were those of intimacy. Mistresses like Madame de Montespan wielded power not only through charm but through performance. Their beauty was curated like art, their entrances timed like theater, their words chosen like lines in a script, yet behind the satin and jewels lay desperation. For every woman who basked in royal favor, dozens more were discarded, exiled to convents, or left to live in humiliation. The illusion of romance masked a brutal truth. bodies were currency, and affection was strategy. Versailles transformed love into politics and desire into weaponry, and when whispers of witchcraft and poisons entered the mix, the illusion darkened further, reminding us that obsession with appearances can lead to terror as easily as to laughter. But perhaps the greatest illusion Versailles sustained was that of permanence. Louis XIV called himself the Sun King, suggesting his reign was eternal, like the cycle of dawn and dusk. The palace itself was designed to feel timeless. Stone, marble, gold, mirrors, all meant to resist decay. Yet beneath the glitter, his body rotted like any man's. Gangrene ate away at his flesh, his teeth fell out, his breath stank of infection. Courtiers watched, horrified but fascinated, as the theater of majesty cracked under the weight of mortality. And when the revolution came, tearing down gates, auctioning off furniture, and forcing the king's descendants to Paris, the illusion of eternity collapsed in an instant. Versailles had promised forever, but reality stormed through its doors. And here lies the paradox that still draws millions today. Versailles seduces with beauty, but haunts with truth. It dazzles with chandeliers, but unsettles with chamber pots. It inspires awe, but demands reflection. It is not simply a palace, but a warning written in gold, that appearances, no matter how glorious, cannot hold back reality. Visitors leave with photographs of fountains and mirrors, but what lingers in their minds are the stories of queens giving birth in public, of nobles elbowing for slippers, of peasants starving while water danced in marble basins. Versailles reminds us that illusions are powerful, but they are never free. And this reminder matters now more than ever. We, too, live in a world of mirrors, screens that reflect curated versions of ourselves, spectacles staged by politicians, fantasies sold by corporations. We laugh at the absurdities of Versailles, yet we continue to live in palaces of illusion of our own making. The wigs and perfumes have changed into hashtags and filters, but the machinery is the same. Versailles endures not just because of its beauty, but because it forces us to see ourselves within its story. The palace is less a relic than a prophecy, whispering across centuries that every age builds its own theater, and every theater eventually meets its audience's wrath. That is why Versailles remains alive, not as a home, not as a throne, but as a mirror. It reflects kings and queens, revolutions and treaties, tourists and presidents, illusions and truths. And in those reflections, we see the warning that dazzled courtiers once ignored. No matter how blinding the spectacle, the curtain always falls. The only question is when, and that question, left deliberately unanswered by Versailles itself, is the one that keeps us returning again and again to gaze into its shimmering glass. By the time we reach the present, Versailles is more than a palace, more than a museum, more than even a national symbol. It has become a kind of mirror for humanity, reflecting back not only the past excesses of monarchy, but also our own present-day obsessions with spectacle, display, and the endless pursuit of appearances. To walk through its halls today is to encounter a dialogue between centuries. The whispers of powdered courtiers mix with the chatter of tourists, the shimmer of candlelight lingers beneath the flash of smartphones, and the gardens that once staged the Sun King's triumphs now host joggers, concerts, and international summits. Versailles has outlived kings, revolutions, and even empires, and yet, somehow, it feels as alive as ever. Part of this vitality lies in the way Versailles refuses to be reduced to one story. For some visitors, it is a wonder of art and architecture, an overwhelming explosion of gilded ceilings, marble corridors, and manicured gardens. For others, it is a cautionary tale, a monument to arrogance and inequality, a reminder of the hunger and despair that fueled the revolution. And for others still, it is a stage where history keeps replaying itself, from the proclamation of the German Empire in 1871 to the signing of the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. No matter which lens one chooses, the palace insists on complexity. It refuses to let you leave with a simple impression, and that refusal is part of its enduring spell. Tourism has given Versailles a new kind of theater, one that eerily mirrors the old rituals of court life. Just as nobles once jostled for the honor of holding the king's shirt at the lever, tourists today crowd for the perfect photograph of the Hall of Mirrors. The choreography is familiar, waiting, pushing forward, stealing glances, capturing moments. And just as the court once revolved around the presence of the king, the modern visitor's experience revolves around a series of iconic sites. The Queen's bedchamber, the King's apartments, the Grand Canal. Access is still everything. Only now, instead of favors and titles, the reward is likes, shares, and digital immortality. Versailles has democratized the performance, but the hunger to be seen has not changed. Technology has only intensified the sense of reenactment. Virtual tours, 3D reconstructions, and augmented reality apps now allow people around the world to step into Versailles from their living rooms. They can walk the halls, hear recreated sounds, even watch simulations of Louis XIV ceremonies. In this sense, Versailles has returned to its origins as pure theater. Only now the actors are digital and the audience is global. And the irony is sharp. The palace, built to enforce exclusivity, has become one of the most accessible monuments on Earth. What was once reserved for princes and ambassadors can now be experienced by anyone with a smartphone. Yet this accessibility raises new questions. If everyone can see Versailles, does it lose some of its aura? Or does its power actually grow precisely because its performance has no borders? What modern visitors often underestimate is how much labor sustains the illusion even today. Behind the gold and the marble lies an army of conservators, gardeners, engineers, and historians who work tirelessly to keep Versailles alive. The gardens, for example, require pruning, replanting, and reshaping every year. The fountains demand constant maintenance, their water systems, some dating back to the 17th century, repaired with painstaking care. The frescoes and gilded frames need restoration, each stroke of the brush a silent battle against time. Versailles is no more eternal now than it was in Louis XIV's day. It still devours resources to sustain its performance. Only the currency has changed. No longer peasants' taxes, but public funds and tourist revenue. The stage is still dazzling, but the backstage remains invisible. And it is this invisibility that makes Versailles so revealing. For the palace is not only a spectacle, but also a metaphor. It shows us how easy it is to be blinded by appearances, to forget the machinery and suffering that sustain them. Just as nobles once ignored the misery of the countryside while they applauded ballets, modern visitors often ignore the fragility of the structure itself, the cracks hidden beneath the gold. Versailles whispers that every glittering surface conceals a cost, and that cost cannot be ignored forever. The palace becomes a lesson. Beauty can dazzle, but it can also deceive. Perhaps this is why Versailles resonates so deeply with the modern world. In an age where politics is choreographed like theater, where celebrities curate their lives as carefully as courtiers arrange their wigs, and where social media transforms daily life into endless performance, Versailles feels uncannily familiar. We may laugh at the absurdity of nobles fighting to hand the king his slippers, but are we so different when we fight for digital recognition? We may mock the Sun King's obsession with ceremony, but are our own rituals of display any less consuming? Versailles unsettles us because it reflects us, not only in its mirrors, but in its essence. And yet, it also inspires. For all its grotesque contradictions, Versailles has survived. It has endured revolutions, occupations, neglect, and ridicule, and still it stands, shimmering in the sunlight, inviting new generations to marvel and reflect. It shows that even illusions, when crafted with brilliance, can outlive their creators. That is perhaps the ultimate irony. Louis XIV built Versailles to immortalize himself, and while he is long gone, the palace continues to live, reinventing itself with each century. It is no longer his theater, but ours. This is what makes Versailles so endlessly captivating. It is not finished. It never will be. Every visitor, every photograph, every reflection in the mirrors adds another layer to its performance. The sun has set, the monarchy has fallen, but the stage is still lit, waiting for the next act. And as long as we remain captivated by appearances, Versailles will remain alive, haunting, dazzling, and warning us that no spectacle, however glorious, can last forever. The only certainty is that the curtain will fall, and when it does, we will finally have to confront what lay behind the glitter all along. By the time we reach what could be called the afterlife of Versailles, the palace no longer exists merely as a physical place. It has become a myth, a cultural symbol that stretches far beyond its walls of marble and gold. In history books, in films, in novels, even in fashion advertisements, Versailles has been reduced, magnified, distorted, and reimagined into something larger than itself. This transformation is not accidental. It is the inevitable fate of a building that was never meant to be ordinary. Versailles was designed as theater, and like all great theaters, it continues to live in stories long after the original performance has ended. Consider how Versailles has been appropriated into global culture. In Japan, manga artists sketch Versailles as a stage for drama and romance. In Hollywood, the palace becomes shorthand for extravagance and doomed love, with Marie Antoinette recast as everything from tragic heroine to misunderstood rebel. In advertising, its imagery is used to sell perfume, champagne, jewelry, even cars, objects that promise, however briefly, to give ordinary consumers a taste of royal excess. Versailles is not just French anymore, it is universal. It functions as a code word for luxury, vanity, and decadence, one that requires no translation. Everyone knows what Versailles means, even if they have never set foot in France. Yet beneath this glittering global image lies a quieter story, the work of preservation. Versailles today is less a palace of kings than a palace of conservators. Teams of historians, engineers, architects, and craftsmen labor behind the scenes to keep the building standing. Roofs sag under centuries of weight, mirrors crack under pressure, paintings fade under light. Restoring a single gilded room can take years and cost millions. To polish the illusion of eternity requires constant confrontation with decay. The irony is inescapable. The palace built to project immortality is, in truth, one of the most fragile monuments on Earth. And that fragility forces us to ask whether Versailles survives because of its beauty, or because humanity cannot bear to let its illusions die. The palace also serves as a stage for international diplomacy in the modern world. Presidents and monarchs still dine beneath painted ceilings, aware that every handshake in the Hall of Mirrors echoes with centuries of symbolism. When Emmanuel Macron invited Vladimir Putin to Versailles in 2017, it was not just a meeting, it was a performance. The choice of setting was deliberate, a reminder that France still possesses not only political power but cultural majesty. In this sense, Versailles has outlived the monarchy by becoming a resource for the Republic, a tool of soft power that radiates influence through spectacle. The Sun King may be gone, but his stagecraft is still at work. And then there are the visitors, the millions who flock each year, cameras in hand, eager to claim their place within the theater. They pose in the Hall of Mirrors, their reflections multiplied endlessly, unaware that they are reenacting the very rituals of proximity that once defined court life. Where courtiers once fought for the privilege of handing the king his shirt, tourists now fight for the perfect selfie with chandeliers. The hunger is the same: to be seen, to be immortalized, to matter within the spectacle. Versailles may no longer dictate fashion or policy, but it still dictates behavior. Its choreography remains intact, even if its audience has changed. But Versailles is more than spectacle. It is also warning. The guides do not shy away from the grotesque truths: the queen's childbirths witnessed by crowds, the nobles urinating in stairwells, the stench masked by perfume, the peasants starving while fountains gushed. These stories disturb, but they also fascinate, because they reveal the cost of appearances. Visitors laugh nervously, then fall silent as they realize how easily spectacle blinds people to suffering. And in that silence, Versailles speaks across centuries. Beware of illusions too carefully crafted, for they can collapse in a single storm of reality. This is why Versailles matters today. It is not only a palace, but a mirror, reflecting kings and courtiers, revolutions and treaties, but also us. In an age of curated images, political theater, and digital performance, Versailles feels eerily familiar. We mock the absurdities of nobles fighting for slippers, yet we spend hours crafting online identities that are just as artificial. We laugh at Louis XIV's obsession with ritual, yet our own leaders pose with just as much choreography. Versailles unsettles because it shows that history is not gone. It is simply replaying itself in new costumes. And so the palace endures, not as a relic, but as a living parable. Its walls still dazzle, its gardens still bloom, its mirrors still shimmer, but its deepest power lies in its questions. How much of our own world is theater? How much of our power is illusion? How long can appearances hold before reality storms through the gates, as it once did in 1789? Versailles does not answer. It never has. Instead, it forces us to see ourselves within its glitter, to confront our own fragile performances. This is the final irony. Versailles, built to immortalize one man, has instead immortalized a lesson. Kings have come and gone, revolutions have risen and fallen, empires have marched and crumbled, but the palace remains, whispering the same truth to each generation. That no matter how dazzling the spectacle, no matter how carefully crafted the illusion, the curtain will always fall. And when it does, what remains is not the performance, but the memory, and the uneasy realization that the next act has already begun. By the time we turn to Versailles in the present day, it has long ceased to be only a palace of kings or a museum of the Revolution. It has become a stage where humanity itself plays out its fascination with beauty, power, and illusion. Walking through its gates today, one can sense that the building is alive, not just because of its architecture, but because of the stories still vibrating within its walls. Versailles is not a ruin, nor is it frozen in time. It is constantly reinvented by those who visit, who study, who photograph, and who dream. In this way, it serves as both monument and mirror, revealing not only what France once was, but also what the world still is. One of the most striking features of Versailles' modern identity is its role as a magnet for global audiences. Each year, millions arrive from every corner of the world, filling its halls with dozens of languages, each person seeking something different. Some come to admire the art, some to imagine the romance of Louis XIV's glittering court, and others to stand in the Hall of Mirrors and picture the treaties that reshaped the world. The result is a constant layering of narratives, where past and present blend into one vast human performance. The palace has outlived the monarchy, because it has learned to host not only kings but also ordinary people, each of whom leaves behind a fragment of themselves in its mirrors. Yet modern Versailles is also a place of contrasts. Visitors arrive expecting opulence, but are often struck by how much of the palace is empty, how many rooms feel stripped of their furniture, how much was lost during the Revolution. The palace dazzles, but it also unsettles, forcing one to remember that much of its original life has been erased. This absence, however, is powerful in itself. The empty spaces whisper of destruction and reinvention, of a society that tore down its own illusions and then painstakingly rebuilt them for new purposes. Every crack in the marble, every faded tapestry becomes part of the story of survival, a reminder that even the greatest illusions are vulnerable to time. Technology has brought yet another reinvention. Augmented reality tours and 3D reconstructions allow visitors to experience Versailles as it once was, filling empty halls with virtual furnishings, lighting long dark fireplaces, and even projecting digital courtiers into the galleries. For many, these tools deepen the sense of immersion, but they also highlight the paradox of Versailles. The more we try to recreate the illusion of its past, the more we realize how much of it was always performance to begin with. The palace has become both museum and hologram, a reminder that memory itself is always partly imagined. And this raises a question. Are we preserving Versailles, or are we simply staging it again with new costumes and new audiences? Versailles also continues to serve as a stage for diplomacy, reminding us that its aura still carries political weight. State banquets, presidential speeches, and international summits are deliberately held in its gilded halls where the symbolism is impossible to miss. A treaty signed in an office might be forgotten. A treaty signed in the Hall of Mirrors is immortal. Leaders who stand beneath its painted ceilings borrow centuries of grandeur, as if Louis XIV himself were lending them credibility. The palace may no longer wield direct political power, but it still shapes how power is perceived. It remains, as it was in the 17th century, a theater for authority. But perhaps what keeps Versailles so compelling is its ability to disturb as well as dazzle. The guides never fail to tell the darker stories. The unbearable stench masked by perfume, the queen forced to give birth before an audience, the nobles who reduced themselves to servility for a glimpse of the king. Visitors laugh at the absurdity, but the laughter is uneasy, because the parallels with our own world are too obvious. We, too, live in a society where appearances dominate, where people stage their lives for audiences, where power often relies more on image than substance. Versailles forces us to see not only the past, but also ourselves, and that reflection can be both fascinating and uncomfortable. The palace is also a site of labor, though most visitors never see it. Behind the scenes, hundreds of staff work tirelessly to keep Versailles alive. Gardeners pruning thousands of trees into rigid shapes, conservators restoring delicate frescoes, engineers repairing centuries-old hydraulics that still feed the fountains. The gardens alone demand constant attention, their geometry maintained with military precision, just as in Louis XIV's time. To sustain the illusion of eternity requires endless human effort, reminding us that spectacle is never effortless. Versailles dazzles precisely because of the invisible work that sustains it, a truth as valid today as it was in the 17th century. And yet, Versailles is not only about preservation, it is about reinvention. Contemporary art exhibitions staged within its walls shock some and delight others, placing neon lights, giant balloons, or mirrored sculptures alongside Baroque ceilings. These juxtapositions create a dialogue between eras, proving that Versailles is not frozen, but evolving. The Sun King would have understood this perfectly. He knew that power needed spectacle, and that spectacle needed novelty. In a sense, these modern interventions are not a betrayal of Versailles, but a continuation of its essence. The palace remains a stage, always hungry for new performances. What makes Versailles endure is this refusal to be only one thing. It is simultaneously a monument to monarchy and a monument to revolution, a playground for tourists and a shrine of diplomacy, a site of memory and a site of reinvention. Its contradictions are precisely what give it life. Visitors leave dazzled, disturbed, amused, unsettled, and above all, reflective. Versailles does not let you walk away untouched. It forces you to carry its questions with you. How much of our world is theater? How long can appearances endure before reality intrudes? And when our own illusions begin to crack, will we recognize the lesson Versailles has been whispering for centuries? That is why Versailles continues to matter. It is not just a palace, but a mirror, reflecting both the brilliance and the folly of human ambition. It asks us to marvel at its beauty, but it also dares us to confront its shadows. And in that uneasy balance, it achieves something few monuments ever do. It stays alive, not by offering answers, but by leaving us with questions we cannot stop asking. And those questions, echoing across its marble corridors, ensure that Versailles' performance is far from over. By the time we reach the story of Versailles, in its 28th layer of interpretation, we are no longer simply speaking of a palace of marble, glass, and gardens. We are speaking of an idea that has stretched across centuries, adapting, mutating, and reflecting the very societies that gaze upon it. Versailles has outlived the monarchy, the revolution, 2 world wars, occupations, treaties, and endless waves of tourists. Yet even now, it refuses to settle into silence. Instead, it continues to reinvent itself as a stage, a mirror, and a cautionary tale. To explore Versailles in this light is to explore the very nature of how humanity clings to illusions, recycles spectacle, and transforms ruins into myths. One of the most striking aspects of modern Versailles is how it thrives on its contradictions. The palace dazzles visitors with its opulence, yet whispers constantly of decay. Its mirrors shine, but they reflect stories of humiliation as much as glory. Its gardens bloom, but their perfection is maintained through grueling, endless labor. This duality is what keeps the palace alive. Unlike many monuments that fade into static reverence, Versailles refuses to be only one thing. It is both beautiful and grotesque, triumphant and tragic, eternal and fragile. Tourists arrive expecting a fairy tale, and instead they encounter a complex theater where light and shadow are inseparable, and this theater still demands actors. The millions who pass through its gates every year are not mere observers, they are participants. Every photograph taken in the Hall of Mirrors, every whispered joke about Louis XIV's wigs, every gasp at the Queen's bedchamber adds to the performance. The choreography is unspoken but universal. Enter, admire, record, share. In this sense, the tourists of today are not so different from the courtiers of the 17th century. Both are bound by rituals of visibility, both seek validation from proximity to splendor, and both leave behind only fleeting impressions within the palace's enduring walls. Versailles survives precisely because it still commands this ritual, even if the stakes have shifted from royal favor to digital recognition. Technology has extended this performance beyond the palace itself. Virtual reality tours, cinematic recreations, and even video games now allow people around the globe to visit Versailles from their homes. The irony is sharp. A palace built to exclude has become one of the most accessible monuments on Earth. Yet this accessibility also raises questions. If anyone can wander its halls digitally, does Versailles lose some of its aura? Or does its power grow precisely because its spectacle is no longer confined by geography? In truth, the palace has always thrived on reinvention, and digital replication is simply its latest costume. It reminds us that illusions are never static. They evolve to meet the needs of new audiences. But Versailles also lives in the realm of politics. Leaders continue to summon its power for diplomatic theater. Banquets under painted ceilings, press conferences in gilded salons, summits staged in its gardens. These are not mere events, but deliberate performances. When world leaders pose in the Hall of Mirrors, they borrow not only its beauty, but its weight, its history of treaties and proclamation. Versailles lends authority because it has accumulated centuries of spectacle. The stage may be ancient, but its capacity to amplify power remains undiminished. And in this continuity, we glimpse the essence of Versailles. Spectacle is never truly past. It is only waiting for its next act. Yet beneath the gold and glamour, the darker stories endure. Visitors are reminded that queens once gave birth before an audience, that nobles clawed for the right to hand the king his slippers, that perfumes were used not for luxury, but to mask unbearable stench. These grotesque details puncture the fairy tale, grounding the spectacle in reality. They remind us that Versailles was not only a theater of power, but also a prison of appearances, where no one, not even the monarch, could escape performance. And as modern audiences laugh nervously at these absurdities, they are forced to confront the uncomfortable truth. Our own societies are no less obsessed with display, no less enslaved by rituals of visibility. What gives Versailles its enduring relevance is precisely this ability to act as a mirror. When we mock the absurdity of nobles fighting for slippers, we should ask ourselves if we are so different, fighting for likes and shares in the digital sphere. When we shake our heads at Louis XIV's obsession with ceremony, we should wonder whether our own political spectacles are any less choreographed. Versailles unsettles because it shows us that the machinery of illusion has not vanished. It has merely changed form. The wigs have become filters, the ballets have become press conferences, the Hall of Mirrors has become the glowing screen in our pockets. And still, Versailles inspires awe. The sheer scale of the gardens, the shimmer of the chandeliers, the weight of history pressing through the marble, these things cannot be dismissed. They remind us that illusions, while fragile, can also be works of extraordinary beauty. They can shape culture, inspire art, and even outlive the societies that created them. This is perhaps the greatest paradox of Versailles. Though built on excess and inequality, it has become a monument not only to monarchy, but to humanity's capacity for reinvention. It is a ruin that refuses to ruin, a spectacle that refuses to fade. In this sense, Versailles is less a relic than a prophecy. It whispers across centuries that every society builds its own stage, every age invents its own rituals of power, and every illusion eventually collapses under the weight of reality. The palace does not answer the questions it poses, it only reflects them. How much of our world is theater? How long can appearances sustain authority before truth storms the gates? These are not questions about the past. They are questions about now, about us, about the palaces of illusion we are building even as we admire the one before us. And so Versailles endures, dazzling and disturbing, ancient and modern, a mirror that refuses to let us look away. To walk its halls is to feel both wonder and unease, admiration and warning. The palace does not tell us what to think, it simply forces us to see. And in that reflection, we glimpse not only the ghosts of kings and courtiers, but also the fragile performances of our own time, shimmering brightly, waiting for the day the curtain falls. Versailles, in its 29th chapter, is less about kings and revolutions, and more about its strange afterlife as a cultural memory that refuses to die. When you step into the palace today, you do not just step into France's past. You step into the collective imagination of the entire world. The palace has become a myth, a shorthand for extravagance, a place where fiction and history blur until it is impossible to tell which one captivates us more. Versailles does not simply exist as stone and glass. It lives in books, in films, in fashion, in advertising, in digital spaces. And in this broader stage, it performs just as powerfully as it did when Louis XIV strutted through its halls. One of the most telling examples of this cultural afterlife is the way Marie Antoinette has been reimagined. In the 18th century, she was despised, mocked, accused of indifference to the people's suffering, and ultimately executed. But in the 20th and 21st centuries, she's been transformed into a cultural icon, tragic, glamorous, misunderstood. Sofia Coppola's Marie Antoinette painted her as a pastel-colored rebel, trapped in a gilded cage, soundtracked by modern pop music. Fashion houses use her silhouette in campaigns, while novels cast her as heroine or villain depending on the audience. The irony is staggering. A queen once reviled for her excess is now celebrated precisely for that excess. Proof that Versailles continues to recycle its scandals into stories we cannot stop retelling. This recycling extends beyond individuals to the palace itself. In films, Versailles often appears not as a setting, but as a character in its own right. Its gleaming halls and endless gardens embodying both beauty and menace. Directors use it as a backdrop for tales of desire, betrayal, or collapse. Costume dramas linger on its chandeliers. Thrillers twist its silence into something unsettling. Even in video games, Versailles appears as a symbol of luxury or conspiracy, often with secret passages leading to intrigue. The palace functions like a stage set the world cannot stop reusing. A stage that always says the same thing: appearances matter, and behind appearances, danger lurks. But the fascination is not only artistic, it is also commercial. Perfume ads promise the scent of Versailles, as though a bottle could contain centuries of power and decadence. Jewelry campaigns place diamonds against mirrored backdrops, implying that to wear them is to channel the Sun King himself. Even luxury cars have borrowed Versailles as a setting, as though gilded gates could transfer legitimacy to polished metal. Here, Versailles becomes not a place of memory, but a tool of marketing, a brand that sells desire. Louis XIV would probably have smiled at this. After all, he invented the idea of turning lifestyle into propaganda. That his palace now fuels global consumer fantasies is less a distortion than the continuation of his original plan. Yet, even while Versailles dazzles as myth, it unsettles as history. Guides remind visitors of the grotesque realities, nobles relieving themselves in corners, the unbearable stench of unwashed bodies, the humiliations disguised as rituals. These details puncture the fantasy, forcing us to admit that the glitter was always a mask. And perhaps that is why the palace captivates so strongly in the modern age, because it embodies both sides at once. It allows us to indulge in the dream of endless beauty while also confronting us with the truth that beauty is fragile, and that behind every illusion lies something darker. This tension is why Versailles feels strangely contemporary. In our world of curated feeds, digital influencers, and staged political spectacles, the palace whispers, "You are not so different." Where courtiers once fought for the privilege of handing the king a slipper, we fight for digital validation. Where queens once staged their beauty like theater, we stage ours through photographs and filters. The wigs may be gone, but the hunger for attention, for presence, for immortality remains the same. Versailles endures because it reflects us, not only in its mirrors, but in its very essence. What makes this enduring relevance even more haunting is how Versailles thrives on reinvention. Contemporary artists have turned its halls into galleries of neon and steel, its gardens into playgrounds for abstract installations. Some see this as sacrilege, others as genius, but in truth, it is simply Versailles, doing what it has always done: shocking, dazzling, provoking. The palace was never meant to be static. Louis XIV reinvented it constantly, adding wings, fountains, and theaters to keep the spectacle fresh. The modern curators who invite contemporary art into its rooms are simply continuing his legacy. The stage must never go dark, and Versailles ensures it never will. And yet, despite its endless reinvention, Versailles is fragile. Its ceilings crack, its gardens wither without care, its fountains corrode, its mirrors age. It consumes vast resources to remain alive, just as it did in the 17th century. But now the cost is borne not by peasants, but by taxpayers and tourists. Every ticket, every souvenir, every guided tour is another thread in the web that sustains the illusion. In this sense, Versailles has never changed. It still devours energy and devotion to preserve the image of eternity. The palace may be timeless, but its survival is always temporary, always dependent on those willing to keep the curtain lifted. And this is perhaps the deepest lesson of Versailles. It is not merely a palace of kings, nor only a museum of revolution, nor simply a backdrop for art and commerce. It is a mirror that reflects the cycle of human ambition, the creation of illusions, the obsession with appearances, the collapse into reality, and the reinvention that follows. We admire it because it is beautiful, but we return to it because it is unsettling. It dares us to see not only the ghosts of the past, but the fragility of our own performances. And as long as we remain entranced by spectacle, Versailles will remain alive, whispering that every curtain eventually falls, and when it does, the truth will be harder to face than the glitter ever was. To approach Versailles in its 30th act is to see it less as a monument and more as a living parable, a story that refuses to end because it reflects too perfectly the cycle of human ambition. It is not just a palace of gold and mirrors, nor just a museum filled with paintings of kings and battles. It is a stage that humanity has never stopped using, a performance that continues across centuries with new actors, new costumes, new scripts. Versailles, at this point, is not about Louis XIV alone. It is about us, about the way we build illusions to sustain our lives, and about the cost we pay when those illusions collapse. What is most striking about Versailles, in this modern reflective role, is its ability to embody contradiction. It dazzles with light, but it also unsettles with shadows. It inspires awe in its grandeur, but discomfort in its grotesque details. One can stand in the hall of mirrors and feel overwhelmed by the shimmering beauty, yet also recall the treaties that reshaped Europe, or the humiliation of monarchs forced to parade their bodies before crowds. This blend of beauty and unease is what keeps Versailles alive. Unlike monuments that can be admired and then forgotten, Versailles clings to the mind because it refuses to be simple. It is both dazzling and disturbing, a glittering jewel that hides a warning beneath its shine. The palace achieves this effect partly through the way it embodies illusion. Consider the gardens. They appear natural, effortless, eternal, yet they are anything but. Every tree is pruned, every path reshaped, every fountain maintained with endless work. To create the illusion of control over nature requires constant labor, just as it did in Louis XIV's time. In this sense, the gardens themselves are a metaphor for human ambition. We long to impose order on chaos, to make the world reflect our desires. But behind the geometry lies exhaustion, and behind the beauty lies fragility. One drought, one neglect, and the illusion falters. Versailles thus becomes a reminder that all appearances demand sacrifice, and that the sacrifice is often invisible. The same is true of its rituals. We laugh today at the courtiers who fought for the privilege of handing the king his shirt, or the queens who gave birth before hundreds of eyes. But what were those rituals if not performances designed to sustain the illusion of power? They created a theater in which the king appeared divine and the court appeared harmonious. Yet the reality was grotesque. Men and women reduced to props, bodies humiliated for the sake of ceremony, lives consumed by the hunger for proximity. These rituals remind us that illusion often thrives at the expense of dignity, and that to maintain appearances, someone must always pay the cost. And here is where Versailles feels eerily relevant. Our own age is also saturated with rituals of performance, from political rallies staged with perfect choreography to digital platforms where lives are curated like plays. We mock the wigs and perfumes of the 17th century, but are we so different when we filter our photographs, script our speeches, or stage our identities for public consumption? Versailles unsettles us precisely because it shows us ourselves, stripped of the pretense that we are beyond such absurdities. The wigs may be gone, but the hunger for spectacle has not disappeared. It has merely changed costume. Yet Versailles does not only warn, it also inspires. For all its grotesque contradictions, the palace has endured. It has survived revolutions, wars, occupations, and neglect, and still it stands, shimmering in the sunlight, drawing millions to its gates. There is a kind of beauty in this endurance, a reminder that even illusions can be transformed into lessons. Louis XIV built Versailles to immortalize himself. But what has truly been immortalized is not the man but the story of ambition, spectacle, collapse, and reinvention. The fact that the palace remains alive centuries later proves that even the most fragile of performances can outlast their creators if they capture something universal about human desire. This universality explains why Versailles has been adopted globally. It appears in novels, films, advertisements, and video games, not merely as a backdrop, but as a symbol. To invoke Versailles is to invoke beauty tinged with danger, opulence shadowed by downfall. It is why fashion houses borrow its imagery, why musicians perform in its gardens, why directors linger on its chandeliers. Versailles is not just French anymore, it is universal. It speaks to anyone who has ever been seduced by appearances or betrayed by them. It speaks to anyone who has ever longed for permanence in a world built on fragility. But the deepest reason Versailles endures is its role as a mirror. It reflects not only the faces of tourists who crowd its halls, but the societies they come from. It forces us to ask questions we would rather avoid. How much of our world is theater? How long can appearances sustain authority before reality breaks through the gates? And what illusions are we building now, in marble or in pixels, that future generations will laugh at or weep over? The palace does not answer. It never has. It only reflects, multiplying our images across its mirrors, daring us to see ourselves for what we are. And so Versailles continues, a performance that will never end because its subject is endless, the human hunger for spectacle. The palace reminds us that every illusion, no matter how dazzling, carries within it the seed of collapse. The chandeliers may shine, the fountains may dance, the mirrors may multiply light, but the storm always waits outside the gates. Versailles does not let us forget this. It forces us to carry its warning long after we leave its gardens, whispering across centuries that the curtain will fall, and when it does, the truth behind the glitter will be impossible to ignore. This is why Versailles matters in its 30th act. It is not simply a relic of monarchy, nor just a museum of art. It is a living story, a mirror, a prophecy. It seduces, unsettles, and warns all at once. And as long as humanity remains enthralled by appearances, Versailles will remain alive, eternal not because of stone or gold, but because of the questions it forces us to ask about ourselves, our illusions, and the fragile performances we dare to call reality. By the 31st chapter of Versailles' story, we are no longer speaking only of marble and gardens, nor only of kings and revolutions. We are speaking of a myth that has traveled across centuries, reinventing itself at every step, and yet somehow never losing its capacity to captivate. To stand in Versailles today is to feel the full weight of time pressing down, but also the strange elasticity of memory, the way the palace bends and reshapes itself for each generation, each visitor, each new telling of its tale. It is not a fossil, it is alive, precisely because it refuses to settle into silence. What strikes most visitors today is not just the grandeur of Versailles, but its contradictions. They expect perfection, yet they often find cracks, peeling gold, uneven marble. They expect timelessness, yet they are told of constant restoration, scaffolding hidden behind hedges, artisans laboring day after day to keep the illusion intact. This tension is essential to Versailles' power. The palace teaches that eternity is never natural. It is manufactured, sustained by invisible work. Just as Louis XIV once demanded endless labor to sustain his spectacle, so too does the palace demand armies of modern workers. The illusion of permanence has always required sacrifice, and Versailles continues to remind us of this truth. The Hall of Mirrors is perhaps the clearest example of this fragile eternity. Tourists enter expecting fairy tale brilliance, and indeed the chandeliers sparkle, the gilding shines, the reflections stretch endlessly. But the mirrors themselves, though dazzling, are centuries old, their surfaces worn, their frames meticulously restored multiple times. In the 17th century, France had to steal Venetian secrets to manufacture them at all, smuggling knowledge at great risk to achieve what seemed impossible. Today, they still dazzle precisely because of that history. The mirrors are not just glass, but artifacts of espionage, ambition, and obsession. When we look into them, we see not only ourselves, but the echoes of those who risked everything to make illusion a reality. And in that layered reflection lies the heart of Versailles. Beauty built on struggle, spectacle resting on shadows. The gardens tell a similar story. On the surface, they are orderly, geometric, almost eternal in their symmetry. But behind that order lies chaos, storms that topple trees, droughts that dry fountains, winters that kill delicate plants. The famous storm of 1999 destroyed over 10,000 trees in a single night, ripping through avenues that had stood for centuries. The devastation was immense, yet what followed was equally telling. France did not abandon the gardens. It replanted them, redesigned them, and in doing so, reaffirmed the idea that Versailles is not fixed, but resilient. The gardens we see today are both ancient and modern, survivors and replacements, a perfect metaphor for the palace itself. Illusion demands not only creation, but reinvention, and Versailles proves that reinvention can be as powerful as origin. Beyond the material splendor, Versailles remains a theater of memory. Each visitor plays their part in its ongoing performance, consciously or not. Schoolchildren shuffle through its halls with wide eyes. Retirees linger by fountains, remembering lessons of history. Newlyweds pose in the gardens as though Versailles itself might bless their union. Every act of seeing, every photograph taken becomes part of the palace's performance. The audience has replaced the king, but the theater continues. What makes this theater so compelling is that it does not simply show us the past. It reflects us in the present. The chandeliers, fountains, and mirrors do not just dazzle. They ask us to consider our own roles within the spectacle. And this reflection is where Versailles' power deepens. For when we laugh at the absurdities of the past, the nobles fighting to hold a slipper, the queens giving birth before an audience, the mistresses turning to witchcraft, we begin to see echoes of ourselves. Our modern lives, too, are saturated with rituals of performance, with digital spectacles, with illusions curated for approval. The wigs and perfumes have been replaced by filters and screens, but the machinery is unchanged. Versailles unsettles us precisely because it does not allow us to dismiss the past as foreign. It insists that the theater of appearances is eternal and that we are still actors upon its stage. This is why Versailles is never just about admiration. It is about unease. Its beauty seduces, but its history disrupts. It refuses to let us bask in wonder without also confronting us with discomfort. The tourists who gasp at its splendor are the same ones who shiver at its grotesqueries, realizing that beauty has always come at a cost. This duality is what makes the palace timeless. Monuments that only dazzle are forgotten. Versailles endures because it dazzles and disturbs in equal measure. The palace's modern role as both tourist attraction and diplomatic stage reinforces this lesson. When presidents host state dinners under its ceilings, they are not simply honoring guests. They are tapping into centuries of accumulated illusion. When tourists crowd its mirrors, they are not simply admiring. They are reenacting rituals of visibility that have defined human ambition for centuries. Versailles functions because it reminds us constantly that power is performance, and that performance is fragile. And it whispers that every society in every age builds its own Versailles, its own stage where appearances rule until reality crashes through. And so, in this 31st act, Versailles forces us to look not only backward but forward. It dares us to ask, what illusions are we building now? What palaces of appearance will our descendants wander through, half in awe, half in unease? And when our own curtains fall, will they see us as we see the courtiers of Louis XIV, laughable in our rituals, tragic in our obsessions, dazzling in our illusions? Versailles does not answer. It never does. It simply reflects, multiplying our faces across its ancient glass, daring us to keep looking. This is why Versailles endures. It is not a relic, not a ruin, not a fossilized fragment of a dead age. It is a living mirror, a stage that refuses to close, a theater that has no final act. The palace survives not because of its marble or its gold, but because it speaks across centuries, whispering the same truth, that beauty can dazzle, but it cannot protect. That spectacle can enthrall, but it cannot last. And that every curtain, no matter how glorious, will one day fall. And the brilliance of Versailles lies in this, its ability to make us wonder what our own curtain will reveal when it finally drops. By the 32nd act of Versailles' story, the palace has transformed into something more than a physical location or even a historical site. It has become a stage for humanity's endless fascination with spectacle. It is no longer merely the house of kings or the museum of revolutions. Instead, it has evolved into a symbol that transcends France itself, a place where beauty and terror, vanity and power, illusion and collapse all coexist in one dazzling contradiction. To enter Versailles today is not simply to step into the past, but to step into a theater that continues to perform, a mirror that refuses to stop reflecting. Visitors arrive with expectations shaped by centuries of myth. They want to see the gold, the mirrors, the grandeur that made Louis XIV the envy of Europe. And indeed, Versailles delivers all of that, shimmering under the light in ways that photographs can never fully capture. Yet the deeper experience is not the beauty, but the unease it provokes. Guides tell stories of nobles reduced to servants, of queens forced to give birth before crowds, of foul stenches hidden behind perfumes, of fountains that cost villages their bread. Tourists laugh nervously, as though unsure whether to admire or recoil. This tension between marvel and disgust is exactly what makes Versailles unforgettable. It does not allow us to leave with only admiration. It forces us to carry its contradictions with us. The Hall of Mirrors captures this paradox in glass and gold. On the surface, it is pure splendor. Sunlight refracted into brilliance, chandeliers dripping with light, reflections stretching into infinity. But the deeper one looks, the more unsettling it becomes. The mirrors, once stolen through espionage from Venice, embody ambition built on theft. The hall, designed to glorify the king, was also where treaties humiliated nations, where echoes of celebration mixed with echoes of defeat. Today, tourists crowd the gallery for selfies, each flash of their phones echoing the candlelight of centuries past. The ritual of visibility persists. The courtier has become the tourist, the king has become the camera, and yet the machinery remains the same. The gardens tell a similar story of illusion and control. They appear eternal, geometrically perfect as though untouched by time. But their perfection is an act of violence against nature. Every hedge is trimmed, every tree pruned, every flower bed replaced as soon as it falters. The storm of 1999, which tore down thousands of trees in a single night, revealed the fragility of this order. Yet rather than abandon the design, France replanted and restored, proving that Versailles' essence lies not in permanence but in reinvention. The gardens are both ancient and modern, survivors and replacements. They remind us that the illusion of control is always temporary, yet endlessly pursued. And in this relentless pursuit lies the deeper metaphor. Humanity will always fight to impose order even when nature insists on chaos. But perhaps what resonates most in Versailles' 32nd act is its uncanny relevance to the present day. We, too, live in a society obsessed with spectacle. Our platforms may be digital rather than marble, our rituals mediated by screens rather than salons, but the logic is the same. We curate appearances, stage performances, and chase validation. Courtiers once measured their worth by how close they stood to the king. Today we measure ours by likes and followers. Queens once wore jewels as symbols of influence. Today, influencers wear brands for the same purpose. The wigs have vanished, but the rituals remain. Versailles unsettles us because it shows us ourselves, reflected not just in mirrors, but in history itself. This recognition is both uncomfortable and illuminating. When we mock the nobles for clawing at slippers or perfume, we are really mocking our own hunger for validation. When we gasp at the grotesque details of Versailles life, we are also glimpsing the grotesqueries of our own performances. Versailles functions as a mirror not because it reflects marble and chandeliers, but because it reflects human ambition across centuries. It insists that the machinery of illusion is not an accident of monarchy, but a constant feature of society. Every age builds its own Versailles, and every age believes its illusions will last forever, until reality storms the gates. Modern politics has proven this continuity beyond doubt. French presidents still host banquets in its gilded halls, aware that every handshake beneath its painted ceilings resonates with history. When Macron received Putin in Versailles, the choice of venue was not decoration, but declaration. France still knows how to dazzle. The palace lends weight to words precisely because it has accumulated centuries of spectacle. Leaders borrow its aura, just as Louis XIV once borrowed the power of ritual to sustain his reign. Versailles remains political, not by accident, but by design. It was built as propaganda, and propaganda never loses its utility. Yet beyond politics, Versailles remains fragile. Its upkeep is monumental, its costs astronomical. Ceilings peel, fountains corrode, gardens wither, mirrors fade. Behind every shimmering surface lies the invisible labor of conservators, gardeners, engineers, and restorers. Just as peasants once bore the cost of Louis XIV's illusion, modern taxpayers and tourists now fund its survival. Versailles continues to consume energy, devotion, and money to maintain its illusion of eternity. And in this fact lies the ultimate irony. What was once a theater of monarchy has become a theater of preservation, a spectacle of survival. And this spectacle has one final layer, its role as myth. Versailles is no longer only a place, it is an idea, a symbol invoked across the world. It appears in films, in fashion campaigns, in novels, in music videos, and video games. It is not just French heritage, but global shorthand for excess, beauty, and downfall. To say something is Versailles-like is to say it is dazzling but unsustainable, magnificent but doomed. This myth keeps Versailles alive as much as its walls and gardens do, ensuring that even those who never visit still carry it in their imagination. This is why Versailles matters in its 32nd act. It is not just a palace frozen in time, it is a living lesson, a story that continues to warn, to seduce, and to unsettle. It dares us to ask questions we would rather avoid. How much of our world is illusion? How long can appearances sustain power? What happens when reality forces its way through the gates? Versailles does not answer, never has. It simply reflects, forcing us to see ourselves within its mirrors, to recognize our own fragile performances shimmering alongside those of long-dead kings and queens. And that recognition is what keeps us returning, captivated, unable to look away, waiting for the next act in a play that refuses to end. By the time we arrive at the 33rd layer of Versailles' long and complicated narrative, the palace feels less like a relic of stone and more like a breathing organism, one that continues to shift and speak across centuries. It is no longer merely the stage of the Sun King or the backdrop of treaties and revolutions. It has become an archive of human longing, vanity, and reinvention. To wander through its rooms is to encounter not just art and architecture, but the persistence of a question. Why do we build illusions so carefully, even when we know they cannot last? Versailles does not answer. It provokes, it unsettles, and it reflects. What is perhaps most remarkable about Versailles in this phase of its story is how it thrives on reinvention. The palace that once dictated the rituals of a monarchy now hosts art installations, concerts, and performances that could not be more different from Louis XIV's ballets. Contemporary sculptures rise against Baroque ceilings, neon lights flicker in gilded chambers, and the ancient geometry of gardens becomes a playground for modern choreography. Some visitors recoil, seeing such contrasts as vulgar intrusions into sacred space. Yet others recognize that this is precisely what keeps Versailles alive. The Sun King never wanted stagnation. He demanded constant novelty, constant surprise. In this sense, contemporary curators are not betraying him. They are honoring his instinct for spectacle. The palace was always meant to shock, and the shock continues not only in art, but in the very experience of the palace itself. Tourists are overwhelmed by the grandeur, but also by the crowds. The irony is sharp. Louis XIV spent enormous effort to choreograph access, to control who could see what, who could approach, who could whisper in his presence. Today, the gates are open to millions, yet the choreography remains. Lines form, people jostle, selfies are staged, cameras flash. Access is democratized, but the hunger for visibility persists. It is difficult not to notice how little has changed. Where once courtiers elbowed for proximity to the king, Now tourists elbow for proximity to the mirrors. Versailles insists on reminding us that performance is eternal, even if the costumes shift. The Hall of Mirrors still embodies this continuity. Its chandeliers drip with light, its reflections multiply endlessly, its gilding overwhelms the eye. But it is not only beauty that lingers here. It is also the echo of treaties that redrew maps, the humiliation of nations, the triumphs and collapses that changed history. To stand in that gallery is to feel both awe and unease, to sense that splendor and suffering have always been intertwined. And when modern visitors lift their phones to capture their reflections, they unknowingly participate in the same ritual of self-display that defined the court centuries ago. The hall does not simply show us light, it shows us ourselves, magnified and unsettled. The gardens, too, remain a theater of contradiction. On the surface, they are serene, eternal, symmetrical, nature conquered by geometry. But beneath that order lies constant struggle. The storm of 1999 that destroyed thousands of trees is still remembered as a wound, and the replanting that followed is a reminder that Versailles has always been fragile. The illusion of eternity requires endless repair, endless reinvention. Every trimmed hedge, every flowing fountain is both beauty and burden, and in that burden lies the metaphor. Every performance demands backstage labor, every illusion devours resources. Versailles whispers this truth quietly but insistently to anyone willing to look beyond the flowers. Yet perhaps the deepest fascination of Versailles today is the way it functions as a mirror for our own society. We mock the wigs, the perfumes, the absurd rituals of proximity. But are we really so different? Our digital lives are saturated with the same hunger for visibility, the same obsession with appearances. Courtiers once measured their worth by how close they stood to the king. We measure ours by followers and likes. Queens once curated their images through jewels and portraits. Influencers now curate theirs through filters and fashion. Versailles unsettles because it does not allow us to separate ourselves from its absurdities. The wigs have vanished, but the machinery of illusion endures. Even modern politics continues this pattern. When presidents host state dinners at Versailles, they are not simply choosing a beautiful venue, they are staging a performance, borrowing centuries of grandeur to lend weight to their gestures. A handshake beneath a painted ceiling resonates differently than a handshake in a sterile conference hall. Versailles amplifies authority, just as it was designed to do. Its aura cannot be faked because it is built on centuries of spectacle. And so, leaders keep returning, reminding us that even in a democratic age, the theater of power remains indispensable. But beyond politics and art, Versailles persists because it is fragile. Its ceilings crack, its gold peels, its marble strains under millions of footsteps. Behind every shining surface is the invisible work of conservators, gardeners, and engineers fighting against time itself. This fragility is part of its allure. We admire not only the splendor, but the survival, the way Versailles continues to stand despite storms, revolutions, and neglect. It is eternal precisely because it is not eternal. It demands constant reinvention, constant care. And in this paradox lies its most human quality. Like us, it endures through struggle, through adaptation, through refusal to fade. And so, Versailles, in its 33rd act, refuses closure. It remains alive because it remains unsettled, always balancing beauty with grotesque, awe with unease, permanence with fragility. It forces us to ask questions we would rather avoid. How much of our own world is theater? How long can appearances sustain power before reality crashes in? What illusions are we maintaining now, as carefully as Louis XIV maintained his rituals? And what will happen when they collapse? Versailles does not answer. It never has. It only reflects, multiplying our faces across its mirrors, daring us to see ourselves for what we are. Actors in a play whose ending we cannot yet know. And that is why we keep returning. Not simply to admire, not simply to remember, but to confront. Versailles is not finished because the story it tells is not finished. It whispers that the next act is already being written, not in marble or gold, but in the fragile illusions of our own age. And if we listen closely enough, we might hear the same echo that courtiers once heard in the rustle of silk and the flicker of candlelight, the warning that every performance, no matter how dazzling, must one day face its curtain fall. By the 34th act of Versailles' long, unfolding narrative, the palace ceases to be merely about architecture or monarchy. It becomes about the very human need to tell stories, to mythologize, to transform reality into performance. Versailles is not only the place where history happened, it is the place where history was staged. And in this sense, its greatest survival is not its marble walls or gilded ceilings, but its ability to keep generating new meanings for every generation that encounters it. What Louis XIV built as a monument to himself has become a monument to humanity's endless hunger for spectacle and our inability to resist the seduction of appearances. Walking through its halls today, one cannot escape the layering of stories that cling to every corner. The Queen's bedchamber is no longer just a room, it is a symbol of public intimacy, of a monarchy so obsessed with spectacle that even childbirth became theater. The Hall of Mirrors is no longer simply a gallery of chandeliers. It is a chamber of memory where treaties that shaped the modern world were signed, echoing triumph and humiliation alike. Even the gardens, serene on the surface, remind us of storms that ripped through their avenues and of the quiet resilience that rebuilt them. Each part of Versailles holds multiple histories at once, and in this overlapping of memory, the palace feels alive, refusing to let itself be reduced to a single narrative. Perhaps what makes Versailles so enduring is this balance between beauty and grotesque. Visitors come expecting fairy tale splendor, and indeed they find it, but they also find unsettling details that puncture the illusion. They learn that the perfumes were not luxuries but masks for filth, that the fountains were fed by a hydraulic system so costly it starved villages, that nobles reduced themselves to absurd rituals for a chance at proximity. These truths disturb, but they also fascinate, because they reveal the machinery behind the spectacle. And in that revelation lies the genius of Versailles. It dazzles, but it never allows us to forget the cost. This dynamic is not limited to the past. Versailles continues to serve as a stage for modern performances, from state dinners to fashion shows, from art installations to pop culture references. Each event reactivates the palace, layering new meanings onto old ones. A runway show staged under painted ceilings may shock traditionalists, but it is in fact faithful to the palace's original purpose. Louis XIV built Versailles to shock, to astonish, to overwhelm. Every modern reinvention, from neon art to cinematic reimaginings, is simply a continuation of that instinct. The palace does not resent these transformations. It thrives on them. It was never meant to be frozen. It was always meant to perform. Yet behind every performance lies fragility. Versailles consumes vast resources to maintain its illusion of eternity. Conservators fight daily against time. Ceilings flake, frescoes fade, fountains corrode, gardens wilt. The storm of 1999, which destroyed thousands of trees, was a reminder that even the grandest designs can be undone in a single night. And yet, the restoration that followed was also a reminder of resilience. Versailles may collapse, but it always rebuilds. This cycle of destruction and renewal is part of its identity, part of what keeps it alive. Eternity at Versailles is not natural. It is constructed, defended, reinvented over and over. This fragility makes Versailles not only a monument, but a mirror for our own illusions. We, too, construct appearances we hope will endure. Digital selves curated online, political spectacles choreographed for audiences, consumer rituals designed to dazzle. We laugh at the absurdities of Louis XIV's court, but are we so different in our hunger to be seen, to be admired, to be validated? The wigs and jewels have changed into filters and brands, but the machinery is the same. Versailles unsettles us because it reflects us too clearly, daring us to confront the uncomfortable truth that the theater of appearances is not a relic. It is still the stage upon which we live. And yet, even in this unsettling recognition, there is awe. For despite revolutions, wars, neglect, and storms, Versailles endures. It proves that even illusions can become legacies. Even spectacles can become lessons. Louis XIV sought to immortalize himself through marble and mirrors. Instead, he immortalized the cycle of human ambition itself. The palace has become not a shrine to one man, but a parable for all mankind. The dangers of excess, the seduction of beauty, the inevitability of collapse, and the strange resilience of reinvention. This is why Versailles still matters today, not just as a tourist attraction or a national symbol, but as a universal metaphor. It asks us to reflect on our own palaces of illusion, our digital stages, our political rituals, our cultural performances. How long can appearances hold before reality breaks in? What happens when our own spectacles, as carefully constructed as Versailles once was, face their storm? The palace does not answer. It never has. It simply reflects in mirrors centuries old the faces of those who come to admire, to laugh, to shudder, and to recognize themselves. And so Versailles continues, alive not because of its marble or its gardens, but because of the questions it leaves behind. Every visitor carries a fragment of those questions with them, a whisper of unease, a shimmer of beauty, a reminder that no performance, however dazzling, is immune to collapse. And that whisper, that shimmer, ensures that the play goes on, that the next act is always waiting, that Versailles will never fall silent, because it has become less a palace of kings and more a palace of humanity itself. By the 35th act of Versailles' long unfolding tale, the palace stands less as the monument of a single reign and more as the embodiment of humanity's constant negotiation with power, beauty, and illusion. It is a space where grandeur collides with fragility, where myth overwhelms fact, and where each visitor must decide whether to marvel, to critique, or to do both at once. Versailles does not allow indifference. It was designed to grip the imagination, to hold its audience in a state of awe, and that is precisely what it still accomplishes centuries after its most extravagant days. To understand this act of Versailles, one must first return to its ritual of transformation. The palace was never static, not even under Louis XIV. He added wings, reshaped gardens, built theaters, and extended canals, each change designed to maintain surprise. Versailles had to remain fresh, dazzling, and overwhelming. Otherwise, it risked losing its grip on the imagination of the court. Today, that same principle endures. The palace is constantly reinvented. Exhibitions of modern art shock visitors who expect only Baroque splendor. Light shows animate the fountains with 21st century technology. Curators find new ways to interpret old stories. In this way, Versailles reminds us that spectacle cannot survive without reinvention. Stasis is death. Performance demands constant novelty. Yet behind the novelty lies the cost. Visitors often forget the army of conservators, gardeners, and engineers who sustain Versailles' illusions. The gardens require over 200,000 trees to be trimmed, replanted, and reshaped each year. Fountains rely on hydraulic systems whose origins stretch back to the 17th century, constantly repaired to keep water flowing in perfect choreographies. Inside, frescoes are touched with painstaking care, and gilded ceilings are repainted with brushes finer than a single hair. All of this work is invisible to most, yet it is what makes the illusion of eternity possible. Without it, Versailles would collapse into decay, and that is its quiet warning. Beauty always comes at a price, often borne by those unseen. The irony is that this invisible labor mirrors the court rituals of the past. Just as courtiers once devoted themselves to meaningless gestures, handing a glove, adjusting a candle, pouring water into a basin, so too do modern workers devote themselves to acts that maintain appearances. The difference is that today's rituals preserve history rather than flatter a monarch. Yet the logic is the same. Performance requires devotion, even sacrifice. Versailles whispers this truth through every polished mirror and every blooming flower. It insists that nothing magnificent is effortless, and that appearances, no matter how grand, are always fragile. This fragility is perhaps most visible in the Hall of Mirrors. Tourists gasp at its brilliance, but conservators know its vulnerabilities. Glass that warps, gold that flakes, marble that cracks under pressure. The very room built to project eternity is in fact in constant need of renewal. And yet, this paradox is what gives it life. To gaze into its reflections is to confront not only beauty but mortality, not only splendor but impermanence. The mirrors capture our images alongside those of centuries past, suggesting that we, too, are part of this endless performance, even as we recognize that we, too, are fleeting. The gardens, too, expose this paradox. Their symmetry suggests permanence, but storms remind us otherwise. The devastation of 1999, when thousands of trees were ripped away in hours, revealed how quickly centuries of order can dissolve into chaos. Yet the replanting that followed was equally symbolic. Versailles does not surrender. It reinvents. The cycle of destruction and renewal is not an interruption, but part of its identity. The gardens are both fragile and resilient, vulnerable and eternal, reminding us that even illusions can be rebuilt if enough will and labor are devoted to them. And perhaps this cycle of collapse and rebirth is why Versailles continues to resonate so powerfully in our time. We, too, live in a world built on illusions, political spectacles, curated digital lives, consumer fantasies. Like the courtiers of Louis XIV, we participate in rituals of visibility and approval, even when we know they are hollow. Versailles unsettles because it shows us that this machinery of illusion is not new, it is eternal. The wigs and candles have become filters and screens, but the hunger is the same, to be seen, to belong, to exist within the spectacle. We mock the absurdities of the past, but our laughter falters when we realize that we are laughing at ourselves. Even global politics still borrows Versailles' aura. Leaders stage dinners beneath its painted ceilings, summits in its gardens, press events in its salons. The palace continues to lend power to words, just as it was designed to do. When Macron welcomed Putin to Versailles, the setting itself spoke louder than any speech. France still commands spectacle. Versailles amplifies authority because it is saturated with centuries of grandeur, humiliation, and memory. It remains a theater of power, available to whoever dares to use it. And in this continuity, we see again the essence of Versailles. It was never only about monarchy. It was about the theater of power itself, which no society can ever abandon. But Versailles is more than politics or tourism. It is myth. It appears in novels, films, video games, fashion campaigns, always as shorthand for beauty tinged with danger, opulence shadowed by downfall. To say something is Versailles-like is to evoke splendor that feels unsustainable. This myth keeps the palace alive even for those who never visit, ensuring that it survives not just as a building but as an idea. It has become universal, transcending its French roots to speak a global language of spectacle and fragility. And so, in this 35th act, Versailles proves once more that it is not finished. It continues to dazzle, disturb, and reflect, refusing to let its audience look away. It asks questions that echo far beyond its gates. How long can appearances hold before reality storms in? What illusions are we maintaining now, as fragile as gilded ceilings, as precarious as pruned trees? And what will happen when our own spectacles, like those of Louis XIV, reach their breaking point? Versailles does not answer. It never has. It only reflects, forcing us to see ourselves in its mirrors, its gardens, its endless theater. And in that reflection lies its deepest power, to remind us that every performance, however dazzling, is temporary, and that the curtain, no matter how golden, will one day fall. By the 36th act of Versailles' sprawling story, the palace reveals itself less as a monument to monarchy and more as a meditation on the nature of memory itself. It is no longer only about Louis XIV's ambition or Marie Antoinette's downfall. It is about the way humanity clings to illusions, recycles them, and reshapes them into new meanings. Versailles has outlasted the kings who built it, the revolutionaries who stormed it, and the occupiers who tried to claim it. What remains is not only stone and gold, but the ongoing performance of memory. A theater where every visitor is both spectator and actor in a drama that refuses to end. One of the most compelling aspects of this stage is how Versailles continues to operate on two levels, dazzling and disturbing. On the surface, it overwhelms with grandeur. Chandeliers glitter, mirrors multiply, fountains leap into the air as if obeying some eternal command. But beneath that splendor lies discomfort. The memory of nobles reduced to servility, of peasants starving while water danced in marble basins, of queens forced to display their most intimate moments in public. Visitors sense this duality instinctively. They gasp in awe, then laugh nervously at the grotesque stories told by guides, unsure whether they are supposed to admire or recoil. And that tension is precisely what keeps Versailles alive. It does not permit a single response. It demands both wonder and unease. The Hall of Mirrors encapsulates this paradox more clearly than any other space. It is a gallery designed to magnify light, to multiply presence, to make Louis XV appear infinite. Yet those same mirrors witnessed humiliation after humiliation. The proclamation of the German Empire in 1871, the signing of the Treaty of Versailles in 1919, the endless echoes of triumph turned into defeat. Tourists today, posing for selfies, unknowingly participate in the same ritual of visibility that defined the court. They see themselves reflected 100 times, just as courtiers once saw the king reflected endlessly. The hall thus becomes less a relic and more a machine, one that continues to generate performances across centuries. And in its reflections, we glimpse the unsettling truth that the machinery of spectacle has never ceased. The gardens offer a similar lesson. Their symmetry and geometry suggest permanence, but storms and droughts remind us otherwise. The famous tempest of 1999, which destroyed thousands of trees in hours, stripped the gardens bare and revealed their fragility. Yet what followed was equally revealing. France replanted, redesigned, and reinvented. The gardens we see today are both survivors and replacements, both ancient and modern. They embody the cycle of destruction and rebirth, a cycle that is as much about human will as it is about nature. And in that cycle lies Versailles' deepest metaphor. Illusions may collapse, but they can be rebuilt if the desire for spectacle remains strong enough. Yet the palace's relevance today extends far beyond history. Versailles is not frozen in the past. It continues to be a tool of power in the present. Presidents host state dinners in its gilded halls, fully aware that the symbolism amplifies their authority. A summit in Versailles does not simply gather leaders, it declares continuity with centuries of spectacle. The palace lends weight to words, not because of what is said, but because of where it is said. In this sense, Versailles functions much as it did under Louis XIV, not as a seat of power itself, but as a stage that magnifies power, a theater where appearances matter more than substance. And once again, we see that the performance is eternal, even if the actors change. But what makes Versailles so haunting is the way it mirrors our own world. We may laugh at courtiers fighting to hold a slipper or nobles perfuming themselves to mask filth, but are we so different? Our digital rituals, curated feeds, staged photographs, orchestrated performances, echo the same hunger for visibility and validation. We may no longer wear wigs, but we filter our images. We may no longer bow to kings, but we bow to algorithms. Versailles unsettles because it forces us to recognize ourselves in its absurdities. The wigs have become pixels, the rituals have become hashtags, but the machinery of illusion remains unchanged. And this recognition is not only unsettling, but instructive. Versailles reminds us that appearances can sustain power, but never indefinitely. The revolution proved that even the most dazzling illusion cannot silence reality forever. Hunger stormed the gates, truth shattered the spectacle, and the palace that once seemed eternal was suddenly vulnerable. This is the lesson Versailles whispers across centuries. Illusions are powerful, but fragile, dazzling, but temporary. They demand constant reinforcement, constant reinvention, but they cannot hold against truth forever. And that whisper becomes louder when we reflect on the illusions of our own age. This is why Versailles refuses to fade into mere heritage. It is not only a palace, it is a warning. Every chandelier, every mirror, every fountain tells the same story. Beauty seduces, spectacle enthralls, but collapse always waits at the edges. The palace does not allow us to look away. It forces us to confront the fragility of our own performances, the temporary nature of our own illusions. And it leaves us with questions that linger long after we leave its gates. How long can appearances hold? What illusions are we sustaining now? And what storm, inevitable as time itself, will one day tear them apart? Versailles does not answer. It never has. It only reflects, multiplying our faces across its glass, echoing our footsteps in its marble halls, whispering its eternal truth, that every performance, no matter how dazzling, must one day face its curtain fall. And in that whisper lies its greatest power, to keep us wondering when our own curtain will drop, and what reality will reveal when the glitter finally fades. By the 37th act of Versailles' long performance, the palace has become something stranger than even Louis XIV could have imagined, a stage that no longer belongs to kings or courtiers, but to the entire world. Its mirrors reflect not only the faces of tourists, but the echoes of centuries, layering memory upon memory until the very walls seem saturated with history. What began as one man's attempt to immortalize himself has transformed into a monument that refuses to die, precisely because it refuses to stop performing. Versailles does not sit silently. It demands attention, it commands awe, and it unsettles anyone who lingers long enough to see past the gold. Part of what makes Versailles so hypnotic in this stage of its life is the way it forces us to confront the paradox of spectacle. On the surface, everything is designed to dazzle. Chandeliers dripping with crystal, frescoes exploding with color, fountains leaping into the sky as if gravity were a suggestion rather than a law. But woven into that beauty is discomfort. The memory of nobles clawing for status, of peasants starving while gardens bloomed, of queens forced into humiliating public rituals. Visitors find themselves torn between admiration and unease. They marvel at the artistry while shuddering at the cruelty it concealed, and that contradiction is what keeps Versailles alive. It does not simply seduce, it disturbs, and it is the disturbance that lingers. Take, for instance, the Hall of Mirrors. It is the palace's crown jewel, a room so dazzling that it seems almost unreal. Yet those mirrors, once revolutionary, were the product of espionage and ambition. France risked everything to steal the secrets of Venetian glassmakers, all to create a hall where the king could multiply his image into infinity. And centuries later, those same mirrors reflected humiliation, the proclamation of the German Empire in 1871, the signing of the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. To stand there today is to feel the weight of triumph and defeat pressed into the very glass. Tourists may lift their phones for selfies, but unknowingly, they place themselves within that continuum of spectacle and consequence. Versailles insists that no image is ever innocent. It always carries history in its reflection. The gardens, too, reveal this interplay of grandeur and fragility. Their symmetry suggests permanence, yet they are constantly vulnerable. Every hedge must be trimmed, every tree reshaped, every fountain maintained. The storm of 1999 destroyed over 10,000 trees in a single night, erasing centuries of growth in hours. But the response was telling. France replanted, redesigned, and revived, proving that Versailles' identity is not frozen but resilient. The gardens are not simply ancient relics, they are living performances, perpetually reenacted to maintain the illusion of control over nature. And in this endless labor lies the metaphor. Illusions may falter, but they can be rebuilt, so long as the will to sustain spectacle remains. This lesson resonates far beyond the gates of the palace. In our own world, we too construct illusions, political rituals staged with precision, digital lives curated with filters and captions, brands built on promises of perfection. We laugh at courtiers competing to hand the king a shirt, but are we so different when we chase approval through likes and follows? We shake our heads at the absurdity of public childbirth, yet we consume reality television with voyeuristic fascination. Versailles unsettles us because it shows us that the machinery of spectacle did not vanish with monarchy, it simply changed costumes. The wigs and perfumes have been replaced by algorithms and screens, but the logic is the same. Power thrives on performance, and performance demands an audience. Even modern politics proves the point. When presidents and prime ministers host state dinners at Versailles, they are not simply choosing a beautiful backdrop. They are borrowing centuries of accumulated symbolism, wrapping their gestures in the aura of grandeur. A treaty signed in an office may be forgotten. A treaty signed beneath gilded ceilings is immortal. The palace magnifies authority because it is saturated with history, because it has been a stage for both glory and catastrophe. And in that amplification, we see again that Versailles is not just a monument to monarchy. It is a monument to the theater of power itself, a theater that no society can fully abandon. Yet what may be most haunting about Versailles in its 37th act is its fragility. Beneath the glitter, the palace is constantly decaying. Ceilings crack, gold flakes away, marble strains under the weight of millions of footsteps. The illusion of eternity is maintained only through endless conservation. Invisible armies of workers who polish, repair, and restore. Just as peasants once paid for the Sun King's vision with their labor, so too do modern taxpayers and tourists sustain the illusion today. Versailles devours resources to keep its stage lit, And in that devouring lies its warning. Beauty is never free, and spectacle always demands a price. But this fragility is not weakness. It is part of the story. Versailles endures precisely because it embraces collapse and reinvention. It has been stripped bare by revolution, scarred by war, shaken by storms, and yet it always returns, reinvented, reimagined. Its survival is not a miracle, but a performance in itself. Proof that illusions can outlast their creators if enough effort is devoted to sustaining them, and that survival raises unsettling questions for us. If Versailles, born of arrogance and excess, can endure, what of our own illusions? How long will they last? What storms will test them? And when collapse comes, what will we rebuild in their place? This is why Versailles refuses to fade into mere heritage. It is not only a palace of kings, nor only a museum of revolutions. It is a mirror, reflecting our obsessions, our fragilities, and our ambitions. It dazzles because it is beautiful, but it endures because it unsettles. It reminds us that every performance, no matter how dazzling, is temporary, and that the curtain, no matter how golden, must one day fall. And yet, even as it whispers this truth, it seduces us into returning, into marveling, into believing, if only for a moment, that eternity might still be possible. And so Versailles continues, alive in ways its builders could never have foreseen. It is no longer just the stage of the Sun King, but the stage of humanity itself. Its mirrors reflect us as much as they reflected Louis XIV, and its gardens remind us that control is always fragile, always temporary. Versailles' power lies not in its marble or its gold, but in its ability to provoke, to disturb, to inspire. And in that provocation, it dares us to wonder not only about the illusions of the past, but about the illusions we are building now, and whether we will recognize them before our own curtain fall. By the 38th act of Versailles' ever-unfolding narrative, the palace has transcended its role as an architectural masterpiece or historical landmark and taken on the character of a vast allegory. It is no longer just about Louis XIV's ambition, Marie Antoinette's tragedy, or the Revolution's fury. It is about the endurance of spectacle itself, the human compulsion to dress reality in gold and mirrors until it feels invincible. To stand within Versailles now is to encounter not merely a building, but a story about humanity's deepest instincts, to dazzle, to control, to pretend, and to survive. At this stage of its tale, Versailles speaks as much through what is absent as through what remains. Walk into the Queen's bedchamber and you are struck not only by the ornate canopy and the embroidered silks, but by the ghosts of ritual humiliation that once filled the room. Marie Antoinette gave birth in this very space, surrounded not by family but by hundreds of gawking courtiers, each entitled to witness her most vulnerable moment. Today, the bed is roped off, protected from touch, admired in silence. But that silence is deceptive. The air still hums with memory, with the knowledge that power once meant the obliteration of privacy. It is impossible to admire the embroidery without also feeling the discomfort of a performance that was never meant to end. The same paradox emerges in the lesser-known corners of the palace. The back corridors, where servants once scurried to ensure that illusion never cracked, tell a story very different from the glitter of the salons. Here, the ceilings are lower, the walls plainer, the air heavier with labor rather than perfume. These spaces remind us that Versailles was always two palaces at once. The dazzling stage, seen by courtiers and ambassadors, and the hidden machinery of sweat, toil, and exhaustion that made the spectacle possible. Tourists rarely linger here, yet these corridors may be the most honest part of the entire complex. They whisper the truth that every illusion, whether in marble or in pixels, depends on invisible work, and that the cost of beauty is rarely borne by those who enjoy it. But Versailles is not only about absence or discomfort, it is also about reinvention. Consider the gardens, where every path, every hedge, every fountain is part of an ongoing performance. Their geometry suggests timeless order, but in reality, they are constantly reimagined. The storm of 1999 that destroyed thousands of trees was not the end of the gardens, but the beginning of their renewal. New plantings, new designs, new approaches ensured that Versailles did not simply preserve its past, but adapted it. The gardens we see today are not relics of the 17th century. They are the result of centuries of resilience. And this resilience tells a broader story. Illusions may falter, but they can be rebuilt if the desire for spectacle endures. That desire is not limited to France. Versailles has become a universal symbol, appearing in films, novels, advertisements, and even video games. It is shorthand for beauty that conceals danger, for power built on performance, for grandeur doomed to collapse. To describe something as Versailles-like is to evoke a mixture of awe and foreboding, admiration tinged with unease. And yet, even as we consume these representations, we feed the myth further, ensuring that Versailles never fades. It has become less a palace than an idea, a cultural code that needs no translation. Whether in Tokyo, New York, or Rio de Janeiro, people understand instantly what Versailles means, even if they have never set foot within its walls. And yet, within this universality lies fragility. The palace itself is in constant need of repair. Ceilings crack, frescoes fade, marble strains under millions of footsteps. Gold leaf peels away. Behind every shimmering chandelier lies a hidden army of conservators, engineers, and gardeners who fight against decay. The work is endless as the rituals of the old court. And this continuity is haunting. Just as courtiers once sacrificed dignity to sustain the illusion of monarchy, modern workers sacrifice time and labor to sustain the illusion of eternity. Versailles may dazzle, but it dazzle only because someone, somewhere, is constantly ensuring that it does not crumble. This fragility is perhaps what makes Versailles so compelling in our own age. We, too, live in a world built on appearances, digital identities curated for approval, political spectacles choreographed for cameras, consumer fantasies staged in advertisements. We laugh at courtiers bowing for slippers, but are we any less absurd when we scramble for attention online? We mock the perfumes that masked stench, but do we not filter our own imperfections into oblivion? Versailles unsettles, because it shows us that the machinery of illusion did not end with monarchy. It continues with new costumes, new rituals, and new audiences. The wigs have vanished, but the hunger to be seen has not. And this is where Versailles becomes more than a palace. It becomes a prophecy. It whispers across centuries that every society builds its own stage, every age invents its own rituals of power, and every illusion eventually falters before reality. The revolution proved this once, but the palace insists the lesson is eternal. Its mirrors do not simply reflect our faces. They reflect our fragility, our vanity, our hunger for spectacle. They remind us that even the grandest illusions can collapse in a single storm of truth. Yet the lesson of Versailles is not despair. It is resilience. For though the illusions of the monarchy collapsed, the palace did not vanish. It survived revolution, war, occupation, neglect. It has been stripped bare and rebuilt, humiliated and celebrated, mocked and admired. Each time it has returned, reinvented, reborn. Its endurance tells us that while illusions may collapse, they can also be transformed into memory, into story, into warning. And that transformation is itself a form of survival. So Versailles continues, shimmering in the sunlight, alive in ways its builders could never have foreseen. It dazzles and disturbs, seduces and unsettles, reminding us that power is always performance, and that performance always has a price. And, as we leave its gardens and galleries, we cannot help but wonder, what illusions are we sustaining now, and how will they be remembered when our own curtain falls? Versailles does not answer, it never has. It only reflects, forcing us to see not only what was, but what is, and perhaps even what is yet to come. By the 39th act of Versailles' unfolding drama, the palace has matured into something even its most ambitious architects could never have envisioned. Not simply a monument to a king, nor a museum of a fallen monarchy, but a living parable about humanity itself. Every gilded surface, every cracked fresco, every whisper of scandal preserved in its walls serves as both evidence of history and metaphor for the present. To wander its rooms is to step into a story that never ends, because the story is not only about Louis XIV or Marie Antoinette. It is about us, our illusions, our hunger for spectacle, our desperate attempts to outshine time. The paradox that defines Versailles is perhaps clearest in its rituals of visibility. In Louis XIV's day, nobles scrambled for the privilege of proximity, fighting to hold his shirt during the lever, to catch his eye during a promenade, to be seen reflected near him in the hall of mirrors. Visibility was not vanity, it was survival. Today, the tourists who crowd into those same halls may believe they are different, armed with cameras rather than powdered wigs, yet the logic remains unchanged. To be in Versailles is to want proof of having been there. Every selfie, every posed photograph is an echo of those courtiers' bows and curtsies, proof that the palace still commands ritualized self-display. The only thing that has shifted is the audience. Once the king, now the digital world. And the mirrors themselves continue to play their trick. Originally engineered through stolen Venetian secrets, they were once symbols of espionage, technological ambition, and national pride. Over time, they reflected treaties that humiliated nations and reshaped Europe. Now they multiply tourists endlessly, capturing their images alongside centuries of memory. Each reflection insists on continuity. No matter how different we believe we are from the past, we are caught in the same machinery of spectacle. Versailles reminds us that technology changes, costumes shift, but human desire to be seen, to matter, to perform, remains eternal. The gardens carry this truth in their own quiet way. At first glance, they are serene, timeless, untouched by centuries, but their geometry is an illusion sustained by constant reinvention. Trees are trimmed, hedges reshaped, flowers replanted in endless cycles. The storm of 1999 that toppled over 10,000 trees revealed their fragility in a single night. Yet the replanting that followed revealed something else: resilience. Versailles does not survive because it is indestructible. It survives because it is continually remade. The gardens today are both ancient and modern, fragments of the 17th century and responses to the 21st. They remind us that eternity is never natural. It is always constructed, always defended, always fragile. This cycle of collapse and renewal mirrors the fate of the palace itself. Stripped bare by revolution, scarred by wars, threatened by neglect, Versailles has faced extinction many times, and yet it endures, not because of marble or gold, but because of the stories that cling to it. Each era reinvents the palace for its own purposes. Monarchs flaunted it, revolutionaries condemned it, republics preserved it, modern leaders staged summits in it. Versailles adapts because humanity needs it to adapt. It is less a building than a canvas onto which each generation projects its own anxieties and ambitions, and that adaptability ensures its survival. But Versailles is not simply survival, it is myth. Across the world, it appears in novels, films, fashion campaigns, and even video games. To invoke Versailles is to invoke a symbol that everyone understands, even if they have never walked its halls. Beauty mixed with danger, opulence shadowed by downfall, spectacle haunted by collapse. This myth feeds on contradiction, and that contradiction makes it powerful. Louis XIV built Versailles to immortalize himself, but what he created was larger than any single man. He built an idea that could outlive him, transform him, even erase him while preserving the essence of his ambition. The irony is sharp. In trying to make himself eternal, he made himself disappear into the myth his palace became. This myth, paradoxically, remains political. Modern leaders still choose Versailles not just for its beauty, but for its symbolism. When Macron received Putin there in 2017, the setting spoke louder than any speech. A banquet in a modern conference hall is easily forgotten. A banquet beneath painted ceilings whispers continuity with centuries of grandeur. Versailles lends weight not because of what is said, but because of where it is said. The palace functions as it always has, as a stage that magnifies authority, a theater that transforms gestures into history. Its relevance is not accidental. It is baked into its very design. What unsettles us most, however, is how closely Versailles mirrors our own world. The wigs, the perfumes, the absurd rituals may seem laughable at first, but then we recognize ourselves in them. Courtiers once spent fortunes to maintain appearances. Today, we spend hours curating digital selves. Nobles once bowed for recognition in gilded halls. We seek recognition through algorithms. Queens once staged their beauty as politics. Influencers do the same with brands and filters. Versailles forces us to confront the uncomfortable truth. We are not as different as we like to believe. The palace disturbs because it does not let us dismiss the past. It insists we are still living in its echoes. And so, in this 39th act, Versailles stands as both monument and prophecy. It tells us that illusions can dazzle for centuries, but they cannot escape fragility. It shows us that spectacle can enthrall, but it cannot silence truth forever. It reminds us that every age builds its own Versailles, palaces of illusion that feel eternal until reality storms through the gates. Versailles does not give answers, it only reflects, multiplying our images across its mirrors, forcing us to see both our beauty and our folly. And this is why Versailles endures, not because of its marble or its gold, but because it speaks to something universal. It reminds us that power is performance, that appearances demand sacrifice, and that every curtain, no matter how glorious, must eventually fall. And as we walk away from its gardens and galleries, the palace lingers within us, whispering not only of what once was, but of what is still to come. It dares us to ask what illusions we are building now, and how they will be judged when our own spectacle reaches its inevitable end. By the 40th act of Versailles' great performance, the palace no longer feels like a relic locked in the past. It feels like a mirror held up to the present, reflecting back not only the ambitions of Louis XIV and the tragedies of Marie Antoinette, but also the enduring truth that humanity never stops staging illusions. Versailles is not only about kings and courtiers, it is about us, our hunger for beauty, our weakness for appearances, our endless attempts to craft stories that will outlast us. And the palace, in all its splendor and fragility, keeps reminding us of the cost. One of the most striking lessons of this act lies in Versailles' persistence as a stage of performance. Even stripped of monarchy, it still functions as a theater of power. When world leaders gather under its ceilings, when presidents dine in its salons, when summits are staged in its gardens, the message is always the same. Power still depends on spectacle. Versailles amplifies authority because it carries centuries of grandeur, because its walls have absorbed the rituals of ambition and survival. A handshake at Versailles resonates differently than a handshake anywhere else. The palace teaches us that context is theater, and theater is never innocent. The same is true for the way Versailles survives as a tourist destination. Millions pour through its gates every year, and each becomes both spectator and actor. The act of photographing the Hall of Mirrors is itself a ritual, as choreographed as any court ceremony. People pose, adjust, retake, edit, and share, their images multiplying across digital mirrors, as once the king's reflection multiplied across glass. The choreography has changed costumes, but not logic. Where once courtiers fought for proximity to the king, today tourists fight for the perfect angle. And both reveal the same hunger, the need to be seen within the spectacle. Versailles endures because we cannot resist performing within it. The gardens, too, illustrate this lesson with deceptive quiet. At first glance, they appear timeless, untouched, eternal. But their perfection is a lie carefully maintained by armies of gardeners, machines, and scientists. Every hedge is trimmed, every flower replanted, every canal dredged. Without this labor, nature would reclaim the geometry in months. The storm of 1999 reminded everyone how fragile this illusion truly is, destroying thousands of trees in a single night. Yet the replanting that followed was an act of faith in the power of spectacle. Versailles teaches us here that beauty can be rebuilt, but never without effort, never without cost. And in that cost lies the truth. Eternity is never natural, it is performed endlessly. But Versailles is not only about performance, it is also about memory. The palace holds within it the stories of triumph and humiliation, of glory and downfall, of love and betrayal. Each room tells a different tale, and together they form an archive of humanity's greatest contradictions. The Queen's bedchamber, once the site of intimate ritualized humiliation, now stands as a silent testament to the loss of privacy in the service of spectacle. The Dauphin's apartments, stripped by revolution, whisper of a world torn apart. The salons that once echoed with music and laughter now echo with the footsteps of tourists, their silence louder than any performance. Versailles forces us to see memory not as static, but as layered, always shifting, always contested. This layering extends to the myths Versailles has generated far beyond its walls. Films recast Marie Antoinette as rebel or victim, novels paint her as heroine or villain, advertisements borrow the palace's imagery to sell perfume, jewelry, and cars. Versailles has become more than itself. It has become shorthand for beauty, tinged with danger, grandeur shadowed by collapse. Its myth is universal, transcending borders and languages. To invoke Versailles is to conjure a set of contradictions that everyone understands, even if they have never set foot in France. And in this myth-making lies a deeper truth. Illusions, when powerful enough, do not end when their age does. They endure, transformed into stories, into symbols, into warnings. What makes Versailles so unsettling is how clearly it mirrors the illusions of our own time. We, too, stage performances for audiences we cannot see. We curate lives online, edit them into perfection, share them as if they were eternal. We, too, choreograph politics into theater, with press conferences designed for spectacle more than substance. We, too, devote endless labor to sustaining appearances that feel fragile yet necessary. Versailles haunts us because it refuses to stay in the past. It insists that we are still living within its logic, still bowing to the machinery of spectacle. The wigs and perfumes have gone, but the hunger for validation remains. And yet, Versailles also inspires. For all its grotesque details, the stenches hidden by perfume, the humiliations disguised as rituals, the extravagance built on suffering, it is also a place of breathtaking beauty. The shimmer of the hall of mirrors, the symmetry of the gardens, the brilliance of the ceilings painted with gods and battles remind us of the extraordinary things humanity can create, even when driven by vanity. Versailles dares us to admire even as it warns us. It asks us to hold both truths at once, that beauty can be born from arrogance, and that illusions can teach lessons even after they collapse. This duality is what keeps Versailles alive in its 40th act. It dazzles because it is beautiful, but it endures because it unsettles. It whispers that power is always performance, that appearances always demand sacrifice, and that collapse is always waiting at the edges. But it also insists that beauty, once created, can outlast collapse, transformed into memory, into myth, into mirror. And so Versailles continues, shimmering in sunlight, scarred by storms, alive in ways no king could have foreseen. It reminds us that every society builds its own stage, every age its own illusions. And it leaves us with a question that lingers long after we leave its halls. What palaces of illusion are we building now, and how will they be remembered when our own curtain falls? Versailles does not answer. It never has. It only reflects, forcing us to see not only what was, but what is, and perhaps even what is still to come. By the 41st act of Versailles' story, the palace no longer feels like the backdrop to history, but like a character in its own right, alive, ever-shifting, and full of contradictions. It is a character that has endured triumphs and humiliations, revolutions and restorations, storms and wars, yet somehow manages to remain dazzling. To walk through Versailles is to feel that one is not entering a museum, but stepping onto a stage where the performance never truly ended. The chandeliers may have dimmed, the courtiers may have vanished, but the drama continues through every tourist who gasps, every leader who dines, every artist who borrows its imagery. Versailles is, in its essence, immortal precisely because it refuses to stop performing. The immortality of Versailles lies in its ability to carry both beauty and grotesque in the same breath. Visitors marvel at the ceilings painted with gods and battles, the the endless symmetry of the gardens, the glitter of mirrors that stretch light into infinity. But the same walls that dazzle also whisper stories of filth hidden beneath perfume, of nobles groveling for proximity, of peasants starving while fountains danced with mechanical precision. This duality is what gives Versailles its power. It seduces while reminding us of the cost of seduction. The palace does not let us bask in beauty without also feeling the weight of its shadows. Consider the Queen's apartments. To modern eyes, they are elegant, adorned with silk and embroidery, but their history reveals a darker reality. Queens were forced to live their most intimate moments as public performances. Marie Antoinette gave birth before hundreds of spectators. Her body turned into theater for the sake of legitimacy. Privacy was sacrificed on the altar of spectacle, and dignity was subsumed by ritual. Today, the bedchamber is silent, roped off, admired from a distance. Yet the silence feels heavy, as though the walls themselves still remember the humiliation. This tension between admiration and unease is quintessential Versailles. It dazzles even as it unsettles. The same dynamic unfolds in the lesser-known parts of the palace. Servants' corridors, plain and narrow, reveal the machinery that kept the illusion intact. While nobles floated through gilded salons, workers toiled invisibly to keep the performance seamless, hauling water for fountains, maintaining candlelight, cleaning up the mess hidden behind curtains. These corridors remind us that Versailles was always two palaces at once, the glittering facade and the backstage of labor. Tourists often pass through quickly, eager to return to the mirrors and gardens, but in truth, these hidden passages may hold the most important lesson. No spectacle exists without someone paying the price. The Hall of Mirrors embodies this tension most perfectly. To step into it is to feel overwhelmed by light and grandeur, as if stepping outside of time. But the mirrors themselves carry centuries of layered meaning. They were born of theft, when French craftsmen stole Venetian secrets. They reflected treaties that humiliated nations and reshaped Europe. And today they reflect tourists capturing themselves endlessly, each flash of a phone echoing the candlelight of the 17th century. The hall functions not just as decoration, but as a machine of spectacle, multiplying presence, magnifying ambition, immortalizing both triumph and defeat. To look into its mirrors is to see not just oneself, but centuries of human desire staring back. The gardens tell the same story, but in green and stone. Their perfection suggests eternity, but their reality is one of constant struggle. Each hedge, each tree, each canal is maintained with endless labor, as fragile as any illusion. The storm of 1999 made this fragility brutally clear, erasing centuries of order overnight. Yet the replanting that followed revealed Versailles' resilience. The gardens are both ancient and modern, survivors and replacements, proving that eternity here is not natural but manufactured. And in that manufactured eternity lies the metaphor. Illusions may falter, but they can be rebuilt, so long as the will to sustain spectacle remains. Beyond its walls, Versailles thrives as myth. It appears in novels, films, advertisements, even video games, each retelling layering new meaning onto the old. Sometimes it is painted as a fairy tale, sometimes as a warning, sometimes as both. Marie Antoinette herself has been reimagined as villain, victim, fashion icon, and tragic heroine. Versailles' imagery sells perfume and jewelry. Its chandeliers inspire runways. Its gardens appear in cinema. To say something is Versailles-like is to invoke splendor tinged with unease. In this sense, Versailles has become universal, no longer just French, but global, an idea as much as a place. And yet, beneath the myth lies fragility. The palace is constantly decaying, constantly demanding restoration. Gold leaf peels, frescoes fade, marble cracks under millions of footsteps. Conservators labor invisibly, like the servants of old, to keep the illusion alive. Versailles is eternal only because it is endlessly repaired. And in that endless repair lies the ultimate irony. The palace that sought to project immortality is, in fact, one of the most fragile monuments on earth. This fragility forces us to ask whether we admire Versailles for its beauty or for its resilience against inevitable collapse. This question lingers because Versailles is not only about the past, it is also about the present. We too live within illusions, curated digital selves, choreographed politics, consumer fantasies that promise eternity through possessions. We may laugh at wigs and perfumes, but we filter our images into perfection. We may mock court rituals, but we obey algorithms that govern visibility. Versailles unsettles because it shows us that spectacle is not gone. It is still here, thriving in new forms. The wigs have become pixels, the salons have become screens, but the logic is the same. And this is why Versailles remains so vital in its 41st act. It does not allow us to relegate it to history. It forces us to confront ourselves. It dazzles us with beauty, disturbs us with grotesque truths, warns us with the memory of collapse, and inspires us with resilience. It insists that every society builds its own Versailles, its own palaces of illusion, and it leaves us with the haunting question. When our own palaces crumble, what will remain? Beauty, myth, or warning? Versailles does not answer. It never has. It only reflects, shimmering with light and shadow, daring us to look closely, daring us to recognize ourselves in its mirrors. And as long as humanity hungers for spectacle, the performance will go on, each act written anew, each curtain lifted again, reminding us that the stage is eternal, but the actors are not. By the 42nd act of Versailles' grand performance, the palace begins to feel less like a monument built by men and more like a living labyrinth of memory. Every stone, every mirror, every avenue of trees carries within it not just the echoes of its past, but the restless insistence of a story that refuses to end. To enter Versailles now is not to encounter a closed chapter of history, but to step into a narrative still unfolding, one that demands its audience wrestle with contradictions that are as present today as they were in the 17th century. One of the most fascinating aspects of this stage in Versailles' life is its double existence. It is at once universal myth and fragile reality. On the one hand, Versailles is everywhere, invoked in films, novels, art, fashion, and even political speeches. It is shorthand for luxury, beauty, and power, but also for vanity, decadence, and collapse. On the other hand, the actual palace is fragile. Its frescoes fade, its gold leaf peels, its gardens must be replanted, its fountains endlessly repaired. This tension between myth and material makes Versailles uniquely alive. It survives not because of indestructibility, but because of constant reinvention. And in that reinvention lies its uncanny resemblance to the illusions of our own age. The Hall of Mirrors captures this paradox perfectly. Once the proud centerpiece of Louis XIV's propaganda, it was designed to magnify his image into infinity, to make the Sun King appear eternal. But those same mirrors later reflected humiliation, the proclamation of the German Empire in 1871, the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. Today they reflect millions of tourists, each desperate to capture themselves in the glow of centuries. A room that once multiplied the king's image now multiplies ours, and in that multiplication lies a truth that refuses to fade. The hunger to be seen is eternal, even if the audience changes. The gardens tell a similar story, written in trees and hedges rather than marble and glass. Their symmetry seems effortless, but it is in fact the product of endless struggle. Gardeners labor daily to maintain the illusion of eternity, and storms like the one in 1999 reveal just how fragile the order truly is. Yet each time devastation strikes, Versailles rebuilds, prunes, replants, reinvents. What we see today is not the original, but a palimpsest, a landscape of survival, and that survival tells us something essential about spectacle. It may collapse, but it can be resurrected if enough devotion is poured into sustaining the illusion. Even the lesser-known spaces of the palace reveal truths about this devotion. Servants' corridors, plain and narrow, remind us that Versailles was never just about glittering salons. It was also about invisible labor, workers hauling water for fountains, polishing mirrors until they glowed, carrying away waste from halls that smelled less like roses than reality. These spaces, often ignored by visitors, may hold the palace's most enduring lesson. Every illusion, no matter how dazzling, rests upon the unseen sacrifices of others. To marvel at Versailles is to marvel not only at the vision of kings, but also at the toil of the forgotten. And yet, Versailles does not survive only as a place of memory. It remains a stage of power in the present. World leaders continue to use its grandeur as backdrop for summits and state dinners. A treaty signed at Versailles resonates more than a treaty signed in a sterile office because the palace itself amplifies the gesture. Its walls lend weight, its mirrors magnify meaning, its history adds resonance. In this sense, Versailles has never ceased to function as propaganda. It is still performing exactly as Louis XIV intended, magnifying authority through spectacle, reminding us that power without theater is power diminished. But what makes Versailles so haunting in this 42nd act is how it mirrors our own lives. We may laugh at courtiers fighting to hand the king his slippers, but we perform our own rituals daily, curating images for social media, staging our lives for invisible audiences, chasing approval through clicks and likes. We may mock nobles perfuming themselves to mask filth, but we filter our images to hide imperfections. Versailles disturbs us because it shows us that the machinery of spectacle did not die with monarchy. It has simply shifted into new costumes. The wigs and powdered faces have gone, but the hunger to perform, to be seen, to matter in the theater of appearances remains unchanged. And still, Versailles seduces. For all its grotesque truths, it is undeniably beautiful. The shimmer of chandeliers, the symmetry of gardens, the vast ceilings painted with gods and allegories remind us of the heights human ambition can reach. Versailles dares us to admire even as it unsettles, to hold both awe and discomfort in the same moment. And perhaps this is its greatest achievement. It forces us to see beauty and warning intertwined, to recognize that magnificence can emerge from arrogance, and that illusions, even when dangerous, can also inspire. This duality is why Versailles remains alive, centuries after its birth. It dazzles because it is beautiful, but it endures because it disturbs. It warns us that spectacle is fragile, that appearances always demand sacrifice, that collapse is inevitable. But it also whispers that beauty, once created, can outlast collapse, transformed into myth, into story, into mirror. Versailles does not allow us to look away. It insists on being remembered, retold, reinterpreted, generation after generation. And so the palace continues, shimmering in sunlight, scarred by storms, humming with the footsteps of millions. It is not just a relic of monarchy, but a mirror of humanity, reflecting our ambition, our vanity, our resilience, our illusions. And as we leave its halls, we cannot help but wonder, what are the spectacles of our own age? What illusions are we building now, as fragile as gilded ceilings, as precarious as pruned hedges? And when our curtain falls, will our illusions be remembered as beauty, as folly, or as both? Versailles offers no answers. It never has. It only reflects, forcing us to see ourselves, shimmering and uncertain in the endless performance of history. By the 43rd act of Versailles' unending performance, the palace seems less like a place you visit and more like a mirror you cannot escape. It does not simply overwhelm with splendor or whisper of collapse. It forces its visitors into a confrontation with themselves. The irony is sharp. Louis XIV built Versailles to immortalize his own presence, but centuries later, what survives is not the king. It is the story of spectacle itself, and the uneasy recognition that we remain trapped in the same cycle of appearances. Versailles endures because it continues to expose the fragile machinery of illusion, and because we cannot resist seeing ourselves reflected in its mirrors. This reflection begins the moment you step into its most famous gallery. The Hall of Mirrors is no longer just a Baroque showpiece. It is a living archive of human desire. In the 17th century, it multiplied the Sun King's image until he seemed infinite, untouchable. In 1871, it reflected the humiliation of France as the German Empire was proclaimed in its center. In 1919, it bore witness to the treaty that promised peace but sowed seeds of another war. Today, it reflects millions of visitors holding up phones, turning themselves into fragments of light. What unites all these moments is not the content, but the ritual, the act of transforming presence into spectacle. And the lesson is unmistakable. Whether through mirrors or screens, we have always been creatures of display. The gardens tell this story differently, written not in glass, but in trees and water. Their perfection suggests eternity, but eternity here is a performance, one rehearsed every day by gardeners and engineers. The fountains still leap on command, just as they did under Louis XIV, but behind the scenes, pumps rumble and pipes corrode. The storm of 1999 tore away the illusion in hours, and yet the replanting that followed rebuilt the dream. What fascinates is not only the grandeur of the gardens, but their resilience, their ability to be reborn after devastation. Versailles shows us that illusions can collapse spectacularly, but they can also be resurrected, provided enough labor and faith are invested in sustaining them. The private apartments, less gilded but more intimate, reveal another layer of the story. Here, away from the glare of mirrors and salons, the monarchs experienced their own kind of captivity. Every moment of their lives was staged for public consumption. Waking, dressing, eating, even childbirth. Privacy was sacrificed on the altar of legitimacy. Intimacy dissolved into ritual. Today these rooms seem quiet, preserved, even elegant, but the silence is deceptive. It carries with it the memory of humiliation, the reminder that power achieved through spectacle is never free. Versailles unsettles precisely because it insists that beauty and cruelty were woven together into the same fabric, and it is this intertwining that makes Versailles so haunting in the present. We imagine ourselves more advanced, liberated from such absurdities, yet when we scroll through curated feeds, when we stage photographs for invisible audiences, when politicians choreograph press conferences to appear authentic, we are not so far from those courtiers scrambling for the right to hand the king his shirt. The palace disturbs us because it refuses to let us dismiss the past as foreign. It insists we are still living in its echoes, still caught in the same hunger for visibility, still worshipping at the same altar of appearances. But Versailles does not only unsettle, it also seduces. For all its grotesque truths, it remains breathtakingly beautiful. The chandeliers glitter, the frescoes soar, the avenues of trees stretch into infinity. There is something undeniably moving in standing where history unfolded, in touching the walls that survived revolutions and wars, in seeing beauty that has outlasted the men and women who created it. Versailles dares us to admire even as it warns us. It insists that beauty, even born of arrogance, has its own kind of legitimacy, and in that legitimacy lies the paradox. We cannot fully condemn Versailles, nor can we fully embrace it. We are left suspended between awe and unease. This suspension is precisely what makes Versailles immortal. Unlike monuments that freeze into reverence, it thrives on contradiction. It dazzles and disturbs, inspires and unsettles, seduces and warns. It does not offer a single story but a multitude, layered like the mirrors that reflect endlessly, and each visitor adds to that story consciously or not. The act of walking its halls, of taking its photographs, of retelling its anecdotes is itself a continuation of the performance. Versailles survives because we keep performing within it. Yet the deeper truth of Versailles in its 43rd act is fragility. Beneath the gold, the palace is constantly decaying. Frescoes fade, ceilings crack, marble strains under footsteps, gardens wither. Armies of conservators labor invisibly to keep the illusion alive, just as servants once did in the 17th century. The continuity is haunting. The palace devours energy and devotion now, as it did then. Eternity here is not natural. It is purchased, sustained, demanded. And this fragility forces us to ask, do we admire Versailles for its grandeur or for its defiance against time? That question lingers because it points outward, toward us. Our own spectacles, digital, political, cultural, are equally fragile, equally demanding, equally dependent on invisible labor. Versailles shows us not only what was, but what is, and what always will be. Illusions enthrall, but they never endure unchallenged. They require constant reinforcement, and even then, they cannot escape collapse. The palace whispers that lesson across centuries, daring us to ask what illusions we are sustaining now, and what storms will test them when our own curtain begins to fall. And so Versailles continues, alive not because of marble or gold, but because it reflects us with unnerving clarity. It dazzles us into admiration, unsettles us into reflection, and leaves us with questions we cannot silence. In its mirrors we see both our beauty and our folly, both our resilience and our fragility. And as long as we keep looking, the performance will go on, act after act, reminding us that the theater of appearances is eternal, even if its actors are not. By the 44th act of Versailles' story, the palace no longer appears as merely the dazzling stage for the Sun King, nor as the silent witness of revolutions and treaties. It has become a prism through which humanity can study itself, its ambitions, its weaknesses, its vanities, and its resilience. To enter Versailles is to step into a paradox that feels at once ancient and contemporary. The palace is a mirror that never stops reflecting, and the closer we look into it, the more clearly we see not Louis XIV, but ourselves. What gives Versailles its extraordinary endurance is its ability to remain relevant through reinvention. In the 17th century, it was a symbol of absolute power, where architecture itself was propaganda. After the Revolution, it became a symbol of collapse, stripped of its furniture and dignity. In the 19th century, it was transformed into a museum of French history, as if to reassure the nation that its grandeur was not entirely lost. In the 20th and 21st centuries, it reinvented itself again, this time as both a tourist destination and a global stage for diplomacy and art. Versailles has proven again and again that its survival depends on its ability to change costume without ever losing its role as theater. One of the most powerful examples of this adaptability can be seen in the Hall of Mirrors. Though built as a monument to Louis XIV's magnificence, its legacy has been shaped just as much by the events that humiliated France within its walls. The proclamation of the German Empire in 1871 turned the hall into a wound, while the Treaty of Versailles in 1919 turned it into a fragile promise of peace. And yet, today it is tourists who fill the room, capturing themselves in endless reflections. The hall has absorbed every performance, triumph, humiliation, spectacle, and still it gleams. Its lesson is not just about power, but about endurance. The stage can outlast even the most dramatic shifts in the script. The gardens tell the same story through a different language. They were designed to embody control, to transform wild nature into geometric perfection. Every path, every hedge, every fountain was meant to echo the power of a monarch who could command even trees into obedience. But storms, droughts, and centuries of time revealed the fragility behind the design. The storm of 1999, which felled thousands of trees in a single night, exposed just how vulnerable Versailles was. Yet the replanting that followed showed that fragility need not mean finality. The gardens remind us that illusions can be rebuilt, and that the act of rebuilding itself becomes part of the spectacle. Their beauty lies not only in their symmetry, but in their resilience. Even the hidden spaces of Versailles, its servant corridors, its kitchens, its workrooms, carry this message of contradiction. While the salons glittered with gold, these back corridors bore the weight of reality. Servants ran through them unseen, sustaining the illusion of seamless grandeur. Fires were lit, water was hauled, food was carried, waste was removed. These spaces reveal that every performance, no matter how dazzling, depends on invisible labor. And here Versailles begins to feel uncomfortably close to us. In our own age, too, the performances of glamour, politics, and media rest on hidden machinery, servers, factories, unseen workers, sustaining illusions the audience is never meant to see. This mirroring of past and present is why Versailles feels so alive. We may laugh at wigs and powdered faces, but we too live in a world of curated appearances. We may mock nobles who fought for the privilege of handing the king a shirt, but we stage our own rituals of recognition in digital spaces, seeking approval from algorithms and audiences. Versailles insists that the hunger for spectacle is timeless. The only thing that changes is the costume. Where once it was silk and perfume, now it is pixels and filters. But the machinery remains the same. Visibility equals power, and performance equals survival. And yet, Versailles does not only warn, it also seduces. For all its grotesque details, it is undeniably beautiful. The chandeliers shimmer, the frescoes soar, the avenues stretch toward infinity. To stand in the gardens at sunset, when the fountains erupt in golden light, is to feel both awe and melancholy. Awe at the scale of human ambition, melancholy at the knowledge of the price paid for it. Versailles dares us to hold both truths at once, to admire and to question, to marvel and to recoil. That duality is what makes the palace immortal. The palace's modern role reinforces this immortality. Presidents still choose it for summits. Artists still borrow its imagery. Millions of tourists still make pilgrimages to its halls. Each new use adds a layer of meaning, proving that Versailles is not a relic but a living stage. It continues to function as it was designed, to dazzle, to amplify, to unsettle. Its relevance endures because it speaks across centuries, not only of kings and revolutions, but of the human condition itself. And so, in this 44th act, Versailles becomes not just a place of memory, but a prophecy. It tells us that every society builds its own palaces of illusion, its own stages of spectacle. It reminds us that illusions are powerful but fragile, dazzling but costly, inspiring but temporary. And it dares us to ask, what illusions are we building now, as fragile as gilded ceilings, as precarious as pruned gardens? What will survive of them when the storms come? Versailles does not give answers. It never has. It only reflects, multiplying our faces in its mirrors, whispering the same truth across centuries, that power is performance, that beauty is fragile, and that every curtain, no matter how golden, must one day fall. And it leaves us with the lingering unease of recognition that perhaps, like the courtiers who once filled its halls, we too are actors in a spectacle we do not fully understand, waiting for the moment when the stage goes dark and the reality behind it is revealed. By the 45th act of Versailles' story, the palace reveals itself less as the relic of a vanished monarchy, and more as a restless spirit that refuses to fade. It lingers not because of marble or gold alone, but because it embodies the universal contradictions of human life, beauty and cruelty, spectacle and fragility, ambition and collapse. To walk through Versailles is to step into a world where the past and present blend seamlessly, where every gilded surface hides a shadow, and where every visitor is invited to participate in a drama that never truly ended. One of the most striking features of Versailles at this stage is how it has become not just a monument to kings, but a monument to memory itself. The revolution stripped it bare, yet its walls still whisper with the echoes of those who once inhabited it. The Hall of Mirrors does not merely reflect light, it reflects centuries of triumph and humiliation, from Louis XIV's grand entrances to the proclamation of the German Empire in 1871 and the signing of the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. Tourists who snap selfies there are adding their own layer to this palimpsest, unknowingly continuing the ritual of self-display that has always been Versailles' true heartbeat. In this way, the palace insists that history is never finished. It is performed anew each day. The gardens carry the same message, written not in words, but in geometry. They were designed as an image of control, a triumph of order over chaos. Louis XIV's gardeners bent nature into submission, sculpting trees and fountains into obedience. But storms like the one in 1999 tore away the illusion in a single night, reminding us that no matter how powerful the spectacle, nature always has the final word. And yet, each time the illusion collapses, it is rebuilt. Today's gardens are both ancient and modern, survivors and replacements. They prove that illusions, though fragile, can be resurrected, and that resilience itself can be part of the spectacle. Even the palace's hidden spaces reveal truths about the machinery of illusion. Behind the salons of gold and marble, servants once raced through narrow corridors, hauling water for fountains, stoking fires, carrying food, cleaning waste. Their work was unseen but essential. Without them, the performance would have shattered instantly. These forgotten spaces remind us that every spectacle is supported by invisible labor. And when we think of our own world, digital platforms that seem effortless, images that appear flawless, we begin to recognize the same pattern. Versailles unsettles, because it teaches that no performance is ever free. Someone, somewhere, is always paying the cost. This recognition is what makes Versailles disturbingly relevant in our own age. We may laugh at powdered wigs and perfumed nobles, but we stage our own rituals of appearance every day. We curate images online, polish them with filters, and present them to audiences we cannot see. We scoff at courtiers fighting for the privilege of handing the king his shirt, yet we chase validation through likes, follows, and views. Versailles whispers that the machinery has not changed, only the costumes. The hunger to be seen, the devotion to spectacle, the fragility of appearances all remain. But if Versailles unsettles, it also seduces. For all its grotesque truths, it is breathtakingly beautiful. Its ceilings painted with gods, its chandeliers dripping with light, its endless avenues stretching toward the horizon, remind us of the extraordinary things humanity can create, even when driven by vanity. Versailles dares us to admire even as it warns us. It demands that we hold awe and unease in the same hand. And this duality is what keeps it alive. It is never just beauty, never just horror, but the unresolvable tension between the two. The palace's modern role reinforces this vitality. Leaders still gather here for summits, presidents still stage banquets beneath its ceilings, artists still borrow its imagery for fashion shows, films, and music videos. Each new use adds a fresh layer to the story, proving that Versailles is not a fossil but a living stage. It continues to perform exactly as it was designed to, dazzling, amplifying, unsettling, and in this continuity lies its power. Versailles was built as propaganda, and propaganda never really dies. It adapts, reinvents, and finds new audiences. Yet fragility is woven into every part of the palace. Its ceilings crack, its mirrors warp, its gold leaf peels, its gardens wither. Armies of conservators labor invisibly to preserve the illusion, just as servants once did centuries ago. The palace devours money and devotion to remain eternal, reminding us that even the most dazzling illusions are temporary. Versailles survives only because people insist it must survive, because we cannot bear to let the stage go dark. This insistence is both inspiring and unsettling, a reminder of how much energy humanity will invest in sustaining appearances. And so, in its 45th act, Versailles teaches us that its true legacy is not simply grandeur, but warning. It shows us that appearances can enthrall, but they always come at a cost. That illusions can dazzle, but they can never silence reality forever. That power is always theater, and theater is always fragile. Yet it also teaches us that beauty, once created, can outlast collapse, transformed into memory, into myth, into mirror. Versailles does not allow us to look away. It demands that we confront the illusions of our own age, to ask what stages we are building now, what spectacles we are sustaining, and what storms might one day bring them crashing down. It leaves us with questions, not answers. When our own curtain falls, will our illusions be remembered as beauty, as folly, or as both? And this is why the palace endures, not because it is eternal, but because it insists on reminding us that nothing is. By the 46th act of Versailles' story, the palace is less a structure of marble and glass than an ongoing meditation on illusion itself. It is a place that teaches us, in the most visceral way, that beauty and fragility are not opposites, but companions, and that every spectacle carries the seeds of its own collapse. To walk through Versailles at this stage is not simply to admire or critique. It is to recognize the palace as a mirror that keeps showing us truths we are reluctant to face. The Hall of Mirrors remains the epicenter of this paradox. Its brilliance has not dulled, though its surfaces are worn with centuries of use. Once a dazzling innovation of espionage and craftsmanship, the mirrors were meant to multiply Louis XIV's presence until he seemed infinite. Yet those same pains reflected humiliation when foreign powers used the room to proclaim victories over France. Today, the hall is filled with tourists wielding phones, their flashes echoing the candlelight of the past. Each reflection is layered with memory, the grandeur of kings, the shame of defeat, the joy of celebration, the vanity of selfies. The room insists that spectacle is eternal, but it also whispers that spectacle is never secure. The gardens, equally famous, continue this lesson in a different register. They are presented as eternal geometry, nature disciplined into perfect symmetry. But their perfection is a lie sustained by endless labor. Hundreds of gardeners still trim, replant, and repair the spaces daily, keeping the illusion alive. The storm of 1999 remains a reminder of how fragile this illusion truly is. Centuries of design undone overnight, thousands of trees toppled in hours. Yet the replanting that followed was not an admission of defeat, but an act of renewal. Versailles' gardens prove that illusions, even when shattered, can be remade, and that the act of remaking itself becomes part of the spectacle. This cycle of collapse and rebirth is perhaps the most honest story the gardens tell. The private apartments add another layer to this paradox. These rooms, less gilded but more intimate, remind us of the cost of spectacle to those who lived within it. Every ritual of kingship and queenship was staged for the eyes of the court, waking, eating, dressing, even childbirth. Marie Antoinette's bedchamber, preserved today as a museum piece, carries the memory of her public humiliation during her forced births before a crowd of courtiers. What should have been moments of privacy became theater. Walking through these spaces, one cannot help but feel the weight of performance that consumed every corner of life in Versailles. It is a haunting reminder that power, once tethered to appearances, demands sacrifices far deeper than wealth. Yet the most fascinating part of Versailles' modern role is how it has reinvented itself once again. No longer the center of monarchy, it has become a global symbol, appearing in fashion campaigns, films, and even video games. It is not only a palace, but an icon, shorthand for luxury tinged with danger, for grandeur shadowed by downfall. This reinvention ensures Versailles' survival not just as a French treasure, but as a universal myth. To invoke Versailles is to summon images that everyone understands, even if they have never seen it. Chandeliers dripping with light, gardens stretching into infinity, mirrors reflecting endlessly. This myth feeds on contradiction, and contradiction is precisely what gives it life. And still, beneath the myth, the fragility remains. Versailles is not eternal in the physical sense. Ceilings crack, frescoes fade, fountains corrode, gold leaf peels. Behind every shimmering detail lies the constant work of conservators, artisans, and engineers. Just as servants once labored invisibly to sustain the spectacle of monarchy, modern workers labor invisibly to sustain the spectacle of heritage. Versailles consumes energy and money relentlessly, reminding us that eternity is never natural. It is purchased, defended, demanded. In this sense, Versailles has never changed. It has always been a devouring theater, asking for devotion in exchange for illusion. This recognition makes Versailles feel uncomfortably relevant today. We, too, construct illusions that require constant upkeep. Digital lives curated with filters, political narratives rehearsed for cameras, cultural spectacles maintained at immense cost. We laugh at powdered wigs and perfumes, but we polish our own appearances just as carefully. We mock courtiers fighting for proximity, yet we fight for validation through likes and views. Versailles unsettles us because it shows us that we have not escaped its machinery. We are still participants in the same performance, merely with new costumes and new props. And perhaps this is the final paradox of Versailles in its 46th act. It is both warning and inspiration. It warns us of the fragility of illusions, the price of spectacle, the inevitability of collapse. But it also inspires us with the resilience of beauty, the possibility of reinvention, the strange endurance of ambition. Versailles dares us to hold both truths at once, to admire even as we question, to marvel even as we recoil. It does not allow easy conclusions. It insists on complexity. And so, Versailles continues, it is dazzling, grotesque, fragile, resilient all at once. It refuses to fade into history because its story is not finished. It is a stage that will never close, a mirror that will never stop reflecting. And as we step away from its halls, its gardens, its mirrors, we carry with us the questions it plants. What illusions are we sustaining now? What palaces of appearance are we building? And when the storm comes, as it always does, what will remain? Versailles does not answer. It never has. It only reflects, forcing us to recognize that its story is also our own, written in gold and shadow, endlessly repeating, endlessly alive. By the 47th act of Versailles' narrative, the palace has ceased to be merely a monument of kingship or a museum of history. It has become a metaphorical compass, pointing us toward uncomfortable truths about ambition, illusion, and fragility that apply as much to our present as to its past. To walk through its corridors now is to feel that the walls are less concerned with recounting what has already happened than with whispering about what is happening still. Versailles survives because it insists on relevance, and it insists on relevance by reflecting the eternal patterns of human spectacle. Consider first the way Versailles has woven itself into modern consciousness. It is no longer just a palace in France, it is a global symbol. When fashion houses use its mirrors as backdrops for runways, when musicians stage videos in its gardens, when films recast its rooms into new narratives, they are not just borrowing beauty, they are borrowing meaning. Versailles has become shorthand for excess, glamour, and downfall all at once. That is why it feels so alive. Every generation projects its anxieties and ambitions onto the palace, and in doing so, keeps the story moving forward. What began as one king's propaganda has become a mirror that any culture can use to see itself. The Hall of Mirrors illustrates this universality with startling clarity. Built through espionage and innovation, it was originally meant to project invincibility, yet it has hosted events that revealed just how fragile power can be. The German Proclamation in 1871 and the Treaty of Versailles in 1919 were moments of humiliation and uneasy peace, reminders that no illusion of eternity can shield a nation from reality. And today, the same mirrors multiply the images of tourists who pose and smile, layering their own stories onto centuries of memory. The hall shows us that spectacle does not end with one age. It mutates and persists, endlessly recycling the rituals of display. The gardens continue the same lesson, though written in the language of nature rather than stone and glass. Their geometry suggests timeless order, but their reality is one of relentless maintenance. Without constant care, the design would collapse into chaos. The storm of 1999 was perhaps the most brutal reminder. Thousands of trees fell, centuries of planning undone in hours. And yet, the gardens were replanted, reinvented, and revived, as though the collapse itself was part of their performance. The beauty we admire today is not the same beauty admired under Louis XIV. It is a new version of the same illusion, proof that spectacle can survive even through destruction. This cycle of fragility and resilience is what gives Versailles its deeper resonance. Beyond beauty, however, lies grotesque truth. The Queen's apartments, so carefully restored, remind us of the humiliations endured in the name of spectacle. Marie Antoinette's public childbirth, forced into performance for the legitimacy of heirs, reveals how even the most private moments could be consumed by ritual. The very walls of those rooms seem to pulse with unease, reminding us that power achieved through appearances demands a price in intimacy, dignity, and freedom. These spaces ask us not only to marvel, but to question how much of ourselves we sacrifice to sustain our own performances today. And that question extends into the unseen machinery of Versailles. Servants' corridors and hidden staircases tell the story of invisible labor. Nobles may have floated in silk through golden salons, but their splendor depended on workers who hauled water, scrubbed filth, lit candles, and polished mirrors. Without this tireless effort, the spectacle would have shattered instantly. In this way, Versailles echoes the structures of our own age. Behind every seamless digital platform, every glamorous performance, every curated appearance lies an army of unseen laborers. Versailles unsettles because it forces us to acknowledge the cost of appearances, not only for those who demand them, but also for those who sustain them. Yet, in spite of these truths, Versailles seduces us still. The shimmering chandeliers, the frescoes that stretch across ceilings with mythic grandeur, the long avenues of the gardens at sunset, they overwhelm with beauty. This beauty is not diminished by its grotesque history. Rather, it is sharpened by it. We marvel because we know the cost. Versailles dares us to admire even as it disturbs, to hold awe and unease together. And perhaps this is its greatest achievement. It refuses simplicity. It does not allow us to decide whether it is a palace of wonder or a palace of warning. It is both, and it insists on being both. In its modern role, Versailles continues to operate as theater. Summits and state dinners staged beneath its ceilings prove that power still depends on spectacle. Leaders borrow its aura to amplify their gestures, just as Louis XIV once did. The palace magnifies authority not because of what is said within it, but because of the centuries of spectacle it has absorbed. This continuity reveals the deepest truth of Versailles. It was never merely a house for kings. It was always a stage for power, and that stage remains in use. And so, in this 47th act, Versailles emerges not as a relic, but as a prophecy. It whispers across centuries that every society builds its own illusions, every culture its own theaters of power. It reminds us that appearances enthrall but never endure unchallenged, that spectacle can survive collapse only through reinvention, and that fragility is always hiding beneath the gold. Most of all, it dares us to ask uncomfortable questions about ourselves. What illusions are we performing now? What hidden labor sustains them? What storms might undo them in an instant? Versailles does not provide answers. It never has. Instead, it reflects, endlessly multiplying our faces across its mirrors, endlessly reminding us that its story is also our own. It dazzles and unsettles, seduces and warns, surviving not because it is eternal, but because it teaches us that nothing is. And as long as we return to it in person or in imagination, the performance will continue, act after act, shimmering with both light and shadow, daring us to wonder what comes next. By the 48th act of Versailles' long and restless performance, the palace begins to feel less like a monument of a single reign, and more like a living allegory of human ambition. It has outlasted monarchs, revolutions, wars, and storms, yet it refuses to retreat into silence. Instead, it speaks louder with every generation, not only reminding us of the world that built it, but also revealing truths about the world we inhabit now. To enter Versailles at this stage is to confront both awe and discomfort in equal measure, to realize that the palace is not just a relic of the 17th century, but a mirror reflecting the illusions of our own age. The Hall of Mirrors is the clearest expression of this paradox. Conceived as an innovation of espionage and pride, its glass panes were originally meant to outshine Venice and immortalize Louis XIV. They succeeded, but not in the way he expected. The mirrors became a witness to centuries of triumph and collapse. They reflected the humiliations of France in 1871, the uneasy peace of 1919, and today they reflect tourists staging their own performances for digital audiences. Each layer of history adds weight to the glass, transforming it into something more than architecture. The hall is not just decoration, it is a machine of memory, endlessly multiplying faces, endlessly reminding us that visibility is both power and vulnerability. The gardens, stretching endlessly toward the horizon, carry the same lesson but in the language of nature. Their symmetry suggests permanence, but their history reveals fragility. Every hedge, every canal, every flower bed must be maintained with relentless labor. The storm of 1999 ripped away thousands of trees, undoing centuries of order in a matter of hours. Yet the restoration that followed was not an act of resignation, but of defiance, proof that the spectacle could be remade. Today's gardens are both survivors and replacements, reminders that illusions can collapse and yet still be resurrected. In this resilience lies the most human truth of Versailles. that we rebuild not only because we can, but because we cannot bear to let the stage go dark. The private apartments expose another side of the spectacle, the cost. In rooms where queens lived their most intimate moments, privacy was sacrificed for performance. Marie Antoinette's forced public childbirth remains the most haunting example, a reminder that power dressed in spectacle often strips away dignity. These rooms seem quiet now, but the silence is heavy, echoing with the memory of rituals that transformed life itself into theater. To stand in these spaces is to feel unease, to realize that behind every glittering facade lies a story of sacrifice, humiliation, and control. Versailles insists that beauty and cruelty are never separate. They are stitched together, inseparable threads of the same tapestry. Even the hidden spaces of the palace, those servant corridors and staircases rarely glimpsed by visitors, tell stories of contradiction. While nobles paraded in silk and jewels through salons of gold, unseen workers toiled to sustain the illusion, stoking fires, hauling water, polishing marble, scrubbing filth. Without them, the performance would have collapsed in an instant. These spaces are reminders that every spectacle depends on invisible labor, then as now. And when we think of our own digital age, with its seamless platforms and curated images, the parallels are unavoidable. Versailles unsettles us precisely because it reveals that the hidden machinery of appearances has always existed, whether powered by servants or servers. Yet if Versailles unsettles, it also seduces. Its chandeliers shimmer with impossible brilliance. Its frescoes stretch across ceilings like portals to myth. Its avenues draw the eye toward infinity. For all its grotesque truths, the palace remains breathtakingly beautiful, and perhaps that is why it endures, because it dares us to hold both truths at once, to marvel even as we recoil, to admire even as we question. Versailles refuses simplicity. It does not allow us to choose between wonder and unease. It insists we carry both in equal measure. The palace's modern role reinforces this duality. Leaders continue to stage summits and state dinners here, borrowing its aura to amplify their authority. Fashion houses and filmmakers return again and again, certain that Versailles will lend grandeur to their creations. Tourists arrive in millions, eager to place themselves within its narrative. Each of these performances adds another act to the palace's play, proving that it remains not a relic but a living stage. Versailles continues to do exactly what it was built to do: dazzle, magnify, unsettle. And yet, the palace remains fragile. Its ceilings crack, its mirrors warp, its gardens require endless tending, its fountains corrode. Behind every shining surface lies an invisible army of conservators, gardeners, and engineers. Versailles devours labor and money, just as it once devoured the resources of France. Eternity here is not natural, it is manufactured, sustained, demanded, and in that fragility lies the sharpest lesson of all. Beauty can inspire, but it cannot escape decay. The palace survives because we choose to keep it alive, because we cannot let go of the illusion it represents. This is why Versailles, in its 48th act, feels less like a palace of kings than a prophecy for humanity. It tells us that every society builds illusions, every culture constructs its own theaters of power, every generation believes its spectacles will endure, but Versailles whispers that nothing endures untouched. Appearances enthrall, but they are fragile. Spectacle inspires, but it is costly. And collapse, though inevitable, is never the end. It is simply another act, waiting to be performed. And so Versailles remains alive. It dazzles, it disturbs, it provokes, it inspires. It does not allow us to walk away unchanged. In its mirrors, we see not only kings and queens, but ourselves, performing endlessly, sustaining our own illusions with the same devotion. And as long as we keep returning, physically or imaginatively, the palace will continue to perform, shimmering in sunlight and shadow, daring us to ask what our own Versailles will look like, and how long it will survive when the storm arrives. By the 49th act of Versailles' seemingly endless performance, the palace feels less like stone and glass and more like a living riddle that refuses to resolve. It has shifted from being the crown jewel of absolutism to the stage of revolutions, to a museum, to a myth that permeates global culture. And yet, in every transformation, one truth remains. Versailles exists to remind us that appearances are never innocent. The palace is both a dazzling theater of ambition and a cautionary tale about the fragility of illusions. To walk through its corridors now is to sense not only the grandeur of the past, but also the shadows it casts on the present. The Hall of Mirrors, ever the centerpiece of Versailles' mythology, is the clearest example of this layering. When Louis XIV first envisioned it, it was an audacious statement of dominance, with mirrors smuggled into French hands after Venetian secrets were stolen. But those very mirrors became witnesses to humiliations. The proclamation of the German Empire in 1871, the uneasy peace treaty of 1919. Today, they are flooded with tourists taking photographs, multiplying their own images across the same glass that once magnified monarchs and generals. It is here that Versailles whispers its most unsettling lesson. The rituals may change, but the hunger for spectacle endures. The court bows of the past are replaced by camera flashes, yet the logic is unchanged. Visibility is survival, and performance is power. The gardens carry this paradox into the natural world. Their symmetry projects control, yet their history is one of constant vulnerability. Every tree, every hedge, every fountain requires relentless attention to maintain the illusion of timelessness. The storm of 1999 stripped away this mask in one brutal night, destroying thousands of trees and exposing the fragility beneath the perfection. And yet, the gardens were replanted, reshaped, and reborn, as though collapse itself were part of their destiny. In their rebirth lies a subtle message. Illusions may fall, but they can be remade. Versailles shows us that fragility and resilience are two sides of the same coin, and that even destruction can become part of the spectacle. The private apartments remind us of the cost of spectacle to those who lived inside it. The story of Marie Antoinette giving birth before a crowd of courtiers remains perhaps the most disturbing symbol of Versailles' obsession with performance. Here, the queen's body was not her own. It belonged to the theater of legitimacy. Today, her room seemed tranquil, decorated with silks and portraits, but the silence is heavy with memory. These spaces remind us that power dressed in gold often demands sacrifice in flesh. To stand within them is to feel the unsettling truth that beauty and cruelty, admiration and humiliation were inseparable parts of the same system. Even the hidden spaces, the servants' corridors and kitchens, narrow staircases and storerooms, tell a story of contradiction. The nobles who floated through gilded salons never saw the sweat, labor, and exhaustion that kept the illusion alive. Servants stoked fires, hauled water, polished marble, and carried away waste, their work unseen but essential. Without them, Versailles would have crumbled within weeks. This backstage reality forces us to confront a timeless truth. Behind every seamless performance lies invisible labor. And in our own age, when digital spectacles appear effortless, we might remember that servers, coders, moderators, and unseen workers sustain the illusions we take for granted. Versailles unsettles us precisely because it insists that this machinery has always been with us. And yet, for all its grotesque truths, Versailles seduces us still. Its chandeliers shimmer with impossible brilliance. Its frescoes explode across ceilings in divine color. Its gardens stretch toward infinity like visions of eternity. To admire it is to feel both awe and melancholy, admiration for the heights of human creativity, and melancholy for the arrogance and suffering that made it possible. Versailles refuses to allow us to choose between wonder and unease. It insists that both must exist together. And perhaps this is why it endures, because it embodies the contradictions we live with still, the longing for beauty and the inevitability of its cost. The palace's modern role reinforces this continuity. When world leaders host dinners beneath its ceilings, when artists stage performances in its gardens, when films and advertisements borrow its imagery, they are not merely decorating their work with beauty. They are tapping into centuries of accumulated power, using Versailles as a stage that amplifies everything placed upon it. The palace continues to function as it always has, not as a neutral building, but as a theater of meaning. It magnifies authority, elevates art, and unsettles its audience all at once. But the fragility beneath the glitter is impossible to ignore. Conservators fight daily against decay, ceilings crack, gold flakes away, fountains corrode, marble strains under millions of footsteps. Versailles is eternal only because it is endlessly repaired, just as it once was endlessly rehearsed. Behind every shimmering detail lies an invisible army of workers, much like the servants of old, preserving the illusion for yet another act. The palace devours money and energy in the same way it once devoured the resources of France. Eternity here is never natural. It is sustained, defended, demanded, and so, in its 49th act, Versailles emerges not only as a monument of history, but as a prophecy of fragility. It tells us that every society builds illusions and stages spectacles, believing them to be eternal. But Versailles whispers that nothing is eternal. Appearances can dazzle, but they can never escape decay. Spectacles can enthrall, but they cannot silence reality forever. And collapse, though inevitable, does not have to mean the end. It can become part of the story, another act in an endless play. This is why Versailles still holds us captive. It dazzles, it disturbs, it provokes, it seduces. It forces us to see ourselves in its mirrors and to ask questions we might prefer to avoid. What illusions are we building now? What hidden labor sustains them? What storms will one day undo them? Versailles does not answer. It never has. It only reflects, shimmering with light and shadow, insisting that its story is also our own, daring us to wonder what the final act will reveal. By the 50th act of Versailles' great performance, the palace reveals itself as something beyond architecture, beyond monarchy, beyond even history. It is a living metaphor for the human condition, a stage that continues to teach lessons long after its kings and queens have turned to dust. Versailles endures not simply because it dazzles, but because it unsettles. It embodies the contradictions of ambition and downfall, of beauty and cruelty, of permanence and fragility. To linger within its halls is to feel that the story of Versailles has never ended. It only changes actors, while the stage remains. The Hall of Mirrors epitomizes this truth. Its brilliance was born from espionage and pride, an attempt to outshine Venice and project French supremacy. And yet, over centuries, it has absorbed layers of memory that contradict its original purpose. Here, Louis XIV sought immortality through reflection. Here, Germany proclaimed its empire and France's humiliation. Here, world leaders tried to craft peace after a war that consumed millions. Today, tourists capture themselves within those same mirrors, their images joining the continuum of spectacle. The hall teaches us that power is never secure, that triumph and defeat can occupy the same space, and that visibility, whether in gilded mirrors or digital screens, remains both intoxicating and dangerous. The gardens echo this lesson, speaking through geometry and greenery rather than glass. Their vast avenues and sculpted hedges appear timeless, as though eternity had been tamed into order. But storms, droughts, and centuries of labor tell another story. The devastation of 1999 stripped away thousands of trees in hours, exposing how fragile this supposed eternity truly was. Yet the replanting that followed ensured the gardens would live again, reinvented and renewed. Versailles teaches us here that collapse does not have to mean disappearance. Destruction can be followed by reinvention. It whispers that illusions can be rebuilt if the will to preserve them remains. In the quieter corners of the palace, however, we see the cost of sustaining such illusions. The Queen's apartments, elegant to the eye, bear the memory of humiliation. Marie Antoinette's public childbirth, staged before hundreds of courtiers, turned the most private act of life into theater. These rooms remind us that power achieved through spectacle demands sacrifice, not only of resources, but of dignity, intimacy, and freedom. The silence of those chambers today is heavy, as though the walls themselves remember what it meant to live a life where nothing could remain private. Versailles unsettles because it reveals that beauty often comes wrapped in cruelty. The hidden corridors deepen this unease. Narrow staircases and shadowed passages once carried the invisible workforce that made the palace function. Servants ran unseen, hauling water, lighting fires, cleaning waste, ensuring that every chandelier sparkled and every salon gleamed. Their labor sustained the illusion of effortlessness that nobles and visitors admired. And this truth forces us to confront a continuity with our own world. Behind every seamless performance, whether a palace gala or a digital spectacle, lies invisible labor. Versailles unsettles not because it is unique, but because it is universal. It exposes a pattern of human behavior that has never disappeared. And yet, despite all of this, Versailles continues to seduce. Its chandeliers still glitter with impossible light. Its ceilings still explode with myth and allegory. Its gardens still stretch toward the horizon as though infinity had been captured. The palace dares us to admire even as it unsettles us, to hold awe and discomfort together in the same breath. This duality is what keeps it alive. It refuses to allow us the comfort of a simple story. Versailles is both warning and wonder, both inspiration and caution. In modern times, the palace remains an active stage. Presidents host summits beneath its ceilings. Fashion houses transform its salons into runways. Artists borrow its imagery for films, music videos, and advertisements. Every new performance adds another layer to its narrative, proving that Versailles has never become a silent relic. It continues to magnify, to dazzle, to unsettle. The palace still functions as Louis XIV intended, not as a passive building, but as a theater that amplifies whatever is placed upon it. But beneath the glamour lies fragility. Gold leaf peels, ceilings crack, frescoes fade, fountains corrode. Armies of conservators fight daily against decay, just as armies of servants once fought against dirt and stench. Versailles devours money and labor, demanding endless devotion to maintain the illusion of eternity. Its survival is proof not of indestructibility, but of reinvention. And in this fragility lies its sharpest lesson. Beauty can inspire, but it cannot escape time. The palace survives because we insist on keeping it alive, because we cannot bear to let the curtain fall. And so, by its 50th act, Versailles becomes less a story of France and more a story of humanity. It reminds us that every society builds illusions, every culture sustains spectacles, every generation believes its grandeur will endure. But Versailles whispers that grandeur is always fragile, that spectacle always carries a price, that collapse is inevitable, and that survival, if it comes, will be through reinvention, not permanence. This is why Versailles continues to captivate. It dazzles us into admiration, unsettles us into reflection, and leaves us with questions we cannot silence. What illusions are we sustaining now? What spectacles are we performing for unseen audiences? What storms will test them, and what will survive when the collapse comes? Versailles does not answer. It never has. It only reflects, glittering, fragile, eternal in performance, if not in stone, daring us to recognize that its story is also our own, and that the play, no matter how many acts it endures, has not yet reached its final curtain.